Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
지금 우리 학교는
my fears. When I was lost, you found me, showed me kindness, set me free. And still, I remember, now I can hear you. When I close my eyes, I can feel your hand in mine. Now I can hear you, I can find you. Finally, I realize, for you I promise, I never forget every moment that we spent together. Promise, I hold my hand, keep together, standing on the side.
지금 우리 학교는
Sierra 1, Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
to save our home. We must travel through the gateway to find new energy.
You and your fancy car, top down you think you're going far. Whatever, you gotta beg and please. I've got you on your knees. You don't know. Whatever, you don't know. Whatever, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Play or live. 부산.
세상에 없던 세상을 바꿀 당신이 처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작. (2030) 부산 세계 박람회 새로운 엑스포를 원해 부산에 유치해.
Hi everyone! Today we'd like to introduce our first wireless offerings, the EC1CW, EC2CW, and EC3CW. Many Zowie mice users have requested the release of the wireless version of our current shapes, and it has been our work in progress for quite a while. The main reason of the prolonged process is that we wanted to enhance connection stability. While offering cable-free mobility, our wireless mice need to be more resistant to transmission interference. That's why our wireless mice all come with a unique standalone enhanced wireless receiver and an enhanced antenna at the front tip. The combination of both is to decrease chances of unexpected transmission interference commonly experienced while using wireless mice. We decided to opt for the EC series as our first wireless offerings, as the trademark shape is a very widely used option for those who prefer asymmetrical ergo design. EC features a natural curvy top shell design that provides a relaxing support that fits your palm, especially when doing long-distance horizontal movement in CSGO. It helps with stable control at maneuvering and when lifting the mouse. Whatever your grip styles, EC's classic shape has not too much palm contact and can accommodate different grip styles with comfortable posture. Measurement studies in sports science has also suggested that in prolonged uses and with frequent clicks, EC's shape allows comfortable finger and forearm posture and thus ensures endurance. If your usual gameplay requires more vertical movements, EC3CW with shorter overall length might be your cup of tea. Together with EC1CW and EC2CW, the wireless EC series have a total of 3 sizes for you to choose, based on your in-game requirements and grip preference. The weight and overall click feeling of the wireless version is similar to the C version mice, even though there are deviations due to the different interior design structure between wire and wireless versions. That will be all for the new mice. Our website has more details. We will update our new wireless model development when we can, including but not limited to the current shapes. Thanks for watching. Please DM us if you have any questions.
me sinking in this darkness. Keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop through this satisfied. So now I lay my numbing soul to fate. Bet on my destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for revenge. I'm a drifter in this world with nowhere to go. I'm an avenger, they won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thoughts bite the bullet, try my only cause. Take me on, cause nothing else could save me now. I'll take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you, you see. It'll be the beginning of beauty.
지금 우리 학교는 We are the dreamers, casting down the shore.
Sierra 1, Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
지금 우리 학교는
What's up, everybody? Welcome to WCG 2023 here in Busan, South Korea. We're kicking things off today with some Clash Royale. Going to be very exciting. The grand finals for Clash Royale here for WCG. I'm Paper Thin. Joining me once again is G-Clef, my friend. We're back. It's Clash Royale time. Are you excited?
What's up? It's been a while since for WCG. Last time I remember we were in Xi'an actually in 2019. It's been a while, my friend, and we're back in 2023 with these players actually coming offline. That's going to be the thing. I think it's been a while since we had offline for Clash Royale esports for a long time. Now that we actually have 8 such great, amazing players going to be on stage, it's going to be some crazy format and also some wild ride that we're going to have ahead of us.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a lot of fun here. We've got 8 players from all over the world, a lot of different countries represented, a lot of phenomenal players here, and I can't wait to get all this started. And you know, we're going to be here to guide you guys throughout this event, and you know, nothing too out of the ordinary here for Clash Royale these days, right? Kind of a similar format.
Well,
to what we're always used.
nothing out of too ordinary. Did you just say?
Well, other than the players are here. Other than the players are here. Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun. There's been some wild changes with it, especially this year so far with all the revolution and all that. We'll explain that later. But here's the overview. Let's go through the overview together. It's best of 3. 1v1, you've seen the dual format, but slightly different in the band format that we see, right?
Yeah, a little bit of a change there for sure. So we'll get to that when we get there. Prize money is nice. $30,000 overall. First place takes home $13,000. So definitely a lot to play for here for the players. And, you know, if you can get through with that first place, a nice chunk of change to take home. And here are our players. Like I said, all over the world. We've got a lot of Brazil here, but, you know, Korea, Japan, Argentina, Mexico, Canada. A lot of fun.
Yeah, you named all the countries, basically. You have 3 Brazilian players actually here. And if you read all the names, they're stacked. They're stacked. Such great players from basically all the countries here, and I can't even see a clear favorite of the tournament so far. There are some names that have been popular this year, last year, the year before, and the meta has been shifting to a place where we kind of settled with a lot of firecrackers and the Royal Giants, but we do have the ban system, so we don't actually know how this is going to go down in a couple of days.
Yeah, we're kind of, in that sense, a little bit in uncharted territory, but yeah, the players here, stellar, you know, some that you and I have seen back in our CRL Asia days with Line and that kind of thing, but Arden Toas, who had just won the July monthly finals here in 2023, so, you know, Wallace, a very good player. Lucas is probably the player that most people are going to be looking at here.
Yes.
You know, everybody says you got to watch out for him.
I'm looking out for Sweeps. Sweeps, another great player from Canada who has been winning a lot of online tournaments. Actually, all of these players has a lot of career line esports career for Clash Royale. So I think offline stage might be something else, especially if they only played online mostly, because we also have fans. We just had crowd come in like 10 minutes ago as we started live. So it might be somewhat of nerve-breaking moments, but I'm sure they're used to the stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, a lot of these players should be fairly battle tested, and it is going to be a little bit different. You know, you're coming overseas maybe for the first time in a while for some of these players potentially, and that kind of thing. So yeah, there'll be a little bit of nerves and other stuff that might come into play, but overall, you've got a lot of very talented, very experienced Clash Royale pros here that are going to be competing, and you can see today we're going to be guiding you through, I think, 8 matches today, if I'm not mistaken.
I think 8 matches.
8 best of 3s, if I'm right. So a lot of Clash coming at you today.
Yes, we just seen the bracket. Of course, even if you lose the first match, don't worry. If your favorite player is out, not yet out actually, because we're playing double elimination. So you do have the second chance of going down to the lower bracket. And it seems like we also had some online events happening.
Yeah, I guess you can spin a roulette wheel and win some prizes. So you guys can follow the steps there on your screen to go through and potentially get some stuff. So can you find those prizes? Can you win them? Are you lucky? I don't know. I'm not, so I'm not even going to try. There's no way in heck I'd ever win. But you certainly at home could.
I will actually try it after the broadcast, because it seems like there are lots of quizzes and buttons that are going to be refreshing every day. Look at the dates. It's actually from July 20th to July 30th. There are 10 days, 11 days of events. It seems like it resets every day. You can try to go into the website and click and try to solve the quiz, and you might get a prize every single day. So it seems like we don't exactly know what the format is going to be for the online events, but I will make sure to try it later.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, it looks like a lot of fun, so good luck out there at home if you're going to participate, and hopefully you can get some sweet stuff. Yeah, stuff like that's what makes WCG so great. A lot of involvement with the fans, and of course, today's first matchup, everybody, is going to be Sweep versus Wallace, Canada versus Brazil, and a best of 3. So pretty exciting stuff here. Again, like you said, Sweep a really good player, Wallace a really good player, so a lot to look forward to in this first matchup.
Yeah, one of the world finalists actually coming out from Canada here, Sweep, supposed to be one of the faster with the cycles. He doesn't really like to play, like the beatdown deck has been sort of out of the meta, out of the order, especially coming around with the dual format and so on. I think we really have to get it down to the line and see what the bans are and what the deck of choice they actually will be.
Yeah, really excited to see how this all pans out. Again, like I said, things are kind of the same but kind of different. So, of course, we all know about the Evos. We know all about that stuff. A lot of the popularity of the Firecracker and the Royal Giant, and sort of the Mortar a little bit at times.
Hey, I think Mortar's slightly coming a little higher nowadays. Yeah, I think so. Just recently, but I think it's about the same. Compared to it, but whenever there are some more bans like the Firecracker or the Royal Giant bans, then we'll have, I think, some more Wall Breakers, Hog Riders, and even the Motors that we just talked about.
Yeah, I think absolutely we're going to see some of that stuff coming at you. Pretty curious to see how they're going to adapt to this kind of format and that thing. So very exciting. Again, we don't really know what to expect in some ways. I mean, we can predict, of course, that RG and Firecracker are going to be popular because that's just the way of the world currently.
But what if those way of the world are banned?
Right.
That's going to be the real deal. And still, there are, even with those bans, there are still Mighty Miners, just regular miners, a lot of Hog Riders, as we saw. A lot of quick cycles, even with because there's not enough spells in the game. There's enough spells, but yeah.
Not enough to like fill out enough decks.
Yeah, so we need to cycle out with a lot of spirits. So spirits come in and go. Some more bats. Either it's our EQ or the log or the bats. Sometimes even we see instead of triple spells, not even the double. Sometimes we see a single, just a log happening, and you cycle through super quickly. Either sometimes with the bats, skeletons, or just the spirits. That has been mostly the cases for a lot of these pros. But let's see what the decks they're actually going to be bringing on stage.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I've been seeing a little bit of Balloon starting to crop back up into the meta a little bit, so that might come into play here today too. So a lot of kind of interesting things are going to be potentially coming at us here.
You say Balloon, and there are some Tornado guys that we have on stage today,
guys,
so that might come to bite them in a big way.
Yeah, that's true.
We've seen a lot of that.
That's true. Yeah, Tornado's still very, very strong, but it might get banned out. I don't know. Like the whole thing's just. I'm really curious to see how it plays out. Again, for us, it's a little bit of a new kind of system that we're going to be facing, so absolutely cannot wait to get it started. So we're just getting the players ready. We're going to get into the game as soon as possible, everybody. And thank you so much for joining us here at WCG 2023 in Busan, South Korea. And we're live. There are people walking around. I mean,
right in front of us.
It's a little distracting. Like there's all kinds of people just going back and forth, and I'm like, I haven't had this like kind of experience in a while.
Yeah, we had seats in front of us, but like not like people walking in front of us,
right?
Not like immediately, like right in front of us, like behind the camera, but like literally like 5 feet away.
Yeah.
So they're actually like people just walking about. There's like a retro market right in front of us.
Yes.
So there are people like buying and selling all those retro games. It's pretty incredible what they have in WCG right
you're
now.
locked on the broadcast. I got to go over to that retro game market.
I know. I actually have a couple of titles that I watched when you went to the men's room.
Oh, really?
I actually went to the market just to check it out. They were like, "We're not open yet. Don't come in." Like, okay, I got my eyes on some of those. But of course, we're here to talk about Clash. But
yes.
I think the players are actually getting set up. I think you can kind of peek over and see the players for the first match getting set up.
Yeah, they're here. So this is really cool to be able to have the players here and to get them ready. So I think we're just about ready here pretty soon. The match is being prepared. So very shortly, we should be getting into the game.
Oh man, let's see what I wish we do get to see the bands first, and let's see.
Oh, we're just gonna have to live with whatever we see.
Okay. I guess we go straight into the game then.
So it's gonna be a little bit challenging at times to kind of figure out what's going on, but you know, well, I think we can expect some certain things to come through. It just, you know, depends on what happened off screen here, but Yeah, a best of 3 here between Sweep and Wallace, and it's going to be the Barbs out early, along with the Skeleton Dragons, a big push coming up from Sweep.
Yeah, so the Barbs, so I think we're expecting a lot more of the heavy air units coming along from Sweep.
Is this just a test?
And with a freeze, so it seems like there's something going on with Wireless, if I have to guess, right?
Yeah, I don't think Wallace is just, forfeiting.
So this is day 1, the first match. So I think that was a test run. I do have to imagine, right? We didn't get updates with the call exactly right now. I think those are just a test run, making sure that it's running fine and everything's working connected, right?
Yeah, I think it works. I think we're good. I think everything looked good there. So hopefully that was just in and out there, and we'll just make sure everything's squared away.
That is certainly not 1-0, by the way, I think.
No, I don't think so.
That just cannot be like that.
Not unless this is just something
Not unless
happened.
it was me and you playing.
Yeah.
Then you win 1-0.
No. Not unless I got RG. That's the only way. If you ban my RG,
man.
I'm dead.
How in the world did RG get a revolution out of all the cards? Out of all the cards.
we need a Sparky Evo is all I gotta say. But yeah, it was pretty interesting to see that. So we'll see if we can maybe figure out what's going on here and get something squared away.
Yeah, so it seems like we kind of had an update, but we'll have to see what actually happened, because it is the first stage ever for WCG. It is day number 1, and Clash Royale is actually the first game up for WCG. So let's see what the updates actually. When the updates come through from the production, we'll let you guys know exactly. But still waiting for the action.
Yeah, still trying to figure it all out. Still trying to get everything squared away. So yeah, day 1 jitters, things happen. We'll get it figured out. Don't worry, everybody.
That's why we're here.
Yeah,
that's
true.
exactly why we're here.
Yeah.
And I actually have the update for the bans. If you take a look here.
Oh, okay. You've got it. All right.
Got it. So the bans, I don't know for which player exactly, but it's not being updated as of right. So Royale Giant's actually banned from Sweep side. And the others, I do see some goblins with the wall breakers, so it must be the minor wall breaker. It's not totally updated yet because it's going through the refs on the back. It seems like we have the bans on the other side. So it seems like, as we already kind of called, you already called it, that RG might be target banned a lot today and tomorrow.
It's so strong right now. It's really difficult to deal with. It counters a lot of things, and even fast cycle decks now, some would have a struggle with it because of the Evo, so it can be really powerful, of course. Everybody knows it, the Firecracker as well, but that's kind of more dealable.
You're the master of the Royale Giant.
Yes.
Yeah, come on, is it the Royale Giant, or is it the Firecracker, or is it both?
I think, personally, I think the Royale Giant's a little bit more versatile. I think the Firecracker is really, really strong. Probably, they're very, very close, neck and neck with each other, in my opinion. But because the Firecracker kind of turns into this, if you're playing against a Firecracker, then it's really annoying. But if you both have it, it kind of just balances out. So it's it's in most of the the monthly formats, it kind of becomes this rock paper scissors of when are you going to play RG, when are you going to play Firecracker, and then if it gets to the third one, are you doing some kind of weird Barbs thing, or are you just running a deck without any Evos? That does happen too. So, but I think Royale Giant for me is just a little bit more comfortable to play with, but of course that's my kind of style.
Yeah, I think it all makes sense because whenever we have Firecrackers, it's all about the King Tower activation, which is very easy.
Right.
And then even with the King Tower activation, the thing is the Royale Giant is actually, it doesn't matter if you activate the King Tower or not, Royale Giant doesn't even get there. So I think we'll... Okay, we have 1-0, and starting with Mortar actually with EQ, that's pretty quick.
Yeah, so, okay, I don't know exactly if that first set is going to count or not. We'll try to get an update for you guys as soon as we can. But yeah, so clearing out some archers there, just a tombstone, and there's the Skeleton King, along with that Mighty Miner and the Mortar up there. So just talk about the Mortar. Maybe we get to see it because of the bans.
Yes, it actually came out very early, willing to reveal that cycle early on from Sweep's side, and just going to pop that ability early on, but not many souls consumed early.
Yeah, there's the Barbs there for Wallace to clean up that Mighty Miner. Skeleton King going to be dealt with by the Musketeer. And it is going to be the Hog Rider and immediately an Inferno Dragon. Yeah,
the Hog Mortar, we slightly talked about it before, and we already have it coming out from Sweep on top. But the Musketeer is going to take care of a lot of those Not really taking any damage on top. Here's the second cycle.
Is this Lava Hound for Wallace is my question in the back of this. That mortar is going to connect, so he has to pull the freeze out, in fact. So maybe could be Graveyard there as well. We'll see how he wants to run it.
Oh,
mortar
one
is going to get
shot.
another shot, too. Oh.
One direct shot, but that's without the Goblin, so it's actually not as bad. But still, Wallace seems like he's waiting for that double elixir time to get that heavy load down sooner or later. There's the Mighty Miner. You do have to consider and take care of it.
Absolutely. So,
Even going to use the ability and just going to go to the other side with the escape.
he's got plenty of elixir here to work with, so that's not too big of a deal. That is going to be Graveyard there. That freeze, yeah, definitely gave it away a little bit. Let's see if he's going to be able to connect it. Nope, just going to use arrows to try to buy some time. Mighty Miner in there to clean up that last barb and a few skeletons. So big push now with the mortar.
Yeah, even with the Goblin now, so do have to draw it away with the skeleton. But is it going to be enough? Has to worry about the left side also. There's the Graveyard. Wallace having a tough time defending against this because EQ, it only takes 2 ticks to get that Graveyard down.
Yep, the Tombstone gone, and now the Barbarians starting to try to cut through, but Goblins, of course, going to be cleaned up by the arrows, and just trying to find time for this cycle to see if he can get in, but too much damage ahead of that Hog. Maybe played a little bit early there.
Yeah, the Hog seemed like a big waste, but I think that's just for the cycle because the Mortar already got a shot in, along with the Goblin Stab, I think. So Sweep's still in a pretty good position right now to win the game.
And the Skeleton King trying to distract that mortar, going to be successful with it. Trying to deal with that minor mortar cleaned up. Big push here with this Graveyard on the top right-hand side. Mighty Biter on the bottom left, just being left unaccounted for. Finally, the Tombstone comes down to help deal with it. The freeze doing so much damage. The
even
arrows,
the Lava Hound!
And it's over.
Even the Lava Hound connected to the tower.
Yeah, the Inferno Dragon there going to connect and take it down. And it is going to be, I think, sweep. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, it's going to be 1-1. From the update that we just had from the production was that Wallace actually had one of the banned cards, the banned deck cards in the deck, so he was not able to play the very first game. So it is actually 1-1. So that's why he could not even drop down anything because the refs said, you have a banned card in the deck, you can't play.
Got it.
You can't play the game, so it's actually 1-1. The first game will count because from the update, that's the update that we had from the production, that he had the ban card in his deck, which then he cannot play, so it's 1-1 tied.
Things happen. It is kind of a different format for these players. It's not the typical, exactly the typical duel format. So, yeah, a little bit unusual for sure. So we'll see if we can maybe get him squared away, see if he can maybe make the comeback here. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, he just loaded up for that big push, just like you said, buying time for that extra elixir towards the end.
Yeah, that freeze, and even with the freeze, it's really hard because I think Sweep had one of the biggest cards to counter those skeletons was actually Goblins. It dropped slightly too late. Even if it dropped early on, I don't think it was enough to block all the skeletons, plus the Lava Hound push from the air. So, well, I mean, until that moment, Sweep was actually doing a pretty good job, like having a lot more damage. But all it takes with the freeze is just a single push, and that's all you need.
It's one moment with the freeze, right? You got to catch them in a spot where they have to defend first, and then you have to commit resources to that defense. And then you can freeze, and then often try to keep your opponents in a very bad spot where they're elixir starved and those kind of things. So yeah, good job there overall. So we're gonna get into our third game of the match here very shortly.
Yeah, because our first game was done so quickly. It seems like we're just gonna have the third game. Oh, already started. We missed the Hog Rider there.
Yeah, Hog Rider out here for Sweep.
Archer Queen dropped pretty early from Wallace.
And it's Mortar again. So I guess in the third match you can reuse cards. It's how I'm understanding this. The poison now just going to be used to deal with the Mortar. Goblins have no hope of getting through the Archer Queen.
Is Sweep going to use the same deck again because he lost the second deck? Of course, Wallace after the win, I think he has to choose a different deck after the win there. So just going to keep it the same with the Musketeer. The pressure is still on, but in terms of the deck choice from Wallace this time with the Knight, the minions in the air, I think there's a lot more tool to get these miner off.
Hog Rider going right into the tower, not really being dealt with at all. Finally, a snowball comes in, but there's no elixir here for Wallace.
Yeah, still the motor's connected too. I think that's at least one more shot or two. Yeah, that's going to be another shot directly to the tower. Sweep's actually going to bring it down to about 340.
Well, the Knight going to get finished off by the Musketeer, and things looking really good for Sweep right now. But Wallace, still opportunity for a comeback here.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard though. I believe it was an EQ from Sweep, so it'll only take a couple of spells to actually go around. I think about 2, slightly more than 2 spells.
Has to use the Archer Queen.
The Archer Queen to get the motor damage down. That's some bad news. I think the Knight was just used out of his hand from Wallace.
Yep. Well, there's the Miner in the back and a snowball to push those Goblins back.
Predicted snowball. Pretty nice Wallace, but he's got a long way to go to get that tower down on top left.
Mighty Miner going to be dealt with by that Knight. And that's going to be taken care of pretty quickly. Immediately going to try to find an opening here with the Hog Rider, and Wallace has no response, just going to give up the tower, and not much left to be done as Wallace is seemingly perplexed and seemingly out of answers.
20 seconds and has to get through get through over 2,000 HP, so it seems like Wallace has no other answers, and that'll be it. Sweep taking the first match.
Well, bit of a rocky start to the day, but that's okay. And it is going to be Sweep who is going to come through with match number 1, so able to stick with that mortar and find success the second time through here. Is this format kind of players still getting used to it? We're still getting used to it.
We're also getting used to it, and this is only the beginning of the day. So this first match, bit of a wonky series that we can say, but as we go through, it'll be better. Trust us.
Yeah, of course. We'll get everything worked out here very quickly. And, you know, first day here, we just opened the event, and, you know, very exciting day. A lot of people here, actually. And
a lot of people coming in. It's still actually pretty early Korean time. It was only 11 a.m. You know, not the most gamer-friendly time, but
that's early for esports, man.
We have to wake up at 8 a.m., which is
it's really early.
My usual bedtime is actually 4 or 5 a.m., so I kind of have to make it work, but it worked overall.
Yeah.
But for some gamers, it might be a little too early, but you have to be in your best shape. Get ready for the match schedule. That is the thing.
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll see what happens here as we get through the rest of the day. And of course, we're just gonna show you once again, it is gonna be Sweep from Canada taking down Wallace 2-1 here in our first match of the day at the WCG 2023 Busan Grand Finals for Clash Royale. And we are just beginning. We still have a lot more matches to play. 7 more matches today, folks.
7 more matches. That's gonna be lit.
Buckle up.
It's going to be best of 3, so it's actually going to be quick. It can actually be very quick, and this is only the beginning. I wonder what kind of bans we only got to see bans a little bit, only towards one side. First it was Royal Giant, and the other side I think Wall Breakers. Maybe with the Miner, Mighty Miner, I think has it's usually the pair that we see a lot in the meta. And for Wallace, we did not get to see if we get any updates on that. We'll keep on track of the banned decks because I think that'll be like the key going into the next day, not just today.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is going to be the first match in the books already. Sweep is going to move on, but there's the lower brackets as well. So, you know, you've got chances to recover if you make mistakes early. There is a long road ahead here for these next 2 days to try to get to that grand finals and try to win that $13,000 first place prize. But
$13,000.
That's a lot of money.
Just all for you.
Yeah.
All for one single player. And the second place, I believe it was a $10,000 too.
Yeah, it's good.
Which is really good. Usually from the first place, if you step down to second, it's like usually half the prize money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like 13,000 to 10,000, which is still pretty good. If you make it to the grand finals, man, that's crazy.
That's pretty
nice.
That's
a lot of money.
That's not bad at all. I think our next match is Sub versus Elite, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be coming up next. That's something to look forward to for all you fans out there. I think we're ready for a break. So we are going to take a short break, guys. We will be back soon with more here at WCG 2023 in Busan. All right, everybody, welcome back here to WCG 2023 here in Busan, South Korea. We are through our first match of the day. Don't worry, we've got plenty more here to go to find out who is going to be moving on, who's going to be falling out of the lower bracket. Sweep is going to take the first match over Wallace. So Sweep goes into the upper bracket, Wallace down to the lower, et cetera, et cetera. And we move on now to, I believe it's Sub versus Ali.
Yeah, our second match. For the first 4 matches, no one's going to be eliminated. So that's the good news. And they can still climb back up from the lower bracket. Here we go. We do have the 2 players. Very strong players. I mean, I have to be honest. Even the first match, it seemed like it ended very early. But the second match, this should be much tighter because they do love to go a lot in cycle. And they're both pretty well known and globally.
Yeah, certainly all 8 of our players here today are very, very, very good. So can't wait to see what they are going to bring. Yeah, Ali, no slouch at all. You know, a top 16 in WCG and CRL as well in 2023. Top 8 in Dead Safio. He's crazy good. So I'm really, really curious to see what's going to happen here today. Again, kind of a curveball here for everybody, trying to figure out the ban system and trying to get used to that kind of thing. I mean, you and I used to have the single card bans back in the CRL days.
Talk about history.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, really also known, really popular and known for the Night Miner, of course, not just the Mighty Miner, the regular Miner, also with the Hog. Those are the pretty popular cycles from Lee. And of course, Sub, also another very popular player. You probably know this guy from Kesso Cup. And a lot of actually online tournaments happening all over the world, especially South America too, and North America too. So this is a matchup that you certainly cannot miss. And we do to explain to you about the ban format a little bit. We do have a manual ban system.
It's a little hard even for us because it's happening off screen. So trying to parse that information can be a little tricky. So we're just trying to give you the best of what we see on the screen on the matches.
Yeah, plus what we were explained to us before the broadcast a little beforehand. So I think before the match starts, 10 minutes before the match, they all select they all get to see the decks of the other opponent, and then they have 5 minutes to choose the 2 deck bans out of the 4. So that's going to be the start of the match before the actual match starts. So they have 5 minutes to choose the bans, and then the other 5 minutes to think about your own what deck you want to play up first.
Yeah, and if you win, you can stick with the same deck, so that kind of thing can happen.
Yes, exactly.
So it can be a little bit tricky compared to the old duel where it's like sometimes, some cards get played more than once. So Flying Machine in a Healing Spirit here on the bottom for Ali, Sub up on top in red.
Yeah, so Flying Machine, they called it. We have the mini hogs here as we go all the way through. Sub also bringing the Mighty Miner. Just going to use that ability to just go to the other side with the explosion. And another mortar. It seems like we're going to have a lot of mortar play today.
Yeah, I think mortar is going to be coming through a lot because a lot of the decks that have the RG and the Firecracker are just going to be sent to the bin. Nobody really interested in playing against those. And yeah, okay, more damage being done here as the mortar just continues to fire away. Can Ali find some kind of response with these Barbarians. A miner has to be put out in the open to distract them, and that's dealt with pretty quick. So tower damage for tower damage, 1336. The Hogs on the right-hand side as well. One tower going down here now. Sub in trouble.
Yeah, Sub's going to have we knew that he was going to have a tough time because Elite has a lot of troops in numbers. Barbarians, the Zappies, the Royal Hogs. It's really hard to take care of them unless you get motor shots directly to the units. Even with that, it's pretty slow in terms of attack. So Sub was going to have a tough time eliminating one by one.
And it's also tricky with the arrows in there because of a lot of his counter spam cards, like the goblins and the minions, to deal with those that you're talking about. It's just instantly countered, so he's got to be really, really careful with those timings. Of course, the Evo Barbs here out going to deal with
the
that mortar.
And the heal.
Oh man,
Healing them back up.
that poor Musketeer's just dead.
So the new barb, the Evo Barbs are basically like elite barbs in a lot of ways. They're strong, they're boosted in plus 50%. So Sub about to drop the King Tower with the fireball. That is going to be it. Elite just taking the first game.
Yeah, Ali here doing a really nice job. Came through with a very interesting deck that just didn't seem to have a lot of answers in it up on the other side. Like you said, there wasn't a lot of counter spam, and the counter spam he did have could be dealt with instantly by arrows potentially, or just a few other things. But yeah, really nicely done there. The mortar, yeah, sure, it was a calculated risk there by Ali, letting the damage go through, but he knew that without the answers available and the arrows in the pocket, that he could counter a lot of what Sub could potentially try to counter with.
Yeah, these days it's a lot about the quick cycles. We don't really have we don't have the units like Valkyrie. We don't, of course, in competitive we don't really have Wizard. We don't really have those type of units that take care of area damage that much. So having the Barbarians, a lot of troop units in your hand, you probably have 3 cards with troops.
And if there's no Firecracker either.
Oh, there's no Firecracker either. I think that's what happened.
We assume it got banned.
I think we have to assume every single match.
This is like RG Firecracker just gone. Just
very, very likely. Very likely. So I think that's one of the reasons why these players are actually like struggling to handle against the opponent's deck, because it counters so hard. You can't, other than after the 2 decks banned, you only have a set of choices, and those are going to be your second or third choices basically. So once you're countered, you just have no answers sometimes.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing some kind of different things here as we get into the second game of the match. It's Ali up 1-0 over Sub, and it's Mortar here again for Sub.
Yeah, trying it once again. Let's see if it works this time.
And yeah, the guards deal with it relatively quickly. Minions up on top again. And now the Miner going to be tried to paired with it, but a poison in the front. Going to be able to clean up those minions somewhat. They're going to get some big hits in, though, as well. So not many answers there for Ali.
Yeah, at least Lee does have that poison, but it's okay against goblins, okay against minions. But I'm saying okay because it's not the greatest. Like, not as fast as arrows. It still takes few dot damage to actually take that away.
Now, Mortar v Mortar in the battle, but the Knight there to distract Sub's Mortar.
Yeah, but the Musketeer actually in a good position, and the Miner just in place. But the minions actually got to that Musketeer early. So going to be down. Sub not in a bad position because he did get early damage into the bottom left.
Trying one of these minions pushes again, but this time Archer Queen there able to help deal with it. Not even one hit going to come through, but still an early advantage for Sub that hasn't been able to really be caught up with here by the side of Ali.
Actually going to use the cloak to keep that Archer Queen alive, but the Motor's going to take care of it easily. There's that Goblin just doing one more hit every single time. Actually 2 hits a time. Because the Motor does fire pretty slow.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see if those Evo Mortars being kind of out of cycle with each other here is going to make any difference in the long run between Sub and Ali. Kind of spanning out here. Minions on the right, Knight on the left to try to clean up these Goblins. Guards as well going to be split. So Ali kind of hedging his bets here, trying to cycle through to get into some of these bigger pushes, get into that Mortar. Indeed, it comes right out. Miner there as well to try to cover for it.
Yeah, even the defensive poison, because the Miner came all the way to the back. That's going to be doing a couple of shovels, not too bad of a damage, but at least still got a long way to catch this zone up.
That's the big question. Can he get there? Poison going to deal with the minions, and Magic Archer immediately out to cover for his own mortar, but it's just mortar versus mortar. As each player trying to find a weakness in the cycle, but now it's just defense here that Sub has to play. That's all he needs to do.
Yeah, just have to buy a couple of more minutes for you to actually defend, and the difference is actually quite big, about slightly less than 1,200, as I say that about 1,000 now. As long as the minions don't connect along with the miners, I think Sub will be saying, okay, I can actually just handle this, take a couple of shovel shots, and I should be good to go, because he's got his own poison to cycle through. It hasn't been used from Sub a couple of times for defensive uses. Now the cycle is actually perfect.
Yeah, the cycle's really cheap here for both sides, of course, but Sub, I think, just a little bit cheaper. Another shot gonna connect, and another poke to that tower, and things looking very bad for Ali. He just can't, he just can't find any weaknesses in the defense of Sub. Every time it's just, mortar for defense. The miner on the right-hand side sure gets some damage along with the poison, but it's not nearly enough just yet with 1 minute almost remaining.
Yeah, we'll have that triple soon, but still has to go through about 1,000 damage. More for Elite. That's going to be painful because the Sub's got a lot of defensive tools. Here comes another miner, wrong placement. Those snowballs thrown, but there's no extra damage coming through the right side. Elite's pretty busy defending. A few more elixirs being handled now.
Oh no. Have to eat all that damage on the right-hand side to try to set up for your own mortar, but again, it's the poison right away.
Yeah, the poison's incredible there. I think Elite wanted to save more elixirs so he can have one big push towards the right, but of course, Sub knows what's coming.
Yeah, this is looking very, very dire here for Ali, trying to get pushes going, but every time there are answers for Sub, whether it be the mortar or the mighty miner, or a regular miner to just soak some damage.
Oh, those guards dropped a little too late. Okay, still taking minimum damage, so not too bad as I thought. But on the right side, it's actually going to be finishing the tower with the minions, the miner. There's just too much push from Sub happening here.
Yeah, good game here for the side of Sub. Come back, send us into a deciding game 3 there. Mortar v mortar, but again, I think part of it is that Subs is just a little bit cheaper. He's able to cycle just a little bit more, and he has a little bit of extra tank there as well. Once he gets that early advantage, it's basically GG.
And I think it was also a few other cards actually in the deck. I think Archer Queen in this type of matchup doesn't really help as much.
Sure.
Sometimes you forget that using the ability, you do have to spend slightly more resource. And when you use that Archer Queen to go against the mortar, I think that's already a bad use. If you have a knight, that's okay, but if you can't cycle into the mortar of opponents all the time, you're losing in cycle. So, and you also have to use extra elixir to use that cloak to keep that queen alive. And in this case, because of the poison, I don't think she was getting as much value compared to the Musketeer on top.
Sure.
So I think that was one of the biggest difference between the two decks.
Yeah, exactly. It's little things that end up winning you in the long run, and really good defense there from Sub. So one more game to go. We'll see what they want to do for this final one, see what decks they want to bring, and how they're going to approach this. It's going to be interesting. A lot of mortar here so far today, and as expected.
Well, we kind of expected that to come because it was second in the line, third in the line, of course. No RG means I think it's banned all the time, basically. No firecrackers either.
Which I think, I don't think anybody's complaining about too much there. Barrel.
I'm not going to complain.
Nope, minions again. So a lumberjack this time from Sub.
What is it going to be paired with? Defensive miner all the way in the back, because it does not finish the lumberjack, but maybe just to cycle.
Just preventing one hit there. That's all it is.
Because you oftentimes do want to keep that pair together, miner plus the minions, so it pairs up. Oh, here we go. We do have RG.
Oh, we got it through this time, and it's a good counter to the mortar, unless there's maybe a Hog Rider sitting in the back of this for Ali. Then it could be a little bit different, but...
Pretty nice bar barrel.
Oh, just barely. Gonna get rid of that RG.
And an Electro, okay. So once that connects with the minions, Sub might have some chances to get 1-2 shots of that Royal Giant into the tower. And before that, Ali really has to pair up a lot with the miner cycle. That'll be the big difference maker between the two decks.
Yeah, I mean, here for Ali, it's going to have to be a lot of defense with that mortar against the RG, and then finding those moments for the chip damage with that miner, cycling the snowball there for a little extra chip damage. Lumberjack going to be dealt with by the Knight this time, and the RG immediately behind it to try to take advantage of that rage, and there's that defensive mortar.
Yeah, when that drops, RG's going to have a good time, but larger queens here, so...
It's not good. This is not good.
Even the Phoenix getting a couple of touches onto the tower. Not just a couple, that's at least 4 or 5. Oh, God. There's about 2,000 damage right there.
Yeah, the defense just not available there.
Oh, man, paper thin. No wonder you're playing RG all the time.
Uh-huh. It's pretty good, and he's trying to do what he can to stop this. But that Lumberjack there, you know, you try to send the Knight out thinking that it's just maybe just going to be cycling through the Lumberjack, and now Ali's going to have to start purposefully taking damage to try to set up potentially for some pushes of his own. Oh no, the snowball.
Yeah, so Ali's win condition, his biggest win condition now is, of course, since the beginning was the minor minions, but because of the Electro Spirit, it's going to be really tough to connect any damage. It's going to be further delayed and very easily taken care of.
Yeah, well.
And now Sub just not even pushing all the way, just sending Lumberjack to the other side because he has another winning option.
The guards this time in the cycle, so he's able to clean up the RG a little bit easier. Fireball there, going to connect onto the Archer Queen, and the Phoenix going to go down as, yeah, there's the RG on the other side, and really it's just going to be, can there be enough of a cycle here for Ali that he can find a moment to get past all of this? Immediately the guards are going to come through, the Electro Spirit as well. This RG going to be left to put some big damage into the tower.
The Phoenix taking care of the most. And even with that defensive poison, that was just not enough. Against those big bodies, poison is just not the spell.
Yeah, it's why he was just sitting on it, just really couldn't find good opportunities to use it. I think Sub setting up, yep, the Lumberjack going to be following right behind this RG. Try to get some big damage in.
Even worse, Ali has to think about the right and the left side. Just for now, with the rage up, the second RG dropping down. Only a Knight. Ali's running out of elixirs. I think this is close to a game. Motor's actually going to push him out of that range just for now. That shot connecting.
Yeah, well, Fireball here. Going to finish the job. Indeed, there it goes. And that is going to do it. Sub is going to come back here and get the 2-1 victory after dropping the first game.
That's right, a big sweep coming out from Sub, and that's sometimes what you need. Surprising to have Royal Giant actually not being banned. Maybe the players, this is reverse psychology. Okay, Royal Giant's going to be banned 100%, just like how we thought. Okay, leave that open. I will try to counter with my own decks, but you also have to wait for the opponent to ban your own decks. The 2 out of the 4 setup decks that you have. Maybe it didn't really pair up well as you planned, because it's really complicated how the ban system actually works here.
It is really complicated, and it's tough to kind of mentally project in that, 5 minutes you have or whatever it is to decide, how the matches are going to kind of switch back and forth, who's going to stick with the same decks and that kind of thing. Like trying to mentally map that out is very challenging. So yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be comfortable against the RG, probably because they play against it a lot, probably because they think they have a good read on it. But again, it's so strong, it's so hard to deal with, and you can kind of see there why. And I mean, you don't have a lot of good answers for that Lumberjack, really. It's what ends up being the bigger problem, because once that rage gets in there, that's when those RGs are able to really push the pace, clear out the mortars quickly, and start doing some serious damage to those towers.
Yeah, even without the rage, RG is still very strong.
Yes.
Yeah, with that rage, had it really well paired up, and that's one of the win cards that Sub is going to have later on. Let's see if that continues, or that deck might just be banned for the rest of the tournament. We have no idea what's going to happen, but we have a reverse sweep coming out from Sub. Lee, of course, not dropped out yet. We have a double elimination here.
Right. It's still not over. Ali's still a good chance here to come back and do some damage as we move on here with WCG 2023 Busan Clash Royale.
Yeah, we're having a lot more people coming in.
It's actually distracting.
In just
I'm not used to this.
In just an hour or so, less than an hour, just 46 minutes. We have hundreds of people in front of us. And it's a great sight.
It is cool to see.
It is crazy cool.
For sure.
A lot of stages happening at the same time.
Yes, there's a lot of other games going on here at WCG as per tradition. We have a lot of esports. This is the a celebration of esports here. A ton of different great games, a ton of different great events, tons of stuff to do for the fans. So I don't know if you happen to be in South Korea or something, come down to Busan. And
Yeah, it's only day 1, and you can still come down for day 2 and day 3. So it's going to be, well, just come down anytime if you're around Korea.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got another matchup coming up here soon, I believe, and I'm really excited for that. Lucas versus a guy I'm really excited about, Ardentolis.
Oh, that's going to be another really exciting matchup, right?
Yeah, very, very exciting. So can't wait to get that one going. Yeah, we're just kind of getting ready, and we are going to actually take a break indeed. So we will be back here, guys, soon with WCG 2023. Welcome back, everybody, to WCG 2023 here in Busan, South Korea. 2 matches done already. Got 6 more to go, and next up, I think maybe the most exciting matchup we have here for our first, set between all these players, and that's Ardentos versus Lucas.
Oh, this is going to be one of the biggest matchups to start the first day. We actually have 8 matches, so we do go through the first 4 matches and the few winners, and also the lower bracket, right? So we're actually going to be having few players eliminated in our first day, but this is certainly going to be one of the hype matches that we had for today.
You could have told me this was the grand finals for this, and I would have believed you.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I would believe it too. Too bad that it's only a best of 3, not best of 5. I would love to see more games.
Yeah, of course. We'd love to see that, but the best of 3 is what we are with. And yeah, so again, with the ban system, things are a little bit kind of different than maybe what you're used to. So you're getting to see some new decks, some new different stuff here, guys. We hope you're enjoying it. And Lucas versus Ardentos. And again, Arden did great in the July. He won it. That's really good. He got his ticket to the Clash Royale World Finals as well. So this guy, riding high. But here in this different format, how is he going to fare against, a very experienced player? And I mean, they're both very experienced, but Lucas, one of those historic Clash Royale players.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of players with a lot of experience, not just through online, well, also in LAN stage. But because we have a different format, a lot of it seems like for the couple matches, or at least the first match, some players might be struggling in terms of the exact choices that they actually make in game. We could see some mini mistakes. Yeah, some mini mistakes happening because of the ban system. Maybe it's a deck they have really not prepared as much, or the deck that they didn't really expect to come out from the other side. So we were actually having a lot of these one-sided matches, a lot more than we thought.
It's very chaotic. It is really like, all of a sudden, like, one player just gives up a ton of tower damage, and I'm like,
yeah, like 1,000.
I'm not used to seeing that.
Yeah, especially with these names on stage. It's not really common, right?
Yeah, usually they're so prepared. As we get into the first game here between Lucas and Arden, there's a Monk and the Archer Queen out, and it is going to be the Hog Rider for Ardentos. And up at the top, a Bandit up there for Lucas. You don't get to see that nearly as much these days. Of course, it's still there, but with the popularity of some of the RG and the Firecracker decks in recent history, the Bandit's kind of fallen out along with the Royal Ghost. Is this some kind of P.E.K.K.A thing or Mega Knight?
Yeah, even with the Magic Archer on board for Lucas. So it seems like Lucas is actually going to be spamming a lot towards the bridge, and just going to be mostly focusing on the Archer to actually just hit through into the tower damage. But let's see if Ardentos actually makes that type of a placement mistake at all.
Yeah. There's a lot that could come here still for Lucas up in the top, even though I think maybe Ram Rider, Battle Ram, like stuff like that, definitely possible. If you're expecting Mortar too, those aren't too bad potentially to go up against.
Yeah,
there's the Battle Ram. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's a Fire Spirit, not the other spirits, so Arden might need a little more. There's a Ghost actually connecting, and the Bandit on the right. This is going to be a mess.
Yeah,
oh, God.
That Monk tried to do what he could, but...
Also the left.
Jeez. This is not good. I mean, just finding a great timing with that Battle Ram, and the Hog Rider going to be loaded up for Ardentos, but it's the Barbs there to just smother it.
Lucas has one of the perfect defense out of all the choices that you can have in this game. Barbarians against the Hog Rider, that's going to be easy defense from now on. Even the Battle Ram just connects straight on. The Ardentos just not having enough elixir. Where did all those elixirs go?
It's just trying to set up for bushes here, but the Mortar can't find any value, and that's a big problem for Ardentos. That's just 4 elixir that gets sent down the drain. It's the Royal Ghost, and now the Evoed Barbs are going to come in here. Now the Monk trying to do what he can, but against that many Barbs, against the Bandit that just dashing in there, everything here going very, very well now for Lucas.
Yeah, trying to keep himself alive with the Fire Spirit, but arrows just makes it worse. The guard's gone instantly with that spell, and Ardentos just says, good game. That's going to be it. About 16 seconds left. Yeah, Lucas just going to spam at the pocket. That's 2 towers down, and I don't think he can come back here.
Yep, he's gonna just
going for the 3 crown with the arrows.
Game. Yeah, there you go. All right, let's give it up a little, get a sportsmanship here, knowing that the match was over. Ardentos, just go ahead and say GG, thank you very much, and let's go on to the next one, see if he can try something a little bit different here to get through. Again, the Battle Ram not popular in the meta right now, not nearly as much.
Yeah, certainly the bridge spam not as popular, but as soon as we saw a Bandit saying, okay, bridge spam time, And that's sometimes what you get, even against the mortar, even with your own mortar, it sometimes helps to have it defensively. But in this type of moment where the Hog Rider can't really even connect at all, because other side you're expecting some type of a building card or some of the other troops to be around the tower itself on top. But that wasn't the case. It's all going to be towards that bridge. So the Hog, you have to get through. You have to budge your way through those barbarians, and they're sweaty. You can't really get them through without smelling their sweats. And sometimes it's just not enough. The Hogs are not just strong enough. Against the sword, your mushy mace, it doesn't really do much.
I love the description. It's very...
It's because it's really sweaty outside.
It's really hot in Busan
incredibly
today,
hot
yeah.
in Busan.
Yeah, but I like that. That's why I'm laughing, because I think it's really good. No, I mean, it's tough, man. Yeah, like the bridge spam stuff, like when you're playing mortar, it gets really tricky because the mortar, you want to use it offensively, but it's hard to. And with some easy counters like the barbarians, especially, you know, if they're evoed against the Hog Rider, like you could always keep that in the pocket. As you know, the player playing with that bridge spam, and then it becomes really challenging to find any offense. And then all of a sudden, you're out 8 elixir because you tried to set up for a mortar hog push or something. It got dealt with almost flawlessly, so your opponent took a little bit of damage to some of their units, but they're still on the board. You're in trouble, as we saw.
Yeah, and right after that, you can just put a few more, like the Battle Ram or even the Bandit, to connect that troop to just build on that one big push for the finish. We could see. I could see the struggles coming down from bottom. Yeah, because of that many troops happening on the left and the right. It was pretty bad for Ardent to us, but here we go with the second game.
All right, Tombstone and Ice Golem. Ice Golem, again, not something you see as much in the meta, but...
the cycle with the balloons that we have mentioned early on. It seems like we're going to have a lot more air units coming down from the bottom, Ardentoa's side.
It's just going to be another graveyard here, like we saw earlier with that Inferno Dragon paired with it. Is it going to be lava? With the archers, again, this deck we just saw earlier was Graveyard Freeze, so is that going to be what Ardentoas is going for?
You're having the archer again. Archer plus the arrows. And Lucas just waiting for the quicker cycle with... Yeah, it seems like we have the deck we have seen early on. Coming back for Ardentoas with the Scale King.
Yeah, looks like the potentially Graveyard is Graveyard Poison, Graveyard Freeze here. Oh, that Inferno Dragon is so good there. Gets a little bit of damage, but then the Hog Rider getting on through, but a lot of units now starting to spam through. Are they going to be able to get much damage? Doesn't look like it.
Oh, the King Tower activation. Oh, it's going to hurt a little more going through because the Skeletons, of course, will die to one shot to the King Tower.
Oh, but archers.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of damage there, G-Clef. That was quite surprising there, as the mortar going to be distracted by the Tombstone, but using that log to get that extra damage from the mortar now is Lucas. Going to find quite a bit here as this Evo'd mortar is going to town.
Yeah, plus that Goblin getting those extra stabs into the tower. Already down to 366.
I mean, the more damage Lucas can do here outside of double elixir time, the better, right? Like, you know, you can see that Arden isn't feeling comfortable to make a push.
It's tough. Do you have to really drop down your Skull King for that mortar? Because you do want to pair that up with your troop to make it one push possible and win. It did happen early on, so we'll have to see, because Lucas still has to cycle a lot. There's a Graveyard now coming down from Arden to us. Some Skeletons. There's a Freeze.
Yep. And again, once those defenses are down, you got to get through this.
Pretty nice log coming down from Lucas.
Yeah, but it's cleaned up really nicely. Lucas barely took much damage out of there. And having that Ice Golem in there and the Ice Spirit, some of those faster cycles to help clean up that Graveyard Freeze after the Freeze comes in.
Yeah, plus the King Tower activation. So the Freeze has to be all the way down to the King Tower, or else you're going to miss that other troops in the front, either the mortar in the middle, the building, or the other troops that you have seen. So here comes a big push from both sides.
Spam a couple spells. You just got to defend this push, and I think Lucas going to be in good shape. The Graveyard has to be used, but here comes the Hog Rider in response, trying to find an opening. Tombstone on the left, up in the top. Not a ton of damage being done.
Yeah, nicely handled with the defensive EQ, and then the log plus any sort of damage will finish it. Lucas. Oh man, just single-handedly taking this match.
Yeah, once he got ahead, started whittling it down. Some of those, that big moment with the mortar when it got through, when he was able to deal with the Tombstone and immediately with the log to clean open the space. There was not enough elixir there to really do anything by Ardentoas. So yeah, Lucas comes through with the 2-0.
Yeah, after that, I think Ardenthos basically realized, okay, I have to drop down the Skull King. Even if it doesn't pair up with my graveyard, let's just toss it on the other side and see what happens, because all I need is one perfect freeze for the tower down, but it was really hard. There was a defensive freeze, King Tower activation, and defensive freeze, excuse me, defensive EQ, and it actually handles skeletons pretty well. So it had a lot of sources. Also, the placement of the hog every single time from Lucas to draw away those skeletons, that helped a lot too.
Right, no, and the counter timings as well with that hog. It's cheap. It's cheaper than a graveyard by 1 elixir, so you can really punish your opponent's elixir cycles. And yeah, Lucas winning that 2-0. I think maybe I expected this one to be a 2-1, but our first 2-0 of the day. And yeah, Lucas, literally, I'm looking through the score sheet and they give us like some information from the players. Like they ask him some questions, and almost every single one, like, who's the player that you fear the most here? And almost every single one is Lucas. Like everybody is so scared of this guy.
So excluding himself, 5 out of 7 players actually chose Lucas to be the strongest player of the tournament. So, which actually makes sense.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you saw why.
So far 2-0, but you never know. He might be undefeated for a pretty long time.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking in my head that, Arden riding the wave of, winning the July monthly and then getting into the finals of CRL, like maybe he could come through here and do something, but I'm not too sure. So next matchup coming is going to be our last of the kind of the round of 8 here. It is going to be Ta versus Lion, Japan versus Korea. This is exciting for us, players that we know and love.
Always a hype match when it's Japan versus Korea, Korea versus Japan, because there are a lot of rivals between the players, and of course that just has to be the matchup to start off. I mean, one of the strongest, and Lion has been playing competitive for how long?
A long
I can't
time.
even remember.
Since at least 2019.
I remember he was a little kid, but now actually a grown-up man. So that's how long it's been.
It has been a while. Okay, guys, we're going to take a short break here before the next match. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back here at WCG 2023 in Busan, South Korea. right, we are back here at WCG 2023. I'm Paper Thin, that's G Clef, and it is time for Top versus Line, our last match of the round of 8. Find out who's going to be our final entrance into that winner's bracket, who's going to go down to the losers. So it's been quite an interesting day. I mean, it's hard to predict what's going to happen because it's so hard to understand how your opponent is going to pick him. I mean, today is so out of the ordinary. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, just learning as we go and really enjoying what we're seeing here today.
That's exactly why the players, not just us, of course for us, it's hard to predict, but even for the players, they're having a really tough time predicting, selecting decks of their own choice, and really having a trouble in-game to actually go counter when these players have thousands and tens of thousands game played, even in the recent days. They're actually in the Monday tournaments as well. See, Ta, 9,000. One of the highest we have in the tournament.
It's over. No, it's not quite over 9,000, but it's close to over 9,000.
It's almost got the meme there, but
we're so
these
close.
Players, yeah, these players are actually playing in a lot of the tournaments, recent tournaments. I mean, we're not talking like back in old tournaments. Of course, they played for a long time, but they're still playing in recent tournaments, one of the highest competitive tournaments, Clash Royale League right now. But because of the format, they're actually having a slightly tougher time, as we can see. Yeah, and that's why the games on one-on-one, it seemed slightly, we had a lot more. Usually it comes down to 2-digit, barely 200 HP difference between the towers. Now we're having 1,000 difference.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, there's that firecracker. First time today that it's coming through. And then the poison to clean it up along with that miner. Goblin's going to have to be used to make sure the Musketeer doesn't get any damage. Log going to clean that up. A good start here for Line.
Line aggressive. Also dropped the Log. So against the Wall Breaker, just the minions ready in hand. Kind of knew that Ta was going to bring that Wall Breakers from early on. There's that Wall Breaker paired up with the Miner. Those will be the combo either happening together or on the other side, depending on when Line drops. Oh, so Line also having the Fire Spirit, so has a lot of tools basically to handle those Wall Breakers.
Yeah, I think this is going to be tough for Ta, at least with what we've seen so far here, to get through here. The defenses seem pretty strong for Line, and some favorable situations like you're talking about.
Yeah, lots of small squishy units coming down from Ta, and they can all be handled by the Fire Spirit, Poison. Some great spells available for Line, so let's see how Ta handles this.
Yeah, good miner placement there, and the Mighty Miner as well. Now a counter miner, but with this cannon there, he's hoping he can deal with this push. And yeah, the Evo'd firecracker for the first time coming through and gonna do a decent job with them. Oh, the Musketeer gets 2 big hits.
And then within that time, the Miner on the bottom actually did some shovel work, so it's actually not as bad for Ta as well. I think the tower damage, even with that poison, it's actually not that bad. So we're about even, only about 100 apart in terms of HP.
Yeah, and only 1 elixir difference. So for Ta here, let's see if he can find some weakness in there.
Yeah, I think for the players, it's actually totally fine. I think this is just on us, on our screen for now. Yeah, so
just ignore the Wi-Fi signal.
There's that the motor. Yeah, got it away for now.
The wall breakers, though, it's still going to connect to that Miner as well. Down to the bottom left, Miner in there. The bats to follow up. The Mighty Miner going to be able to tank through all of that, though. So not a bad response here from Line.
They don't even need to use that explosive escape. It was only bats, and Mighty Miner actually one of the best tools defensively if you can make it work like that. Okay, Line.
But those minions, dude, that minion placement just got so much value for Line.
Getting the wall breakers plus all the Miner, actually getting close to no damage there. Had to use the motor to break one more wall breaker, but still fine. Ta trying to win out cycle because of course it is very cheap coming down from Ta.
Exactly, and I mean the thing is Line is finding good value with his placement, with his defenses. You know, this mortar here, a cannon to try to bust some time, and there's that Evo'd firecracker that you have to use something other than the arrows to deal with. Even the Mighty Miner going to the other side, cleaning it up, and had to use a cannon in the back to deal with that Miner.
Yeah, Miner plus the Mighty Miner, so Ta has a lot to work. Has to cycle. Certainly the cycling's incredibly cheap for Ta, but if you keep on using it defensively, you can't really have your own offense. And there's a King Tower activation with the Fire Spirit. Nicely done for Line.
Yeah, he's having a really good match here. He's finding good cycles. He's dealing with all of these.
Yeah, it helps a lot.
Yeah, and this Mighty Miner finds a lot of value because it's so tanky to keep those bats and other things out, to avoid damage, some good timings, change up lanes. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Lion.
Yeah, Lion really picking the right cycle along with the double miner. And not only having a hard time against the wall breakers, he has a lot of tools. Just the log, even with the King Tower activation, has to worry less about those breaking in.
Double mortar too. One for defense, one for offense.
And even the minions connect onto the tower. This should be it.
I think that's over.
Yeah, the poison and the mortar for the finish.
All right, Lion coming through here strong. Yeah, I was kind of curious. You expect this kind of thing out of Line. Like when we saw him at Rivals, it was a lot of Goblin Drill, a lot of these kind of, maneuverable units that he's able to kind of position on the board. But yeah, I think it was more about his defense here. He did a really good job controlling that fast cycle.
Yeah, I think it was all about having the right spirit too. Just having that fire spirit handling well. The moment Lion threw down that log early on, it's like, really, you're going to throw down that log against the wall breakers or wall breaker miners? Certainly he had something else in his hand, and he basically had 3 spells against those decks and was confident saying, okay, I can have my own Mighty Miner against the Miner plus whatever comes later. So sometimes you didn't even need to pop that ability for the explosive damage. So that's how confident Lion was in terms of this matchup. Yeah, no, it was really exciting to see. He was very effectively handling anything that was thrown his way. So the mortars, some good placement, some good timings with those at the end, getting those double mortars there, cleaning up that cannon just not really able to find a lot of value for Ta. So Line now, it's wall breakers again for Ta. That looks familiar. Yeah, something like we've seen
Is it the same decks? I think it is, G-Clef. I think it's just round 2.
Oh wow, it seems like it. And let's see how this continues. As Ta still just going to go very fast with the cycle.
Yeah, just trying to guess here, what your opponent's going to bring this second time around is tricky. And, both expecting somebody to change something and nothing did. So, and that Musketeer just got a bunch of damage, dude. Look at this. Look at the way he's able to defend these breakers. Every single time there's an answer. And we've seen a lot of different ones. Like you said, Fire Spirit, great. Minions, great. Oh, okay. Something was wrong. I was going to say, I didn't think that was allowed. But I didn't want to... I thought maybe I didn't understand the rules prior. I was like, oh.
Are they having a replay of the first match? No, right?
So we're just getting things squared away.
Making sure, but we're hearing something, but it's not certainly clear. But I think what happened, if I can make a...
Go ahead.
Very low IQ prediction.
So nuts.
Because I used a lot of brain power already. I think Line used the deck again, which he just played, and he just won the first game. So,
yeah.
Which I thought was allowed to.
Yeah. That's why I was just kind of like, maybe there's something in the rules I missed. But anyway, I think we'll probably have to restart the game here and get the proper things going.
You could kind of see Ta reacting very slow against what Line was doing, I think. So I could kind of feel it in game. So we'll see what happens when the refs come up with the final decision. We'll let you guys know.
Yeah. So again, everybody's trying to understand this format, a little bit better. So it is something people aren't used to. So we're trying to get everything squared away, and not just them, it's us too. So everybody's
because you're oftentimes used to the dual format, which is very common. Sometimes you do forget when things happen, and sometimes you do make a mistake. And offline stage, when in front of these many people, you might forget some things sometimes.
Sure.
That does happen. And the good
chaotic.
thing, at least good thing is that this is double elimination, and you don't immediately get knocked out.
Exactly.
Even if you make that big mistake. So I think it's not as bad as a format to actually have these many great players actually on the stage. Of course, you don't just want to have them on the stage once. At least twice or more.
Yeah. That's the nice thing here.
Yeah,
we
they
get
flew
to
all
see
the way
everybody.
to Korea.
Yeah, no kidding. Some of these players came from all over the world.
I
can tell you, I can tell you, it's not easy to get to Korea from Brazil. There's no direct flights. You got to connect through somewhere.
Yeah, usually through North America, I think.
Yeah, usually
and then go
like
to South
LA,
America.
yeah.
So it's at least just the flight time. It's at least like 18 hours, I
Minimum,
think, or more.
More.
Oh God.
With layovers and that kind of thing. So I think we are getting close to being ready. We're just getting everything squared away for everybody.
I know it's a lot. There's a lot of people walking by in front of us. So and
They can get close too. Like this is like
they can. It's not like right in front of us, but it's like at least like 6.
we need
7
some
feet?
bouncers. Yeah.
6-7 feet. Bouncers.
We need some guards. We need some guards of our own. We need our own spells that we can summon here.
Oh, we're not at that level
we need
yet.
we need some snowballs. We can throw to
Snowballs?
push them back.
I can use snowballs.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool here, but the moment you go outside, we might need some snowballs.
Oh yes,
And
please.
they're going to melt in 2 seconds.
Some bingsu, that would be nice.
Some shaved ice? Yes. Of course, all the time. Yeah, some ice golems. We can shave ice golems.
Yeah.
And
Poor
put some
ice golem.
strawberries.
That poor guy. He already takes enough beatings in this game.
Well, his death damage doesn't really do much. So
No, that's true. That's true. That's true.
maybe ice golem will be the next Evo. I can see that
Are
coming.
you now? Okay, now we're predicting next Evo.
Yes, I can see it coming, right? Ice golem doesn't really do too much.
I think.
How about it spreads?
Yeah.
Into like more of an area, like
What
a
if we
mini
just did the
snowball.
really big ice golem? You remember where they had that game mode like a year ago? It was like the really giant ice golem. It was like 2 years ago, like the giant ice golem.
I must admit,
You missed
I
that
must
one?
have missed that.
No,
Yes,
it
I
was
must
like
have
a
missed that
short
one.
thing. It was very short. It was like one of
Oh
those
God,
event
it
modes.
sounds
It
sounds
was
beautiful,
like they
beautiful
just
and
spawned.
horrible at the
Yeah,
same time.
It was, yeah. I'm thinking maybe like Witch or something. We haven't had like one of the epic cards.
Yeah, maybe. They have been just doing most of the common cards.
Yeah.
So I think maybe they will go a little further later on for the Evo, but we only have about 5 Evos now.
But if
so-
it's common cards, maybe like Knight, like older cards.
Oh, the Knight's fine.
Yeah,
Knight is
yeah.
totally fine. I use Knight all the time, but
Knight's good.
if Knight gets Evo'd, oh God.
I'm excited for that.
It should
I'd
be
down.
nerfed. Oh, I didn't say that.
All right, so this is definitely different now from line.
It's EQ.
And here comes that Bats minor push and trying to distract. Yep, getting the King Tower activation here early for line, and that's really nice to get it on that first cycle.
Yeah, couple hundred damage and King Tower activation. I'll take that anytime. Line is off to an okay cycle. So Ta, I think we're off to the same deck that he has been playing for the last. Yeah, with the minor bat firecracker.
Yeah, it looks that way. So snowball there to weaken it up, do a little chip damage. Wall breakers, of course, as we expect. Bomb tower now.
Oh, I was saying, where are the bomb towers? It was just not here.
Yeah.
Maybe it was in the band decks on the other side, because the bomb tower is one of the most popular towers right now being played in the league.
Yeah, Evo skeleton, and of course our Archer Queen being there again. And he used a log here to just cycle a little bit of elixir, do a little bit of damage. Get set up for this push.
Oh, Royal Hogs.
Royal Hogs coming in. Yeah, that cannon doing a good job, though, along with that Evo firecracker dealing with it.
Oh, Clucked away, going to use that ability to take care of that firecracker along with the bats. So line not off to a bad start. As Ta using the wall breakers just to delay a little further. That doesn't look like a great news for the cycle now. But once we come down to the double elixir, maybe Ta's going to find some better action.
It's really interesting here. Line just totally fine, just spamming those EQs.
Yeah, he has leftover elixirs.
Yeah, exactly. He's so far ahead in a way that he's comfortable just going for that. It's going to be that bomb tower preemptively here, expecting maybe some kind of push. It's just the minor solo.
Oh, that log hitting the piggies. Not gonna help out a little more because the firecracker might be coming soon. Not even needed this time.
All right, gonna try another push. Skeletons there in the back, but with that King Tower being activated, it's really helping line clean up. But still, Ta getting ahead now. He's barely, about 500 damage ahead, so he's starting to find some damage.
Yeah, had that ready. Cannon drop right at the same time with the Hogs. The cycle is matched. And Line is trying to push, but Ta is actually in a favorable position to push more damage with the minor bats. Oh, Line actually pushing a little further this time with early EQ.
Oh, gonna use that snowball. It misses one of the
that
goblins,
log.
but it doesn't matter. Tons of damage being done. And now we're just about even.
Yeah, not too far away. Less than 200 actually for Ta to push. The miner still has to work in the cycle. So the cycle's kind of broken from Line pushing again the Royal Hogs immediately. So let's see the different cycle now.
He's just gonna let it go through. Yeah, no
Yeah.
reason not to.
The right side doesn't matter. It's about the Royal Hawk time.
Had to keep that firecracker as well from dealing damage to that bottom
Oh,
right
snowball
tower.
with the EQ, that's pretty good.
Oh, this is really good.
Few more connections.
Oh, the bats just got there in time.
Oh, has to drop the goblins too for the
That's-
Archer Queen.
That's not ideal.
And Todd does have a lot of elixir saved up.
Does he
Firecracker
have-
doing some shot.
Does he have the EQ this time? No, so that's not going to get any extra damage here. Gonna have to distract that firecracker. Miner a few more chips, but now Line has taken a slight lead.
And actually go all the way. EQ misses onto the cannon.
Great cannon placement there. And now you keep having to use these bats to slow down this Archer Queen, and
Oh, even the wall breakers dropped to defense.
oh no. Oh no. I mean, this push had to have worked with this Miner with these wall breakers, but there's that bomb tower. Great timing, great placement. Oh,
Even the recruit.
Yeah, the Royal delivery there.
Delivery coming down at top. And this cannon's in the EQ. These hogs look pretty healthy to me.
That's GG, I think. We're close to. This push here has to work on the bottom right. He's sending everything. One wall breaker might sneak through, but yeah, once you get to that EQ cycle, it's done. And Line gonna take a 2-0 over Ta.
Yeah, with those cycles, I mean, Ta had one of the cheapest cycle right now with the minor wall breakers, but with those cycles, didn't really work. And it seemed like from both game one and two, Line was pretty ready for that cycle to come through. It seemed like he had a pretty good understanding what the cycle was going to be. It was a repeat overall.
Yeah, and it was really nice there to have that. I mean, you could tell he was confident early because he was just using the Earthquake just to cycle. And so that's like, he felt really comfortable, you know, getting through there and getting that win. And yeah, it was a really nice day here for Line. So again, you know, I think some of these players have a good read on this, some don't. Again, this is completely new for a lot of these people. So having this mode and this kind of situation, you know, you could tell there's a lot of adaptation that's having to become, you know, that has to be thought of.
Yeah, to go further from your thought, I think because it's the beginning, the first few matches that we have actually, the more common deck you play, it's going to be read very easily from the opponent. So I think you have to go a little off of the meta or less commonly played decks in the first few rounds. Overall times, by the time we get to like the second winners and the day number 2, I think a lot of players are going to be used to the format and everything. But right now, maybe playing slightly off meta might actually work better for you.
I think I agree. I'm with you on that. I think that is definitely a way to kind of catch your opponent a little bit off guard. Maybe somebody they don't have practice against, how to, you know, to defend those cycles. So good stuff here from Line. He once again is going to take that 2-0 victory over Ta to move on, but Ta not done. And as we've been mentioning, it's a double elimination format, so still opportunities to make a comeback here. And I'm really excited to get into the winners rounds coming up next. So yeah, we're already halfway done today. This has been blazing by.
This is match 4.
Yeah, dude.
Oh wow, paper thin. I thought we were going to have a longest day of the entire year or so, but we're actually, yeah, having two O's.
We're having like Crown Tower, or not Crown Tower, Princess Towers go down like before, you know, like even in like triple elixir. So it's like,
yeah, we only got to see triple elixir time, I think
once.
Yeah, that was basically it.
It's been wild, dude. I mean, it's fun. It's a lot of fun to see like a very different Clash Royale than what we've been seeing, like, you know, in the monthly leagues and that kind of thing. So
yeah, which is pretty uncommon at this level of play with these players. The name, the brand power that these players have for years of Clash Royale esports history, it's something else. And that's the type of format that we have here on stage.
Yeah, man, it's really interesting. So we're gonna see how the players adapt. It's a lot of fun to watch some of these, you know, slightly different decks than what we're used to seeing for the most part. I mean, we have gotten to see one RG, we got to see one Firecracker.
Oh, yes.
A lot of Mortar here, as we kind of anticipated with the bans. Early on, we kind of all thought, well, that's like the third most powerful Evo, basically, in most people's minds. The Barbs are pretty good, too. We've seen a bit of that paired with Graveyard, but
yeah, I think we got to see a bit of everything except for the heavy decks, of course. Yeah, I think, but other than that, I think we're going pretty well today.
Yeah, so next up, I believe we have Sweep versus Sub in our first winners round, guys. So make sure you stay tuned here at WCG 2023. We will be right back with more Clash Royale. And we are back here at WCG 2023 in Busan. And oh my word, we're already halfway through the day. This is blazing by. I am Paper Thin. This is G Clef here for the Clash Royale portion of the day. And it's just wild here. Like it's like so funny to watch because, and I mean that it's like interesting to watch because the players are having a tough time adjusting to like what their opponents are banning and picking.
Now I think through the first, everyone's played once at least, right? So I think now everyone's kind of settled with how everything's supposed to run and everything, right? I think that has been the case now, but if you lose from the winners, you're gone. You are going to be traveling around Busan for the next day.
Worst things could happen to you.
Or, yeah.
Busan's a nice city.
Yeah, there's a lot of nice food and nice tourist attraction here and there, but still you want to play and grab that first place prize is $13,000. Second place, $10,000. So of course going to the winners, and we'll be talking about the winners here real soon. But we're flying by so fast that I don't even have time to check all the ban. I wish we can tell you about the ban cards, but the moment we speak about the ban cards, we start the game already.
Yeah, it's
So-
everything's going here at a breakneck pace. We're struggling to keep up a little bit ourselves, but we are just focused on the games. That's what's the most important thing here, as we do have Sweep versus Sub here in winners round 1. Very excited about this. Both a 2-1 here with Sub and Sweep taking, Sweep taking down Wallace, Sub taking down Ali. So these two players coming in, again, a lot of mortar, a few graveyard freezes here and there early on. So kind of curious to see if they're going to stick with what's been
You're
working.
right.
Yeah.
I think Sweep actually had the graveyard trees in the very first match, along with the mortar. I think that those are the combination. Sub also used mortar. I can't remember exactly what the second deck was, because of course we already had 4 matches to go through. But we'll see. Those decks though might just be banned out of the 4 decks that they have chosen. So we might see total different decks coming through in the winners. So that's the format that we actually, I think we have to also go back and really do our homework tonight as before we go into our day number 2. Like, what are exactly the decks they have been preparing for day number 1? They might change it up for day number 2. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it could be really interesting coming through tomorrow and just seeing a completely different game plan for a lot of these players. Maybe there's, some anti-mortar decks. It's a little bit hard with the RG not being able to be picked because, again, that's generally a decent counter to mortar. Sometimes mortar, good mortar players can deal with it, of course. But, maybe we'll see some balloon. That can not be too bad sometimes. It can get in there and take out that mortar quickly and maybe get through with the miner, do some, I don't know. I'm really curious. Again, I'm just totally spitballing. Anything is possible, frankly, for me today. I think I could see just about any deck out here and I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if we see a Sparky today.
Why not?
Maybe
Why not? It's not.
Maybe
it's
not,
not
but
horrible against mortar, but it's not great.
Oh.
All right, so Fisherman, okay, Sub has probably an RG, right? Like, please? Wall breakers? Up in the top left there. And, okay, so I think we're seeing this deck we saw before, G-Clef, with the
With
RG.
the Lumberjack RG,
Yeah. Oh, there's the drill. I was wondering where it would come from. I thought maybe Line might bring it out, but now it's actually going to be Sweep.
The drill coming out from Sweep early on, so that did
And
about
the Firecracker.
500.
What?
And the Bandit does connect with the dash.
Oof. Firecracker, too.
That's
This
dangerous.
is so much damage.
10-10 left. What just happened here, Paper Thing?
And this felt like, okay, with these decks we're seeing, I'm like, this is more normal, like modern, what we're seeing in the Clash Royale leagues. So, like, I thought this one might be a little bit more back and forth, but yeah, I mean, Sweep just found a great timing there with that drill. Completely caught Sub off guard, and then the Firecracker as well got some damage, and trying to use this Lumberjack to clean this up. That's not going to cut it against the wall breakers.
Oh!
God.
And the RG comes right after, trying to use the rage. Let's see if that's enough.
An Inferno Tower, no way. Oh,
And
it's so brutal.
That's a little too far away for that Electro Spirit to get to, even if it comes out.
It's the RG's arch nemesis.
Is this it? Paper Thin, how do you come back from this moment?
So you're going to have to either use the Barb Barrel to distract that Inferno Tower. But Sweep probably can find ways to get ahead of that using like the Goblins or something to place in front of the Inferno Tower.
It's
going to be tough. Yeah.
Even against the Lumberjack, there's a Goblin Gang too, and the Bandit Dash too available. Oh, that just gives up on the right side, and Sub just says, okay, I have to lose the tower, let's focus on the left now.
He might not even get into another RG after this one. Like, this is just so hard here. Didn't have the Inferno Tower and Cycle. The raged up RG, though, doing some pretty decent damage up in that top left. Lightning as well. Wow.
Okay, that actually worked out really well. Sweep, I don't think, had enough elixir to drop down that Inferno Tower there. And the defense seems a little better with the King Tower activated.
Well,
okay, 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Is this possible?
This is going to be really tough. You have to keep that Inferno Tower.
Nice barrel from Sub happening. Okay, Goblin Gang deleted.
But the Inferno's on the RG, and there's...
Oh, the Spirit!
It didn't go across. It wasn't in time.
Goes around the world to get there. And Sub, after that, says, okay, not enough time. I just cannot come back from this moment. And Sweep's going to take the first game.
There you go. Sweep able to hold on there. A scary push from Sub with that Evoed RG, but willing to accept that damage. or at least, you know, find a way to mitigate it enough that he's able to get through and get that win. And that Inferno Tower, just brilliant in that deck. It's so tough for RG to deal with that. You have to have something like bats or minions a lot of the time to get across that bridge or the water easily. There wasn't, again, without that bar barrel, as soon as that bar barrel comes down, then you're like, as the Inferno Tower player, you're feeling free. You're like, oh, okay, I got this.
Yeah, my spirit's not strong enough to go across the wall.
The legs aren't big enough. I'm not sure the spirits
enough.
even have legs. So
I think they have those
little like mini
legs,
feet.
yeah, mini feet that you can barely see. But even without it, like the lightning was too big of a spell to use it after the RG. You just cannot have 12 right away because you do need to pair it up with the lumberjack and a few other tools. Right. Maybe even a spell of your own. So maybe if you can have all that delay, if you can have the RG coming from the back, which is usually not the case these days. It happened a long time ago. Unless you have the RG coming all the way from the back, maybe you can have lightning, but that was never the case because Sweep had all those spam, the bandit, all those tools to spam and get that RG down early on.
Yeah, and lightning's more of like do some damage to the tower plus clean out some of those like a musketeer, one of those units that's just kind of like that single target, powerful, maybe even the firecracker, evil firecracker as well.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It could clean that out because, you know, a lot of people now are scared of arrows because it doesn't clean out the evil firecracker. So a lot of things like that come into play, but yeah, it's hard, man.
It was really hard to choose those targets for the lightning. And of course, starting again for the second match, early Monk coming down from Sweep.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting here with this mortar. Monk so popular these days with the firecracker in the meta. The mortar as well can counter that very nicely. Musketeer if it had locked on.
Yep, and double miner from Sub coming out.
Gonna push it back. I mean, it's also good against Mighty Miner, right? Because of the knockback. It gives you a little bit of extra time, and that Musketeer just gets a ton of value. Sure, you can change lanes. There's the balloon. That's what I want to see.
And a poison against it. Seems like Sub didn't really have the best answer against it. Had to cycle through early on, so will not need the balloon damage, but the miner goes free on the back.
But that's so much elixir for Sub to use there. And he took damage off of it too. So this is really looking good for Sweep. That's a really nice cycle that he got. That poison, that defensive poison really is nice. When you're Sweep, you feel real good when that comes out.
Yeah, maybe some thought there will be some type of another graveyard deck coming out from Sweep in the second. Because we did see early Skeleton King coming out from Sweep. I think that was a choice of spell.
The mortars, there's going to be one mortar shot, it looks like. Yeah, with that snowball giving the extra advantage. Sweep going to give him a well played. So advantage in that battle to Sub.
Yeah, just one more, but on the other side. So let's see if that pairs up well when the real push happens again for on the right.
That bar barrel though, OG Clev. The timing was so good.
Where are the goblins? Deleted.
Oh.
So here comes.
This is bad.
The balloon?
The balloon.
Oh god, they're connected.
Yeah, the Musketeer wasn't there in time to do enough damage. Oh man, Sweep. Might be looking for the sweep here.
About to take this, the Battle of the S's. Sub about to just drop this 2-0. There's another balloon.
Yeah, right away. The Mighty Miner trying to predict. The Goblins have to be placed in the back with the regular Miner. And yes, this time the balloon trying to get through the snowball to slow it up, but there's nothing else there except knockback to deal with it. The balloon gonna come in. That's
no
it.
Ice Spirit.
Oh man, that Princess Tower done, and with 20 seconds.
Mighty Miner, nope. That was the only chance of winning. Mighty Miner getting directly into the tower, and that did not happen. Of course, Sweep's not going to let that through. Balloon all the way from the back. Style points for Sweep, and our first player to be in the winners finals.
Yeah, the winners round is going to go the way of Sweep here over Sub in a 2-0. Awesome stuff here from him. And yeah, that balloon coming through finally and gets a ton of value there. I think that looked like sort of an anti-mortar deck to me with that monk in there and that kind of thing. Really nicely done.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Sub expected the Skeleton King to come back from Sweep because that's one of the decks that he has been showing the first match. So when there's a lot of skeletons, it really depends on if you have the spell or not. Poison, one of the best tools against the graveyard, the Skeleton King.
Sure.
Just one spell, you lay it down on the skeletons, gone, no problem. But it wasn't the case. I think it was literally the choice of decks and the brain fight beforehand that actually determined the battle here.
Well, I think that's what we've seen a lot of today so far. It really is just that prep time that you have. Those 5 minutes to kind of pick and ban the decks is really so crucial here today. So far, so good for Sweep as he's going to move on. Sub is going to move down, but still another chance for him. And at least he gets through one round of the losers before he has to face somebody else tomorrow. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, both these players done for today.
Yes, they are.
We've got 3 more matches left here. Our next one going to be another winners round with Lucas in line. Then we go to the losers. But yeah, this has been so fast and furious. It's like hard to like mentally process these games sometimes because I'm just like, man, this is like one mistake and you're just done.
And I think those mistakes really come early. The moment you select the bans, you might actually be saying, the moment you go in and check out the first few cards of your opponents, you might just say, oh, I'm in trouble. I might actually lose this game. Yeah. Well, that happens in a lot of competitive, but it's even the gap is even greater when we have the bans like this. So
I think you're totally right.
I think so. Especially for the winners, I think they will also, even if you win all these games with 2-0, 2-1 score for Sweep, I think he's going to go back home to his hotel and do a lot of homework and say, okay, this format is kind of wild, and I might just drop even after winning all these games.
Yeah, and this is really nice for Sweep because now you have a lot of time to watch and prep for your opponents. You can really understand how they're picking and banning, how to kind of predict what decks they're going to want to bring and how you can set up your own deck. So we are going to take a short break. Coming up next, it is Lucas versus Line. Going to be a really exciting one. You don't want to go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back here at WCG 2023. Thank you, everybody. We are back here for WCG 2023 live in Busan, South Korea. I'm Paper Thin. This is G Clef. This is Clash Royale, and we're having a lot of fun here in these WCG finals. It is going to be another winners round match. It is Lucas versus Line, another super exciting match between two phenomenal historical players in Clash Royale esports. I can't wait to get this going, man. Today's been nuts.
Yeah, so far the winner's match has been the two S's battling each other, and then now the two L's battling each other now. I have no clue who's going to win. Both did love to use a lot of cycle, but in terms of the deck choices, we've seen some Royal Hogs coming out from Line, which is pretty uncommon right now, but from Lucas, actually, Battle Ram, which is another side of uncommonness. So
yeah,
let's see if either player actually comes out from more of a bridge spammy decks, because it's in a different style, but it might actually clash and we might have this chunk of units coming down from the bridge. Or maybe the other way, we did have Mortar Miner from both sides too. So I think it depends. First it depends on the deck, bans and choice, bans and picks, and what that's going to be like.
Exactly. I think what we're seeing and what you're hinting at here is that this is a lot of now counter mortar decks that are starting to be put together. Like Balloon, like you said, Royal Hogs, the bridge spam with the Battle Ram, that kind of stuff is starting to find its way here already in the meta for this event, because this is going to be fast and furious, and you have to adapt.
Yeah, that's sort of the thought that I also had during the break. Maybe we'll see more bandits, because the bandit can actually dodge with the dash, and can actually dodge. You just totally dodge the damage coming out from the motor and eat at least one shot away from at least 1 or 2 shots away. So those are going to be one of the cheaper cycle unit that you can actually have towards the bridge spam. So I think we might actually be seeing some more bridge spam, or a mix of a bandit that we did see from Sweep, I believe, in the very first match of the winners. So I think bandit will be one of the other key cards in this tournament only, though. In this tournament only, that's what I'm thinking so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It is pretty interesting. Like, you're seeing some of those cards that normally aren't played too much anymore that are starting to creep their way. And sure, we're seeing a lot of the usual, people are trying to go with the RG and Firecracker decks, but with those other decks opened up, things have gotten a little bit more chaotic, and I'm here for it. It's a lot of fun. This is like watching ranked matches, man. Like, it is like you make one mistake and you get punished heavily here. So the defenses, you can't quite have that, I think, same level of preparation that we're used to seeing a lot of times in CRL events.
Yeah, because of this many mortars actually happening, I think a lot more. The Hog EQ is a regular cycle that we see a lot. Hog Miner EQ, that's been very common in the Clash Royale League. too, but which we haven't seen as much. I think that's going to be popping up a little later. And maybe spreading array the Hog Rider decks into without the EQ and having that EQ on the other decks instead.
It's the Goblin Cage too, as well. I mean, again,
the older style of the World Giant.
This is like, yeah, man, exactly. I mean, I'm really curious to see what's going to be in the back of this Fireball. You know, super popular now, especially with the Firecracker potentially there and the arrows already. So all the spells used, and he's going to try to go for the Hogs, but the Barbs are there, and they do a really good job cleaning that up.
Certainly, yes. Those Barbs do quite a lot of work, especially with the Evo. Yeah, with the flying machine, I think we know what's coming. There's a delivery. Yeah, even that has to use the snowball because the flying machine, I think, connected a couple shots. Just once.
Yeah, I thought it might have gotten 2 in there, but it really wanted it. And yeah, Fire Spirit does get through and get damage. Still about even up. Let's see what Lucas is wanting to do here. I was going to say, I was just about to say, I think this is Royal Hogs as well.
Yeah, pretty good arrow, getting those goblins on their way. But Inferno, not the best, but still it's very tanky. And, of course, 5 Elixir Tower, so Lion can actually buy a lot of time with it. And still, I think Lion actually has pretty good defensive tool because the delivery would actually do a lot of damage on top of those Hogs.
Yeah, so for Lucas, it's going to be finding those moments when the delivery and the goblins are out of cycle, or you have your arrows ready so you can counter the goblins, that kind of thing. So you're going to split here. The Zappies are the Hogs going to be following potentially, and now you have to. This is really smart from Lucas because now you have to do that royal delivery on one side or the other.
The heal spirit,
so good.
The heal actually did so much here, hitting those Hogs back up. The delivery, second delivery actually comes to the right side, but still the Hogs actually connected a couple of shots there.
But look at the way Lucas has read this, man. Like, it is really, really good. Now it's Lion's turn. Try to get a big push coming through, but again, those Barbarians, so pesky.
Yeah. Even with the, even after the cage, the Brawler actually, they punch hard. So those Hogs are not as effective here. And with just one delivery, has to use a snowball on the left, but still connecting few shots. That Brawler!
Oh my.
A third punch, making it about as even, bottom left and right.
Yeah, no one punch for that Brawler. He's got quite a few. I mean, what do you do against this as line? There's no weaknesses to be found here with so much spam on the board for Lucas. He cannot find those opportunities to get his Royal Hogs to connect.
Yeah, if you use the delivery onto the Barbarians, I mean, the Hogs are going to be free, going straight to the tower. Now even there's the flying machine connecting on the right. Let's see the speed. It's either going to be left or right. Delivery was used on the left, so
Fireball
the right
arrows.
side is kind of gone.
Yep, Fireball arrows. That's all you need here. And the Barbarians basically clean up these Hog pushes. So, I mean, yeah, okay, the snowball pushes them out nicely, but it's still not going to be enough damage. The EQ as well. Hogs heal Spirit on the right, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, Lucas with his own Royal Hogs this time. This is the deck we have seen from Line before, so we kind of knew, and I'm pretty sure Lucas had a better idea. But from Line's side, this is the first time that Lucas played his own Royal Hogs, so had less idea of what was coming.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. And I think those Barbarians just huge in that match. There was not a great answer on the side of Line. Like you were saying very early on, right? The Royal Delivery, about the only thing you've got going, and the Snowball kind of, but once that delivery is used, or you could split lanes like we saw Lucas doing.
Yeah, it's hard. And even if you had the Fireball from Line's side, of course, maybe you can get the regular Barbarians, or even you can target the Flying Machine at least. But you can't really kill the Evil Barbarian with the Fireball nowadays. So it's really hard to... That's why we don't really see Fireball as much these days. And it's one of the heavier spells. But actually, Lucas is having that Fireball instead.
Yeah, if you have Fireball against, like, Evo Firecracker, it's not bad. But if you end up against the Barbarians... It's not good.
And sometimes if you Fireball a Firecracker, you miss.
Yeah.
Well, I do sometimes. Well, not at the pro level, but it does happen sometimes once they get pushed back after each rocket. And Firecracker, you're saying it because Firecracker can be very annoying, but you don't really want to use it on Firecracker only. Like, you want to hit like multiple targets together.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. Well, there's Fisherman there. Going to be used to pull the Miner after... shovel hit or two, and okay, now RG gonna come in, great counter to the mortar, and oh yeah, that Mighty Miner Gonna be dealt with.
Oh man, Lucas has one big greatest tool against that RG. Mighty Miner.
Yep, that's huge.
No shot.
And the Musketeer to deal with the Phoenix too. This is, if you can get the right positioning here, you know, for Lucas. And
Yeah, Line used to have some
should be good.
really good pair with the Electro. I think that's all he needs. And the perfect pair up with the Rage spell too.
Fireball is available to help deal with that Musketeer potentially for the next RG push, but again, that's not going to be until double elixir. You're not going to be really thinking about that.
Oh, there's a push for onto Phoenix so that the motor can actually get one connection to the tower. Yeah, Lucas being sneaky there.
Yeah, so Lucas here in a pretty good spot. Let's see if he's still about elixir ahead.
Yeah, Lucas, he does have a lot of answers against what Lion wants to do when there's a big pair. Oh, so instead of spamming, he wants to go all the way from the back and stack this.
He needs to get enough elixir that he can throw a spell in with this RG, you know, use the fireball to protect the Phoenix against the Musketeer, that kind of thing. And the Ghost up front, see if he can get it. No, he's gonna go for the Rage instead. Really try to get value out of this. But again, that Mighty Miner finally pulled away. So a couple shots come through for the RG.
Not bad. As long as you get couple, I think that's really good on your own attack line here defensively. RG used, in a way, defensively to get those motor shots away.
Yeah, although that left-hand side push, scary for a moment with that Royal Ghost there. He's able to clean up those guards nicely. Another mortar shot in the bottom right.
Yeah, still the motor connected, and Line just threw it down to Rage just for the cycling, I think. And RG has to be used defensively now for Line. There's a lot of pressure coming down. Lucas can always cycle back into an offensive mode.
That Mighty Miner got there to do enough before the Fisherman pulled it away. Now another Miner in front. Phoenix has to be used. The Musketeer gonna be dealt with by the Royal Ghost. So everything's still going pretty well here. Now another RG push being loaded up.
Yeah, they're the guards now, not really being handled perfectly. Of course, Fireball just not enough, so has to drop the Rage to get the Musketeer. Line just using that Rage as basically as an offensive tool.
But he's still not able to really break through. Yeah, this is tough for Line. It's gonna be tricky. Cycling right into that Fisherman. Looking here for the Evo RG now as the cycle came in, and that mortar, all this distraction, the Mighty Miner, the pushback as well. So tough, even with the Rage though, just not a lot, you know, one shot okay, but it's not nearly enough.
Yeah, a couple with the Rage, but still that's not enough to catch up. Still 1,000 more to go, so switching over to the left side. Line thought that he had a chance to go, but Lucas always in position with the Miner motor in defensive mode. He's trying to buy time and just win this overtime.
Yeah, you can see he's just happy to throw the guards or the Mighty Miner and the Musketeer, you know, whatever it takes. He's got pretty good answers so far for this RG. And not much that push on the left can do right now.
So Line's cycling through, maybe wants to have that Mighty Miner come back on the left later on. Offensive poison coming down from Lucas. Want to stack some more damage on top of that RG and to get Fisherman down. That was the reason.
Yeah. Now he's got that Mighty Miner dealt with. Guards coming in, but it's all stopped up there for that RG. So can't get through and do some damage, and gonna try and load up another fast one. Here is Line, but the mortar there to kind of buy a little bit of time.
There's the Rage on the left side, but the motor is pretty healthy still. The defensive snowball, that RG is getting nowhere close to the tower on the top. Here's another RG loaded up. Will this be enough? But 11 seconds left.
Another mortar though comes into cycle, and that should buy, I think, just enough time here with that Mighty Miner as well. And Lucas is going to go the distance and take this one. He finds a 2-0 over Line. So both of our winners round matches, 2 O's, G-Clef.
Straight 2 O's from our first two winners. Wow. I did not imagine that it'll be 2 zeros happening, but it seemed like the two players, a sweep, also Lucas, the players that actually changed up decks coming in from the first match, they played something else. They played another deck that was not shown, and I think led them to a victory in the winners.
Yeah, I think this was a really good read here by Lucas, coming in with those Barbarians to back up his Hogs in the first match, and then going back to the Mortar here in the second one with the proper defenses for an RG. I think he really read the order that Line wanted to play his pick bans in.
Yeah, the cycles were pretty good, and the Mighty Miner against the RG just had to be the matchup. And the Line, the moment you saw that, we were saying, okay, this is going to be incredibly hard for Line, and could not really bring the victory in set number 2. And that is just going to be it, which makes us having a matchup of winners finals, Sweep versus Lucas.
That's really good. That's going to be really,
you cannot miss. Of course, it won't be played today, but that's going to be... There might be like a preview of the grand finals, actually.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Sweep playing really, really well here so far in this event. You know, the 2-1 over Wallace, now a 2-0 over Sub. I mean, he's having a strong run, but I think a lot of people, again, going to be favoring Lucas coming into that to go straight to the grand finals. I think most people, as our players did, and most of you at home would have predicted Lucas to potentially be the winner of this whole thing. But, you know, here against Line doing a great job, and he's quickly figuring out this format faster than anybody. He hasn't even dropped a game yet.
Yeah, that's right. Lucas 4-0, right?
Yeah, 4-0.
Wow. Sweep 4-1, but still an incredible score. A score with a new format, just getting adjusted to it immediately and finding those answers. That's what makes you pro.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, guys, well, we are ready for another break. Next up, it is Wallace versus Ali. The loser's bracket. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have more here at WCG 2023. And welcome back, everybody, to WCG 2023 Busan. This is Clash Royale. 2 more matches to go, and I'm Paper Thin, and this is G Clef, and hey, we're just rocking and rolling here today. We're having a great time. We are getting through this at a very good base, and now we have Wallace versus Ali in this losers bracket. It is do or die time already.
Yeah, it is lower bracket time, which means that if you lose from here, the 2 players from the first day are going to be not playing anymore, and we won't see them in day number 2. So this matters a lot more, of course. It can be your last match. Wallace and Ali, did we really expect them to be down here? I mean, it is what it is. And from the ban cards, we had a couple more minutes to actually gather our thoughts and go. I actually went back to our first set of decks, and it seems like a lot of the Skeleton Kings actually lost their first matches. I don't think that, and I think it's having actually one of the worst days so far, so maybe those decks are going to be not played as much, but you do have to select from the decks that are not banned. So maybe they changed up their, unless they change up the decks compared to their first matches, they might have to stick with it with a lower win rate. But hopefully they changed up a lot of their decks from the first match.
Yeah, I think a lot of players trying to like squeeze in, you know, one of those other Evos, whether it be the Mortar or the Barbarians, in a way that they can take full advantage of those Evos. So the Mortar, an obvious choice, and I think like you're hinting at here that some of these players were trying to force that Skeleton King with maybe the Barbarians or the Skeletons or something like that to try to get through with those Evos. But yeah, it is interesting that deck has not fared well here so far today. The Mortars, I mean, since it's been played so much, it's kind of hard for us to like gauge if it's good or not because it's just everybody's playing it. The RG, when it has come out, hasn't done so well. It's been handled pretty decently.
Because it's been played so many times in terms of global matches and just everywhere, basically. In normal games, in League and here as well. So I think everyone knows exactly how to handle it. Unless you are really out-prepared, if there's like a Lumberjack plus the Rage and some weird spells like Freeze, maybe you can get caught off guard. But unless those happen, I think every single player should be having those experiences against all those RGs. I don't think it's much of a big trouble. And I think basically you build your deck right now these days to first go against RG decks with some of the Firecracker, Hog, and a few others. So that should be on top of your list when you build a deck. So I don't think unless something crazy happens, you shouldn't be having too much of a trouble from RG.
Exactly. Yeah, I fully agree with you. RG is. There are a lot of really good ways to play around it because it's so expensive, because it's so slow, because it's easily distracted by buildings. There's a lot of ways to deal with it. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch. The Mortar, the Hogs have been pretty strong when they've been brought in. The Balloon, the one time it came through, won. So again, I think, you know, you were saying this earlier that we're looking for some of those off-meta decks to start coming through and seeing how much value they could really find. And when they have come through, they've been pretty successful. Yeah,
that's exactly what you are looking for. Some holes to be made from your deck choices. Off of a regular deck, I think it's really hard to catch at these levels of players, catch them off guard because you have those decks experience playing it against them thousands of times. It's really hard to be, the moment you see the deck, you know, I can just cycle out first few cards and I should be good to go. These players know that in a couple seconds when they go into the games. So you have to be sort of off meta, maybe catch them off guard with extra spirit, like a Fire Spirit or Electro Spirit, whatever the spell is going to be. Sometimes the spells, you do have to make the big decision and say, okay, do I really put the Fireball here or Poison here, or is it going to be like the Log Snowball instead? So those actually become the difference maker in a lot of these high level clash action. But unless those crazy spells happen, I think they should be good to go for the losers here.
Yeah, it is really interesting with the Evos, especially like the gambles you have to take with the spells is really, really difficult. So got a little bit of a tech issue here. We're getting through it, guys. So just bear with us, and hopefully we will get these games going very, very shortly. But yeah, today's gone fast enough. We can have a little bit of time to breathe and actually
breathing time.
Like think about what's happening.
We're having a basically in terms of how fast we were moving on with the broadcast. We were having a bridge spam day, basically going straight into the tower. Next game, next match. Oh, glad we actually have some more time to talk about. I mean, the Evo cards, of course, they're really strong. A lot of them has been popping up, except for Oh, did we actually
I think
miss
we've seen them
any
all. We
card?
did
I
see
think
skeletons once.
Okay, we did the skeletons once at least.
So we've seen them all now because there's 5. So we've seen them all.
Oh,
But-
yes.
But just
the
that one
firecracker,
time. Yeah.
Firecracker did come through once at least, and Barbarian, Skeletons, Mortar. So we got everything so far.
So
And
far.
a few monks. Not too many, but only, I think, two monks. So the champion cards, I don't, except for the
A lot of Magic Archer.
lot of Archer Queen, Skeleton Kings,
Or Archer Queen,
Minor.
excuse me, Archer Queen.
Yeah, everything except for the Golden Knight. I think we're all good.
Yeah, we haven't seen Golden Knight.
Yeah.
That's true, that's true.
The Golden Knight dash is okay, but I don't know. He's not really
It's
strong.
like, yeah, if you can guess correctly that your opponent is going to bring a graveyard deck or something, like the Skeleton King, then I could see
With
maybe
that,
then.
that.
Yeah, just do a lot of the tut. But it's not super great against Mortar. You're right. It's okay, but it's not. It's more expensive than like a Bandit's a better option, right? Like you were talking
Yeah,
about
Bandit's
earlier.
like a quicker, slower, not slow, quicker, easier, and slightly
Cheaper.
more cheap too. No ability needed to get that dash, so it's not as bad. And because of that, I want to continue on the thought of bridge spam, how it's going to, I think, potentially from today and moving on to tomorrow, day number 2, early day number 2, and also the finals, that we'll see a lot more bridge spam in that way. Like we're seeing. From my calculations so far, I think the Royal Hog actually has above 60% win rate so far. Which, because of no Fireball, first of all, and some logs being used for the other cycles, like the Wall Breaker's Hog, they have to use that log on the other side. And a lot of these players having a tough time against big troops, like Barbarians, Royal Hogs, the Flying Machine, of course, we talked about. So I think maybe those cards, that deck can actually be one of the better tools that everyone should be using by day number 2.
Yeah, I fully agree. I'm totally right there with you. Well, at least what we've seen here so far today is the Royal Hogs, like you're talking about, the one time we saw Battle Ram, the one time we saw Balloon, they both won. So those types of decks are doing really, really good. No beatdown, which isn't super surprising. It's not popular in any meta right now. It's kind of just too difficult, especially with all this spam and other thing available. That it's really challenging because, like, if your opponent plays Mortar, it sucks. If your opponent plays like the Royal Hog decks, it sucks. Like a lot of the things we're seeing, difficult for that beatdown deck to kind of maybe work around.
Yeah, you can't even play Giants. Giants only 5, and you can't even play Giant. Of course, you can't play Lava. Of course, you can't play Golem.
I could see Lava
can.
happening.
You can. Oh, we've seen a lot of decks that can always pair up with Lava. Like we've seen the Cage, we've seen the Tombstone. Without the Graveyard, that has been paired up with Lava a couple years ago.
Right.
And that was super common. But if you're late, by the time your Lava gets to the tower, you might lose the tower already. So that's how fast we're moving these days. So that's why the beatdowns are not really that popular.
Yep.
Even if you were a beatdown player, I think it's so crucial that you basically have to follow the trend and move to a cheaper cycle.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, just isn't the right place or time for it. Hey, we're ready for this matchup here. The losers bracket. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Wallace versus Ali. Ali on the bottom, Wallace on the top, and it's wall breakers here for Wallace. Mortar is going to be the answer for Ali. Those wall breakers, yes, they will be dealt with, but at the cost of a mortar.
And our first Goblin Barrel of the day. So the baits. Let's see if Ali is ready with the perfect spell. So far, only Ice Spirit and a Snowball. Those
Rascals.
Oh, yeah, some more cycles to go through.
Okay.
It seems like Ali expected some more heavier decks coming from Wallace.
Yeah, I think this might be Mega Knight, right? Like potentially here. So something a little bit off kilter.
I think the Wallace can just have a really quick cycle with just these win conditions. See, the Goblin's actually connecting the damage because the tower, I think, was locked to the Rascal in the front.
Yeah, or it could just be a faster cycle. You're right. Doesn't necessarily have to be the Mega Knight. It could just be fast cycle here for Wallace.
Yeah, it could be totally like low 3.1, 3.2-ish from Wallace just having the Wall Breakers, Goblin Barrels.
On the Mighty Miner. Gonna say goodbye, but then it's gonna come in and you can just spam wall breakers. They're just gonna scoot right through and one's gonna connect. More damage done.
Wow, that's a lot done already in just half into the game. The Barbarians.
Oh, interesting.
Wallace just saying, okay, I can soak that damage to the tower. That's okay. I've done plenty on my own. So more troops coming down. The Goblin Gang's on that right. Snowball's the only action. Ali has not been dropping any other spell, so it must be something heavy. Not such a great spell against all these troops.
This is not good. That was a ton of damage. And now Wallace can just kind of start splitting his forces, just trying to get the cards out of the hand. The guards are gone immediately. The wall breaker's on the left in response. Has to be a snowball and a mortar. Take care of it. Oh, Dark Goblin here. Look at this.
Yeah, even better for Wallace. Can take care of so many things that can come through. Even the mortar, and when that's out of range, early does have Musketeer, but that's way too slow. Whenever it connects, it's going to be even slower when it starts a shot. So Ali, it seems like he's out of option for the first game.
Yep, this is this is just a GG here, and you know, Ali pretty much knows it at this point. Just need to cycle a couple more spells, and that is all she wrote.
Yeah,
Ali,
with the from Wallace, we've seen these type of decks oftentimes. Of course, the game's not over yet, but 153 left. Arrow plus anything will finish it. There is the troop happening, even the Goblin Barrel. Ali trying the best. Oh, misses the snowball even towards the end, but that's it. And this Goblin Barrel, usually we've seen it a lot paired up with the older days Skeleton Barrel, but of course the Skeleton Barrel's out of the meta nowadays, and we see it a lot more paired up with sometimes with the Miner even. Now we see the Bandit with the troop with the Barbarian, so we're seeing a lot of these type of mixes happening here.
Well, I think, you know, it's funny because they're pulling from like older decks and then a little bit of newer stuff to kind of make these new ones we're seeing here today. Because initially, you know, you see Wall Breakers, Bandit, you're like, oh, like Mega Knight, like used to be kind of a popular, with the Goblin Gang, used to be a popular way to do it. But then people started to cut, like you were talking about right after I said that. You're like, well, it could be the cheaper one. But it was a little bit different with the Barbarians.
Yeah, it was going to be, of course, it's still a type of log bait with the Goblin Barrel all the time. But you do have the Wall Breakers on the other side, so it's either you run out of options or block both sides. But in this case, Elite didn't even have anything close to a log. No bar barrel, so talk about your worst nightmare in the game. You say, oh, I'm in trouble. That was like, the Goblin Barrel was actually the first card that we barely got to see on the bottom left. And Elite knew immediately saying, okay, I'm out of options. I just have a snowball.
Right.
That's it.
You have no consistent way to deal with all that bait. You're
and
right.
one of the worst Spirit, too. If it was a Fire Spirit, it could have been so much better.
Sure.
Electric Spirit could have been so much better. But this did not have the perfect choice of option here for Lee.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's see what is going to be the change here for Wallace. Neither player just yet revealing their hand, taking their time with this.
Yeah, 7 people
Is it time for beatdown? No, I'm just... I'm
With
joking.
guards? Oh!
All right, so now maybe Graveyard.
Let's see what Wallace can bring, because the Skeleton King...
With the Valkyrie there, though, from Wallace. Oh, has he read this?
Sounds like a perfect option against potential Graves. And plus Fire Spirit.
The Mortar as well.
Yeah, Mortar with the Valkyrie instead of the Knight.
Probably Hog as well, right? You would usually see that paired, but we'll see. We've already seen some, a little bit of curveballs here and there, so I'm gonna hold my breath. But
yeah, Lee, when he had the Royal Hogs, it was actually with the Zappies. So I think this is another option, just potentially a regular Hog.
All right, well, Valkyrie, great at dealing with a lot of those spam units that Wallace has been favoring. Skeleton Dragons are going to come in and do a bit of damage, but the Archer Queen is there. There's that Graveyard as we expected. Is there a freeze to follow this up? It's kind of the other card that we are expecting to make its way through here. Not going to be used as there was no Elixir available for Wallace, so not much damage done, and Ali already a bit ahead on both sides.
Had to drop down the Skeleton King because he had nothing else. Maybe Barbarian, I think, should be back in his hand now.
Well, now with the Valkyrie in here, you're almost trying to bait this Valkyrie out as Wallace, so you can find that opportunity to get a better Graveyard down, potentially, or find the moment where you can catch the Valkyrie in the freeze, I guess. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, no damage onto the tower from the Barbarians. Great defense coming out from Ali. Pushing the cycle with the Motor. Okay, Wallace choosing to go left side, and there's the Hog actually caught in the freeze as he was dropped. Good news for Wallace.
That's not bad at all. But this push for Ali, still on the other side of the bridge, finally dealt with. Finally, another hit coming in there for Ali on the other side as well. But Arrow's gonna immediately deal with the guards. That mortar melts to the Skeleton Dragon. Still gets a shot off.
Yeah, not as bad. Ali actually doing a great job here. Here's the graveyard. And can you have your perfect placement away from the freeze? So defensive burn EQ has to be dropped down. Oh, but this misses chance. There's a lot of elixirs used.
Oh, that's such a good distraction there.
Oh, this Skeleton King's gonna be heavy.
Yeah, there he goes. And you can use his ability. A lot of skeletons.
Yeah, even with that Valkyrie, it's not actually doing as.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty tough.
Valkyrie, so powerful in this deck, and that freeze, I don't know if it really does much. Yeah, the guards are so fast to cycle.
Yeah, was ready. Ali actually reading. Okay, Arrow's coming down soon. Has to place the guards away. Really nice placements coming down from both sides.
I don't. Right now, Wallace is just not able to really get through there the way he would like.
But still pushing though. Still pushing in hard way. And one freeze is all you need for 807.
The Valkyrie had to be cycled here to deal with these Skeleton Dragons. There's maybe an opportunity now for Wallace. But I don't think he can get into the window.
Oh, that snowball plus the mortar damage, helping that barbs be gone early on. Another EQ drop down.
I mean,
that freeze.
It just stinks. You know, once you're having to use freeze defensively, you know it's not going well for you.
The Hogs are not connecting at least, but Wallace still not getting his own push through. There's a quick cycle again through the Barbarians. Oh, not really wanting for that cycle, but here's a big push.
This one could go for Wallace, actually. Starting to do some serious damage
some
there.
Good spawns from the Grave.
Oh boy.
And Valkyrie right in the middle. But few skeletons connecting already, 291.
Think it may be going Wallace's way. He might have gotten it done. He might have bought himself enough time. I thought Ali was going to be able to come through. But no, 145 is going to do it. And Ali, he's gone.
Ali is gone from the tournament. Already, wow, what a display from Wallace here with the Skeleton King. Really killing my words saying Skeleton King might not be that strong in this tournament, but if you can make it work like that with the freeze, even against the Valkyrie.
And it looked really good for Ali early. It looked like he had a read on it. He was playing against it well. He had the Valkyrie there. But once the Valkyrie gets out of cycle, once it starts kind of not being used to clean up either the the skeletons from the graveyard or the Army King, the Skeleton King's army, that's when things, that's when those doors start to open.
When there's a lot of troops, so the Skeleton gathers a lot more souls, and there were a lot more skeletons being handled. So one Valkyrie was not enough, and also on top of that, there's also the graveyard on the back, and did have EQ, defensive EQ, but EQ is an okay tool, not a greatest tool. Okay, of course, what we were looking for is poison, but if you don't have poison, it makes it even worse.
Wait, what?
Maybe we had it flipped.
Did we have it flipped?
I think so. So we're going to go into a third game.
All right.
I think we had the UI flipped.
It must
guys.
the UI must have been flipped, I guess. Sorry about that, guys. We thought that was GG there. Did I misread it? I'm very confused. No?
I am too, but we'll see because because of players. It must have been our screens flipped with the UI.
Yeah. Well,
so
okay.
Ali actually won the second game.
All right. Well, good job, Ali. I guess he played the Skeleton King. That's what I'm assuming here.
It had to be.
All right. Well, the Valkyrie again this time for Wallace, so that makes more sense, right?
Yeah,
we're seeing the same deck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's playing the same deck. The deck that's been played last time with the Hog and the Fire Spirit. So it's been swapped now towards the right place. Okay.
Now I'm back in reality.
It all makes sense, Paper Thin.
Somebody call Dr. Strange. I need help.
and look through millions of ways.
yeah, man. What universe are we in right now? I'm a little lost.
The only universe.
Yeah.
Yes. Here, Snowball. Oh, no shot from the Hog. Nicely timed from Ali. Saved well, so no big difference between the top right, left, bottom.
A little bit of extra elixir because of the Musketeer on the board, so gonna use that opportunity to do some damage with this Miner. Sure, the Archer Queen cleans that up, but the Miner is able to basically get full hits in. All right.
Okay, even going to use that Cloak just to force out 2 more damage away from the Mighty Miner.
Yeah, Mighty Miner. Not going to be able to really do much against the guards. Here comes the Hog. EQ out right away, expecting this mortar.
Yeah, no more skeletons, so EQ works fine with the Hog. Still no shots, but as long as you keep your cycle and the damage goes in from the EQ to the tower. So the longer this goes, Wallace might be thinking about the spell damage only win.
All right. Now, guards, of course, going to be very effective against that Mighty Miner. And guards in response on both sides here. Mortar. Just everybody just trying to find a weakness. So what is this last card here for Ali?
Oh, there was an extra hit from the guard from Ali on top, making it 2,000 only. And pretty nice defense on both sides. So Ali relying on mostly the Miner hit. Oh, the Miner connecting along with the guard. And that's 1,000 damage gone.
He's found some great timings with that Miner, man. He has done a really good job getting value out of it.
Defensive Miner from Ali here, getting the Hog away. No EQ this time from Wallace. There's a late EQ.
You don't mind one hit here or there. Isn't too bad right now for Ali. With how far ahead he is. 130 left in overtime.
Yeah, the double Miner doing a lot of work. Caught by Valkyrie this time. But still, you're leading this by 1,000.
And you're still getting some value out front. I mean, Musketeer gonna get some shots into that Valkyrie. Guards here gonna be cycled. Mortars to counter each other. Yeah, the EQ is there, but right away the Musketeer to help clean up this mortar. So nothing gonna happen for Wallace. He's gonna have to get it done with that Hog Rider, it feels like.
Hog's not really connecting 100%, but as long as you can get, Wallace does need to cycle faster, or getting some Hog damage will be crucial, but not this time again.
Just all the right answers right now. Good placement of the guards, but again, damage already done by that Miner. At this point, it's just...
Yeah, Wallace needs a perfect defense against those Miners. 3 times in cycle to do extra EQ damage on his own.
He missed it again, though, up in that top right.
It's incredibly hard
Yeah.
when the Miners can just go free without the tornado activation with the King. Less than 30 seconds now. And the Miner already on tower. And Hog taking a long time. Ice Spirit freezing the Hog. No EQ either.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Ali, or excuse me, for Wallace. And yeah, I mean, he cleans it up this time, but it is a GG. Wallace is gonna go down. It is gonna be Ali who's gonna reverse sweep it and take this set. What a game here, even though we got a little bamboozled in game 2. With the result, still Ali able to come back and win this with some tremendous performances, got the Skeleton King to work, and then in the second game, still able to hold on against this Valkyrie, Hog, Mortar cycle deck.
Yeah, at that point, I think a lot of the pros and once you know that the Hog is never really going through, especially I think the one catch on the other side from Ali was actually the Ice Spirit. Without the Ice Spirit, there could have been a couple of hits. So oftentimes you just give up your Hog Rider and just continue to cycle faster with the EQ only. I think with the EQ only, maybe there was a chance of catching up the damage compared to the Miner from Ali. But I think a lot has been somewhat more wasted because you had to use the Hog Rider once. Not just once, all the time.
Yeah, a lot of like the resources are committed at the bridge, right, for him, and then that Miner can just find those timings where you either got to place a perfect Valkyrie or you got to place the guards, but usually the guards are already out, so it's tough for the timing to prevent that Miner from coming through and finding that damage. And the Hog Rider a little bit easier to read, right? Plus you have the Mortar to distract it. Even with the EQ, it's still not.
Yeah, maybe Wallace got somewhat at least even or more out of that Hog Rider because he got Mortar in defensive mode and also a few more units to be used. but still there was less direct damage going into the tower. So I think that somewhat of a big change had to be made in game. But that is Lee now. Lee 2-1 reverse sweeps.
And I believe he has to play sub. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. We'll double check that coming into the next round.
Yeah, moving into the next round of the lower bracket. Lower bracket round 2 match 1. That'll be happening not today, tomorrow.
Excited, very excited for that. But yeah, Wallace here, a good showing, able to take a map, or excuse me, a match here, or a game against Ali. But man, it was just so back and forth. Okay, we are going to take a break. We got one more game here today at Clash Royale for WCG, guys. It is going to be Arden Toas versus Ta, 2 players who played in that July monthly, never against each other, but we're both
We
in it.
can't lose one.
I know, man.
There's no way.
I know, dude. This one's such a heartbreaker, but it is what it is. We are going to take a short break. We will be back shortly with more WCG 2023. All right, what's up, everybody? It is time for our final match of the day. We are ready for our last losers bracket here for today. It is Ardent Toss versus Ta. An exciting matchup. Again, two players who just played in the July monthly, with Ardent Toss winning it, in fact, going directly to the World Finals. And this is going to be an exciting match. They never played each other in that one because Ta went down to the losers and Ardent just ran the table. So
yeah, not there, but they're going to be fighting here for struggling to keep their life on the stage. I mean, one of them will be knocked out immediately as they're getting set up. I could see. I was actually trying to say hi to both players, and they're not even looking off the stage.
They're focused.
They're focused, and they're so busy looking at the band. I could see they're actually doing the bands, and they were just so focused, thinking hard about what type of deck they want to play, because this is the lower bracket. Once they lose the best of 3, they go home.
Yeah, I think this is now, players are starting to get a better grip on this whole situation here with the bands and stuff coming in. So yeah, Ardent Toas, very strong up-and-coming player. Ta, great results, in terms of his overall history. He's a great ladder player, of course, but today, once again, finds himself in that lower bracket and facing elimination potentially.
Yeah, that's going to be the real struggle, as Ta did play some Royal Hogs, and of course RG and RG Lightning was actually one of the banned decks off of Ta, and Ardent Toas, the Motor Hog and the Skeleton King was played, but the other Royal Hogs were banned. So on both sides, I believe Royal Hogs were banned in the first matches that they had to play. So let's see if it actually shows up, because so far RGs and Royal Hogs not really somewhat doing okay, somewhat actually not really having the best of results.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious about it to see how they're going to change up. What are they thinking now coming into this one? It is pretty fascinating, this kind of mind game to try to counter what you think your opponent's going to bring, and then try to ban the decks that you think you're maybe a little bit weaker against potentially. And early again we saw a lot of the expected bans, but now things are starting to creep through. We are seeing a little bit of RG here and there. So
yeah, exactly, RG might just slip through. And starting with early cage with a flying machine, and with the EQ, it seems like we have some more hogs coming through.
Well, let's see if he can get it done. Ooh, the Inferno Tower, and that's not great against the Royal Hog. So Skeletons have to go to distract this Brawler a bit by this Inferno Tower. A little bit of time. Still, though, that Brawler's maybe going to get a punch in. Yeah, Barbarians there, right there to clean this up. So right now, definitely a big advantage for Ta.
Yeah, certainly. The Inferno not going to be useful at all. At least there's a log, so there's less of a trouble against the Barbarian and the Royal Hogs. But we will see as more troops drop. The Flying Machine's going to be another trouble, because look at the spells from on top, Ardent Toas. That's EQ and logs. Only ground units are affected.
Yeah, right now all we've seen is Inferno Tower. Okay, there's the Firecracker to help deal with this. But again, with the spam in front of this Flying Machine, it can just rain destruction down.
It's basically a Flying Musketeer in the air. And a connection to the tower. Okay, the Ice Spirit to delay just a little bit. That's 2 more, 3. Oh god, that's a lot
brutal.
of tower damage.
That's brutal. Add the arrows to boot. Every answer available.
Yeah, I think Ta's got every answer here. I'm on the same page. Wow.
How do you find some way through this? Yeah, sure, eventually you'll get the Evoed Firecracker, but again, I think there's pretty decent answers. You can activate the King Tower, yeah.
And for the other buildings, EQ is totally fine, it's okay. But for the cage, you actually get the brawler out earlier, which is something sometimes you don't want it because it hits the hog even earlier than that. So Ardento is actually in big trouble. Misses the fire.
You talked about this earlier. You said that happens even to pros sometimes.
I thought I was the only one.
Nah, it happens, but I don't know how big of a deal that will be. We'll see. You have to use the cage now to distract this hog. The EQ going to come in. Brawler's there, and you can see the barbs are going to clean up the first firecracker.
Yeah, hog actually 2 connections. So that's a great news for Ardento. Going straight in again, no cage available this time. Early log to delay.
Well,
okay, that matches up the numbers.
One little mistake there from Ta has cost him pretty dearly. That one missed fireball required a lot of elixir, required a Barbarians in response. Now Evo Barbarian's going to be split. And I think he wants to try to really, put pressure onto this Inferno Tower.
Yeah, that's my favorite then, as that arrow has to be used against every single firecracker from now on.
All right, fireball got it this time.
Yeah, that's what we do want to keep track of that. And the Barbarians still split away. Ice Spirit just delaying it. Okay, the heal. Okay, the Brawler. So another Valk has to be dropped. As Ardento is not really happy about it, but still, it had to be dropped for 888.
Well, the cage comes out early. Maybe thinking, obviously you have to keep track of this Valkyrie.
Yeah, even after the cage, he still has his Royal Hog, and also the Zap is to delay the Hog with the mini Zap, so he thinks that is going to be okay. No additional Hogs, but the Flying Machine, okay, Skeletons just to delay.
Hog Rider has to be used to bait.
Great placement there.
Yeah.
Oh, the cage a little too far away to drag the Hog away.
Oh, that was
dangerous.
Close. That was close. Getting pretty good value that time around. Again, a few little misplacements here, costing Ta. Still has a good opportunity. Still can get this done. That Flying Machine is going to continue to do work.
Certainly, yes, Fireball into the tower as well. The Hog EQ the cage right on top, so the Brawler actually does damage onto the Hog. Better placement this time, but the Hogs! Yeah, the Royal Hogs are actually going to be connecting, so we thought Ta had all the answers at the beginning. Ever since that one big miss on the Fireball, things started to flip, and there were a lot of chances there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, a credit to Ardento, who did a good job of taking advantage of those opportunities that he was given from very minor mistakes from Ta, but they ended up costing him, again, the Fireball, the misplacement on the Goblin Cage, and that's a lot of damage that those Hog Riders will be afforded. And then you got to expend extra elixir to use those barbs to try to deal with it.
That's a lot of elixirs, and of course, the moment your opponent makes a mistake, you immediately go, okay, this is when I push. This is where I do the damage. There has been mistakes made, and then immediately Ardento just pushed all the way. Actually, we usually barely have one hit from the Hog Rider. That's pretty good. 2 hits from the Hog Rider. That something's going wrong on your side.
Yeah,
so that happened at least once or twice in that game. So that was actually a lot closer than we thought because of that Fireball mistake. I think that snowball kind of led to that much damage onto the tower. But regardless, still, the result could not be really overturned because of the counter deck choices.
Yeah, and I mean, it was all the right spells, too. I mean, you had arrows for the regular firecrackers, you had the Fireball for the bigger firecracker. I mean, it was, again, a great read from Ta, and it ends up working out in the end. So congratulations on that game, but still, he has to win another one if he wants to stay alive, and Ardento now has to win 2 in a row if he wants to continue his WCG for 2023.
Yeah, that's the thing. Can you really have a reverse sweep? It is totally possible. It is best of 3, so you just have to win 2 more. But do you really use the deck again that you just lost with, or do you just go with another choice? I think those are going to be the big choices. Still, the Hog, it's okay, but there are a lot of buildings, and you can't really have any decks without buildings these days. And even with the EQ, I mean, EQ has been one of the strongest spells a while ago, but not as strong these days.
Yeah, again, we're not exactly sure what got banned, but if it was a Mortar deck next, then I wouldn't mind sticking with the Hog Rider stuff here to try to get through that, to try to then get back to this this Royal Hogs deck and see what, you know, your other deck for the side of Ardento is. Just kind of curious what it is going to be here for this second game. And
yeah, so I think a lot of the players right now are thinking, okay, we split Firecracker and RG, so So it's not both banned by one ban. So I think that's one of the choices. And also having a lot of troops, so either ban your firecracker or the opponent's firecracker and have a lot of those troops along with the barbarians. And those deck has been winning a lot, even if it's not bridge spam. So I think barbarians are actually pairing a lot more because it's not enough to ban, but it's still very strong against all those hogs or anything that crosses the bridge.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And the flying machine here, a great addition as well. Is it just had a ton of value.
Simon will be very happy.
Yeah, Simon somewhere is smiling for sure. All right, so Ta this time actually going to use a hog of his own and looking very similar right now. Yeah, so he's sticking with it, Ardent Toss. I like this decision actually because, yeah, the mortar comes out. This is kind of what I was expecting here for Ta, is a mortar to follow up.
Yeah, as mortar, and I believe Ardent Toss did have EQ. So in the following cycle, when we hit double elixir, maybe the hogs can get to the tower. We'll see. But it involves with the firecracker, which activates the king tower. And with the setup deck from Tai, that might actually be pretty easy to activate. And it might stop the hog from doing direct damage.
Yep. You can put a fire spirit in if you get to it. Gonna use the monk to reverse back to you. Play the Uno card.
Yeah, keep it at your sight. Any projectile back at your feet.
There's the mortar, there's the EQ. Great EQ placement here. Yes, the musketeer will make sure that there's no damage done, but...
Yeah, Ta 100% ready for that. And actually place that mortar slightly late so that it dodges the first EQ tap.
Now you gotta find a way through this Inferno Tower as Ta.
Well, we still have one more card from Ta to be played. We'll see. Maybe that hog will just be used to get the Inferno Tower down and have the motor connect later on.
Oh, the firecracker right behind the hog rider, and it's gonna get, ooh, okay, finally get the king tower activation as well, but still a slight lead here in terms of damage done for Ardent Toas, but it is very, very close this time.
Yeah, but with the king tower activation, I think Ta is actually leading. Even if he took some more damage, I think that's pretty minimal. Okay, EQ ready. Actually, a hog in front of the guard, so this attack does not work as well for Ta.
Yeah, this is really good defense from Ardent Toas. He's going to try to line it up, and great placement on that mortar. Going to avoid the earthquake. And here comes that Evoed firecracker. See if they can do anything with it. Earthquake used just to do some damage to it.
Yeah, because the King Tower is activated, Todd doesn't really have to use that Musketeer directly, can actually avoid a little bit and not take damage from the hog. Here's EQ, full damage onto the mortar, but with the King Tower activation, a lot easier to handle those hogs.
Yep, that's true. And now Monk just a cycle here a little bit, loading up for some kind of push is Ta. Firecracker in response. See what this is gonna look like. Hog on the left. And there, yeah, that Inferno Tower not gonna be dealt with at all. The Monk, though, gonna direct that King Tower damage back, gonna try to win it that way. Yeah. Princess Tower, excuse me.
Now the top King Tower is activated then. We'll see this hog certainly going in as the Inferno's gone. I think those 2 hits from the hog.
Tom might have found his opening.
Actually waited a couple of cycles for that hog to make the perfect push.
Nothing you can do here. Ardent Toss. Now, you know, yeah, you're gonna try to get that hog onto the edges as best as you can to avoid the King Tower, avoid the Inferno Towers. Looking for that second opening. Attempt here with that Evo Firecracker to make this hog go. Isn't really gonna get much damage, gonna use the Earthquake.
Oh, the Firecracker splashes did a couple hundred on top. And early EQ against an Inferno.
Has the opportunity, maybe. Nope. Still though, plenty of damage. 12:02 with 40 seconds left.
Skeletons, Ice Spirit, and also Log for that hog. A lot of spells has to be used on both sides to get hog, but nowhere close. Quick EQ, but still the cycle. Couple more 100 damage done for on top.
Oh, and that Valkyrie got in there and did some damage on the bottom right.
Oh, it did?
Here we go. Let's see if he can get it done with his Hog Rider. But no, the Inferno being saved every time now for defense by Ard and Toas.
Yeah, it's going to be about 1 Hog damage or EQ damage. Oh, the Hog is pretty out disconnected. Ta has just done it. Woo! In the final few seconds.
Unbelievable here from Ta. Able to find a couple of those moments late in the game to get that Hog Rider in past that Inferno Tower to find the damage he needed. The Monk as well, proving some really big value there. Able to cycle into it, you know, kind of put it in the back, plays a little bit of defense, and then returns that Princess Tower damage 2 times to get a ton of value.
Yeah, a few more, and also doing that against against the Firecracker as well to get some splash behind back to his own. And also Inferno helping well, but of course Inferno has a lot of HP, but it costs a lot as a building compared to the motor. So I think that really helped a lot more for Ta to have a quicker cycle. I think in terms of cycle value, I think Ta was actually waiting for his perfect time to throw, okay, Hog to get the tower down, and then immediately after there's another Hog loaded up. And when that time comes, you just not have enough cycle and elixirs to get your own Inferno down. So I think that was one of the biggest problem that he had to face.
Yeah, I agree. It was really good stuff here from the side of Ta. Able to find, even in the first game with some slight mistakes, he was able to recover. And here in the second game, I think he just played a very, very smart, solid game overall to take that series. So can you believe it? Arden Toas already out.
Man.
I mean, a guy who just won
in day 1.
The monthly, he's done. He's not, I mean, he's going to CRL World Finals already, so at least he's got that going for him. But Ta able to have a nice bounce back after a rough July monthly for him.
Yeah, now we just have 6 players out of the 8. I mean, I can't believe it. I wish all of them, I really wish that we get to see all of them again in day number 2, but because of the double elimination, we do have to have players getting knocked out every single day.
Right.
A little sad, but still, we'll have a lot more action tomorrow, though. We have a lot more matches, and also the grand finals happening later, too.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be Line versus Ta again. Or maybe not. Maybe we might be swapping those. We're going to get confirmation on that, actually. Now that I look at it, maybe there'll be a difference there. We'll see. We know for sure the winner's final match will be Sweep versus Lucas to see who's going directly to that grand finals. Very exciting day tomorrow. A lot of elimination matches, and then, of course, that big prize pool that you want to win, that you want to get through. A lot to be excited for tomorrow. Today was nuts. I mean, the early part was really back and forth with, like, trying to counter each other, trying to figure out each other's bans, but that last match was a lot closer here.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of different decks to be mixed. It can't be like too out of the meta. You can't just go like Golem, of course. So it will be sticking the key card, the winning conditions will be sticking to Hogs, Mortar. It'll be about the same with a lot of miners, of course, but it's what you mixed up with. So I'm expecting a lot more mix to come through for all the players actually trying to catch the other players off guard.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really excited for tomorrow. I think with an extra day of preparation here, we should see some really interesting results. Yeah, I agree with you though. No Golem. I don't think we're going to see DB, especially with the Mortar. Like Mortar's actually really good against Golem. Against you know, good Mortar players can make Golem look silly. So really excited for tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, now we're just gonna kind of start wrapping things up here today. Maybe take a look at the bracket for tomorrow. I'd love to see that.
I think we just take a look at the bracket and update the bracket with all the match setup. I think they're just making sure that everyone's lined up and ready to go for tomorrow's matches. But still, can't believe that we already have 2. Wallace and Ardento is gone. Yeah, that's day 1, and we already went through 8 matches.
Today flew by.
It doesn't even make sense to me right now.
Oh, I know, and what an exciting day. We had some fans here who came down to watch.
Yeah, we had a lot of fans. Yeah, even before the broadcast, they were asking.
Like that, those people were coming up to us. They're like, "Is this the Clash Royale stage?" I'm like, "It is.
It is.
Come on over. Like, it's a lot of fun. We're watching some games. We're having a good time, and yeah, a lot of people down here today to see some great esports across the event. Tons of awesome WCG stuff still to come, but you know, for today, the Clash Royale portion has concluded. Stick around to make sure you find out what tomorrow's going to look like and all that stuff. But it's been really wild here. I mean, really fascinating today. Completely not what I was expecting.
It certainly is. I think the channel, the podcast will actually go on with other games for the entire day. We do have 3 different stages that are happening at the same time. So it's
like a rock and roll concert.
Pretty amazing. Yeah, it's like choose your own stage, choose your favorite band, and just go listen to your favorite band whenever they play. It's actually pretty wild what they have prepared at WCG and World Cyber Games. I mean, as long as it keeps on happening, we're going to be there.
That's right. I mean, as long as they want to have Clash Royale, I'm excited to be there for it because it's a lot of fun to come down here and see these players play. I mean, we got to see WCG win, you know, all those years ago.
That was amazing.
Yeah. Now
Sean.
he's, now he's involved in some of the CRL broadcasts.
Yeah, he's actually casting.
Yeah, very exciting. Very exciting to see Juicy there. Great player. So, yeah, we're just kind of getting ready here, just waiting this out, and we'll see.
So I think we just have to. I think we're waiting for
Killing a little bit of time.
Yeah, just waiting for the final confirmation of today's result and
Okay.
making sure everyone's fine and everything's said and done in order. Yeah, I think that's about it. And if you are in Korea or nearby, if you are nearby or even if you're away, you can still come. You still have time. I'm sure there will be flight tickets available. And if you can come at the right time, we'll be basically in the morning and also at the very late tomorrow for day number 2.
Yeah.
If you want to come down and watch Clash Royale with these great players, they're literally on the stage, so
Yeah.
you can see them offline.
We're starting a little bit later tomorrow. That should be noted.
I
just
think
like an
so.
hour later, I think. Because there is a couple less matches tomorrow. So I think we only have 6 matches tomorrow. So 2 less matches. So we're starting an hour later, just so you guys are all aware. If you were tuning in from the start today, we'll be just a little bit delayed because there are a few less games. So, but yeah, and then 2 days and then we're done. I mean, a nice weekend-long event here, in and out, and very, very fun stuff. Great to be back with Clash Royale. Great to be back with WCG. Just always excited to be a part of these events. Always excited to come down and hang out and just frankly enjoy a great city somewhere over here in Asia. You know, last time we were in Xi'an, like you were talking about. Now we're in Busan. So I really love Busan, man. It's a great
pretty
city.
amazing where gaming gets you to.
Yeah, man. I go
We've been
all
traveling
all
around the world within the last few years too. So I mean, Busan, if you have never came to the city, it's a port city, very low towards the southern part of South Korea. It's pretty wild, and it's a great city. Of course, lots of great seafood.
Yes.
Amazing seafood down here. And if you have never tried live octopus,
It's really good.
you should
Well,
always
it's not
try.
alive, but it was recently deceased octopus. Sonic G, I love that stuff, man. Okay, so here we go. Indeed. Okay, so
Okay, we have
sweep
everything.
versus sub. So okay,
Oh, so it's actually the other way. Okay. Okay, I think we actually have somewhat mixed up here.
yeah, I think it's just a little bit off here. I think it's supposed to be flipped, right?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be
I
flipped.
think it's
and-
Line versus Ali in the losers.
Yeah, so take the names off of winners round to the losers round 2 and flip that to winners round 2. I think the names are in different places.
Yeah.
But the two zeros are right. But we'll have a refresh page tomorrow, guys. It's hard to explain with words on how different names are actually
Here, let me
placed.
just run it down for you, okay? It should be Sweep versus Lucas, Ta versus Sub, and Line versus Ali. That should be the way we're looking at tomorrow, I believe.
So yeah, the names in the losers round 2, they were actually not correct. So let's regather because they were actually the players from the winners. They actually played. They should be on top instead. So we mixed top and bottom on the second bracket there.
That's okay.
Just to
We've
make
got it all.
sure.
We know in
Yes.
our heads now, I think. What
We wrote it
there's all-
down.
Yeah, we wrote it down
because we can't remember everything.
Yeah,
but we've got it, right?
My brain don't work good sometimes. So.
We're getting old a little bit.
That's right.
Okay, but still, we got it right. I'm pretty sure if you watch the entire thing, you know what's going on.
Yes. Okay. Well, that is going to do it for us for today. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be back tomorrow for the WCG Clash Royale action. 6 more games to go. You don't want to miss it. There is more WCG coming, so don't go anywhere, everybody. Paper Thin, this is G Clef. Thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow here at WCG 2023 Busan. Bye.
Thank you.
세상에 없던 세상을 바꿀 당신이 처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작 2030 부산 세계 박람회 새로운 엑스포를 원해 부산에 유치해
Hi everyone! Today we'd like to introduce our first wireless offerings, the EC1 CW, EC2 CW, and EC3 CW. Many Zowie mice users have requested the release of the wireless version of our current shapes, and it has been our work in progress for quite a while. The main reason of the prolonged process is that we wanted to enhance connection stability. While offering cable-free mobility, our wireless mice need to be more resistant to transmission interference. That's why our wireless mice all come with a unique standalone enhanced wireless receiver and an enhanced antenna at the front tip. The combination of both is to decrease chances of unexpected transmission interference commonly experienced while using wireless mice. We decided to opt for the EC series as our first wireless offerings, as the trademark shape is a very widely used option for those who prefer asymmetrical ergo design. EC features a natural curvy top shell design that provides a relaxing support that fits your palm, especially when doing long-distance horizontal movement in CSGO. It helps with stable control at maneuvering and when lifting the mouse. Whatever your grip styles, EC's classic shape has not too much palm contact and can accommodate different grip styles with comfortable posture. Measurement studies in sports science has also suggested that in prolonged uses and with frequent clicks, EC's shape allows comfortable finger and forearm posture and thus ensures endurance. If your usual gameplay requires more vertical movements, EC3 CW with shorter overall length might be your cup of tea. Together with EC1 CW and EC2 CW, the wireless EC series have a total of 3 sizes for you to choose, based on your in-game requirements and grip preference. The weight and overall click feeling of the wireless version is similar to the C version mice, even though there are deviations due to the different interior design structure between wire and wireless versions. That will be all for the new mice. Our website has more details. We will update our new wireless model development when we can, including but not limited to the current shapes. Thanks for watching. Please DM us if you have any questions.
We are the dreamers, casting down the shore. Keep me sinking in this darkness. Keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's no light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop through this endless fight. So now I lay my numbing soul to fate. Better my destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for revenge. I'm a Jupiter in this world with nowhere to go. I'm an avenger, pain won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thoughts by the bullet, you're my only cause. Take me on, 'cause nothing else could save me now. I'll take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you see. You'll be the
지금 우리 학교는 We are the dreamers casting down the shore.
Sierra 1, Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
지금 우리 학교는 sinking, falling into despair. A hand reached out and broke through my fears. When I was lost, you found me, showed me kindness, set me free. And still, I remember, now I can hear you. When I close my eyes, I can feel your hand in mine. Now I can hear you, I can find you. Finally, I realize, for you I promise, I never forget every moment that we spent together. Promise, I hold my hand, here together, standing on the side.
지금 우리 학교는
Sierra 1, Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
to save our home. We must travel through the gateway to find new energy.
You and your fancy car, top down stars. You think you're going far. Whatever, you gotta beg and please. I've got you on your knees. You don't know. Whatever, you don't know. Whatever, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Play or live. Busan.
세상에 없던 세상을 바꿀 당신이 처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작. (2030) 부산 세계 박람회 새로운 엑스포를 원해 부산에 유치해.
Hi everyone. Today we'd like to introduce our first wireless offerings, the EC1 CW, EC2 CW, and EC3 CW. Many Zowie mice users have requested the release of the wireless version of our current shapes, and it has been our work in progress for quite a while. The main reason of the prolonged process is that we wanted to enhance connection stability. While offering cable-free mobility, our wireless mice need to be more resistant to transmission interference. That's why our wireless mice all come with a unique standalone enhanced wireless receiver and an enhanced antenna at the front tip. The combination of both is to decrease chances of unexpected transmission interference commonly experienced while using wireless mice. We decided to opt for the EC series as our first wireless offerings, as the trademark shape is a very widely used option for those who prefer asymmetrical ergo design. EC features a natural curvy top shell design that provides a relaxing support that fits your palm, especially when doing long-distance horizontal movement in CSGO. It helps with stable control at maneuvering and when lifting the mouse. Whatever your grip styles, EC's classic shape has not too much palm contact and can accommodate different grip styles with comfortable posture. Measurement studies in sports science has also suggested that in prolonged uses and with frequent clicks, EC's shape allows comfortable finger and forearm posture and thus ensures endurance. If your usual gameplay requires more vertical movements, EC3 CW with shorter overall length might be your cup of tea. Together with EC1 CW and EC2 CW, the wireless EC series have a total of 3 sizes for you to choose, based on your in-game requirements and grip preference. The weight and overall click feeling of the wireless version is similar to the C version mice, even though there are deviations due to the different interior design structure between wire and wireless versions. That will be all for the new mice. Our website has more details. We will update our new wireless model development when we can, including but not limited to the current shapes. Thanks for watching. Please DM us if you have any questions.
in this darkness. Keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop through this endless fight. So now I lay my numbing soul to fate. Bet on my destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for revenge. I'm a Jupiter in this world with nowhere to go. I'm an avenger, pain won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty on my thoughts, bite the bullet, try my only cause. Take me on, cause nothing else could save me now. I'll take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you, you see. It'll be the beginning of new me.
지금 우리 학교는 We are the dreamers, casting down the shore.
Sierra 1, Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
지금 우리 학교는 지금 우리 학교는
Sierra 1, Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
to save our home. We must travel through the gateway to find new energy.
You and your fancy car, talking down the stars. You think you're going far. Whatever, you gotta beg and please. I got you on your knees. You don't know. Whatever, you don't know. Whatever, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Play or live. 부산.
세상에 없던 세상을 바꿀 당신이 처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작. (2030) 부산 세계 박람회 새로운 엑스포를 원해 부산에 유치해.
Hi everyone! Today we'd like to introduce our first wireless offerings, the EC1 CW, EC2 CW, and EC3 CW. Many Zowie mice users have requested the release of the wireless version of our current shapes, and it has been our work in progress for quite a while. The main reason of the prolonged process is that we wanted to enhance connection stability. While offering cable-free mobility, our wireless mice need to be more resistant to transmission interference. That's why our wireless mice all come with a unique standalone enhanced wireless receiver and an enhanced antenna at the front tip. The combination of both is to decrease chances of unexpected transmission interference commonly experienced while using wireless mice. We decided to opt for the EC series as our first wireless offerings, as the trademark shape is a very widely used option for those who prefer asymmetrical ergo design. EC features a natural curvy top shell design that provides a relaxing support that fits your palm, especially when doing long-distance horizontal movement in CSGO. It helps with stable control at maneuvering and when lifting the mouse. Whatever your grip styles, EC's classic shape has not too much palm contact and can accommodate different grip styles with comfortable posture. Measurement studies in sports science has also suggested that in prolonged uses and with frequent clicks, EC's shape allows comfortable finger and forearm posture and thus ensures endurance. If your usual gameplay requires more vertical movements, EC3 CW with shorter overall length might be your cup of tea. Together with EC1 CW and EC2 CW, the wireless EC series have a total of 3 sizes for you to choose, based on your in-game requirements and grip preference. The weight and overall click feeling of the wireless version is similar to the C version mice, even though there are deviations due to the different interior design structure between wire and wireless versions. That will be all for the new mice. Our website has more details. We will update our new wireless model development when we can, including but not limited to the current shapes. Thanks for watching. Please DM us if you have any questions.
sinking in this darkness. Keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop through this endless fight. So now I lay my numbing soul to fate. Bet on my destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for revenge. I'm a Jupiter in this world with nowhere to go. I'm an avenger, they won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thoughts bite the bullet, you're my only cause. Take me on, cause nothing else could save me now. I'll take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you, you see. It'll be the beginning of new me.
지금 우리 학교는 We are the dreamers, casting down the shore.
Sierra 1, Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
지금 우리 학교는 fears. When I was lost, you found me, showed me kindness, set me free. And still, I remember, now I can hear you. When I close my eyes, I can feel your hand in mine. Now I can hear you, I can find you. Finally, I realize for you I promise, I'll never forget every moment that we spent together. Promise, I'll hold my hand, here together, standing on the sky.
지금 우리 학교는
Sierra 1, Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
to save our home. We must travel through the gateway to find new energy.
You and your fancy car, top down stars. You think you're going far. Whatever, you gotta beg and please. I've got you on your knees. You don't know. Whatever, you don't know. Whatever, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Play or live. 부산.
세상에 없던 세상을 바꿀 당신이 처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작. (2030) 부산 세계 박람회 새로운 엑스포를 원해 부산에 유치해.
Hi everyone. Today we'd like to introduce our first wireless offerings, the EC1 CW, EC2 CW, and EC3 CW. Many Zowie mice users have requested the release of the wireless version of our current shapes, and it has been our work in progress for quite a while. The main reason of the prolonged process is that we wanted to enhance connection stability. While offering cable-free mobility, our wireless mice need to be more resistant to transmission interference. That's why our wireless mice all come with a unique standalone enhanced wireless receiver and an enhanced antenna at the front tip. The combination of both is to decrease chances of unexpected transmission interference commonly experienced while using wireless mice. We decided to opt for the EC series as our first wireless offerings, as the trademark shape is a very widely used option for those who prefer asymmetrical ergo design. EC features a natural curvy top shell design that provides a relaxing support that fits your palm, especially when doing long-distance horizontal movement in CSGO. It helps with stable control at maneuvering and when lifting the mouse. Whatever your grip styles, EC's classic shape has not too much palm contact and can accommodate different grip styles with comfortable posture. Measurement studies in sports science has also suggested that in prolonged uses and with frequent clicks, EC's shape allows comfortable finger and forearm posture and thus ensures endurance. If your usual gameplay requires more vertical movements, EC3 CW with shorter overall length might be your cup of tea. Together with EC1 CW and EC2 CW, the wireless EC series have a total of 3 sizes for you to choose, based on your in-game requirements and grip preference. The weight and overall click feeling of the wireless version is similar to the C version mice, even though there are deviations due to the different interior design structure between wire and wireless versions. That will be all for the new mice.
We are the dreamers, casting down the shore.
All right, coming at you guys live right now. This is the WCG MLBB playoffs. We got some big teams. Before we get to all that, let me introduce you to my co-caster right now, Assassin Dave. You guys know him well. My name is Trex. How you doing tonight, Assassin Dave?
It's been fantastic, bro. I cannot believe we're actually sitting here casting World Cyber Game all the way in Busan. Now, the only thing that I wish that could happen better for tonight is Trex, both of us sitting in Busan. That would be
actually
great
in
Korean
Busan.
barbecue.
I mean,
Yeah.
who says we're not? Who says we're not in Busan right now? You know, I'm in a studio in Busan. That's all they got to know right now. But
True.
to cut to the chase, we got some big games tonight. Up front, we're going to have Echo Proud up against Echo Loud. Pretty much we got the big brother team up against little brother team. We got the M4 World Championship team, Echo, going up against their MDL organization team. So definitely excited to see that one. Before we get to any of that, make sure you spin the roulette to win the prize, win roulette chance through various events. Now, Dave, how are you feeling about this first matchup?
Oh, I'm really excited. And not only that, to actually talk on your point that you were making, today not only do we have PH versus PH, we also have Indo versus Indo, right? So it's going to be like the PH #1 versus Indo #1 in WCG, at least for the playoff. And then for the whole day. So the entire day is winner's bracket. And I think every match is going to be very, very exciting. And this is going to be really great because I will learn so much from this entire tournament. Because NACT is also coming up, so this is just awesome, Trex.
Definitely very, very big. Now, they're not just playing for nothing here. They're playing for some big prize money. First place going to get a total of 40 grand. Second place getting a total of 10 grand. Third place getting 6. And fourth place even going home with something for the team, $4,000. This is all USD. This is all official. So this is a pretty big step up. This isn't an official mobile like Moonton event. This is all ran by WCG. It is essentially third party, but they are still handing out big money to the winners here. So definitely a lot on the line over the next few days.
$40,000 for first place. You know, I would say that's a life-changing money in Southeast Asia. But let's take a look At overview, participating teams today, all the teams who are participating. Group 1, rank 1 is Echo Proud. Group 2, rank 1 is Echo Loud. And Group 3, rank 1, we have Evo's Icon. And last but not least, we do have Group 4, rank 1 is Onyx Overlord.
Now, these teams definitely went through a lot to get here. There was 4 groups with several different teams all over, and they had to beat down a lot of big teams from other regions just to secure these spots. Now, looking at the bracket over the next 3 days, it's going to be Match 1, Echo Loud up against Echo Proud. Match 2, Onyx Overlord versus Evo's Icon. The third match tonight is going to be the winners round on that upper side of the bracket of both winners from tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go into that losers bracket that decides which one of them will make it to the grand finals for day 3 as well.
Absolutely. Here we are looking at Echo Loud's roster, a familiar roster to a lot of you guys. We have Yaoi, Sanford, Sanji, Kaltis, Benicuti, the World Championship roster, probably the only Tier 1 roster from, if you're trying to look at MPL regions, but in WCG, I'm really excited to see how this Tier 1 team take on Echo Proud, which coming up with the roster right now, Trex.
Yeah, Echo Proud. We're going to have JP in the roaming position, James as EXP lane, Kurt Teasy in the mid side, Zeta as their jungler and outplayed, playing in the gold lane. The question is he going to be able to outplay the legendary Benny Cutie, Dave?
Ooh, gold lane. It's going to be one of those slow early, strong late game, right? It's all about how to scale or how to rotate. And then Echo Loud is one of the teams that show us how to do early rotation, especially with Yaoi's aggressive playstyle that really opens up a lot of room for their goal laner. So this is going to be exciting. You know, can the goal laner of the brother team step up to show up today? We'll find out. Well, actually, show up tonight for both of us.
I mean, it's always interesting to look at two teams like this, right? From the same exact organization, we have Echo, who we all know and have learned to love over the past year, and then we have the MDL team, and it's like, can they prove themselves today to take down the big brothers? That's the story we want to write here. Can they show up tonight and take down the team that is essentially, I mean, obviously, essentially the favorite here, right? Echo. Yep. Yes, they did good at MSC. A lot of people thought they were going to bring home the trophy. They weren't quite able to, but still a force to be reckoned with. So does that force kind of trickle down into their MDL team? Are we going to see some big matches, or is this going to be a 2-0 sweep?
Hey Trex, you know what I'm excited about the current meta? The thing about tonight's match is, even though we know Echo Loud is really powerful team, they're proving themselves on the world stage over and over again, but this is a world cyber game, and every single team has fought their way through a tough group stage, you know, all the way over here. They're rank 1 of their group in order to be in this playoff. That's number 1. Number 2, the meta has shifted, and we know every single meta will make a new king. So right now, nobody knows, right? We talk about the pro players. The meta's completely shifted. You don't know what's going to be powerful. Some teams with I would say more creative hero pool will actually take the lead now, in my opinion, with the current meta, because you can play so many things. Grandeur jungle, carry jungle, we've seen that, right? We've seen Florin make her way onto the main stage. I'm so excited to see what the both PH team is going to take out tonight, as well as the Indo team. That's going to set an example, actually, for the entire world stage, entire world meta.
I mean, speaking of all those heroes that have now come back and all these new things in the jungle, I think the one thing that most fans are most excited about is that assassins are finally very, very viable at certain times. We've been seeing like the Angela Ling come out, the Angela Ling combo coming out. We know that Carl Teasy, in some of his glory days, back when he was with Bren, was a monster on the Lance, still is a monster on the Lance, literally has a skin that is essentially Carl Teasy. So are we going to see some of that from him? Because honestly, we all got a little tired in M4 watching him play things like the Frederick, watching him be forced into the tank Lance a lot. Are we going to see some big damage picks here, some aggressive combinations?
Hey, I want to see Hanzo, man. That's all I care about tonight as jungler, to be honest. Hanzo with a new emblem system. I mean, you can do really well.
You've been saying this since M4,
Dave. Really creative emblems. I mean, yeah, I've been saying that. And Hanzo might get adjustment really soon. So WCG, tonight is the night, right? And Hanzo actually works really well against marksmen, especially those ones who are not so mobile, right? Like you can do really well. So it might show up tonight. And also, I'm looking forward to see some creative mid lane combos, right? Because now there's so many different options that might be viable. We're talking about Alice right before the match start tracks. I think right now with Vengeance, with different kind of emblem combos, you can really make it to the main stage with the help of Florin and some other characters.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of possibilities with so many different combinations. The Novaria, how it's become possible. The Beatrix having these long-range poke effects. And that's also where some of these assassins have started to shine. I feel like so much comes down to this draft now. We were just talking about it before the stream, how you know, a few months ago, drafts were almost easy to guess. You could sit there, watch MPL, watch M4, and almost guess every single pick that was going to come. But right now, it is hard to decide what these coaches are going to throw at you next. There always seems to be a counter just because so many more heroes are viable now.
Yeah, Trax, I have my homework, my draft sheet right here. Is probably 2 pages of combos of different things that might happen. Dude, I love the meta. Not only that, I got a chance, I was talking about this, I got a chance to talk to the game developers. They truly care about how the game experience is for all the pro players and all the players. You know, when we're at MSC, they were talking about how to balance different characters. That's the reason why the current meta is so creative, so different, you know, and so, I would say, unorthodox. You know, you have to just guess what enemy can pick. There's one thing, if a team would have come out, which is Luoyi and Kaja, we mentioned this yesterday, Trax. If any team takes it out, I will personally send every player on their team a skin if they care about that, because obviously they're walking away with a lot of cash. I mean, but if they
Dave
do,
is literally bribing
I want to see Luoyi and
teams to pick
Kaja.
certain combinations right now. But all right, hey, why not? Listen, pick the Hanzo. Dave's got you. He's gonna hook you guys up. Just know, you know. I get it. I mean, definitely would be excited to see anything different right now. And I feel like there's going to be, honestly, over the next 6 months or 4 months, 3 months leading up to M5, we are going to see more and more new, unique combinations. We're going to see these coaches get down and dirty, kind of look in practice, in scrims, look for new heroes that might shine with the new emblem system, that might be just those hidden gems, and might just pull them out when we least expect it. You know, teams like Echo, Coach Tic Tac, he's known for kind of picking things that we don't always expect. So, are we going to see something a little bit spicy tonight?
Oh yeah, there are a lot of spicy characters, right? We already mentioned the Hanzo, but obviously Fanny now is actually more relevant than ever, right? Because Fanny, even though with the recent nerf, where every single CC can kind of stop her combo, but we've seen those crazy Fannies now. I don't even know why. I think a lot of support, because they ban Kaja and you have Florin now that doesn't really have a stable control, and it just makes Fanny more relevant, especially like people are grouping up. But see, the thing about Florin, Trax, we gotta talk about this character. It seems so disgusting, the current meta, because everybody builds like anti-heal and like anti-regeneration, and Florin just thrives in this environment with the passive, because her heal cannot be reduced.
It's true, and I think it also just thrives with some of these. I feel like a lot of fights right now sometimes can be very close and personal. And if your opponent, if you want to lock in something still like the bulkier jungler, not go for the assassin pick, something that's more of a dive in your face composition, it's something as well where the Florin thrives. Kind of why Blacklist likes to use it. Kind of when you want to run that Ube strat, it just works so well because the damage output after using that bloom, you're not only getting heal, but you're also outputting a little bit of damage to your enemies.
Yo, and then not only that, you also get lifesteal, like that passive flower, that whatever she put it on. Oh my goodness, like I don't know, this character just offers so much. I can't believe that just recently that we're started to see Florin surface in the competitive scene. I mean, why do you think Florin wasn't used before? It felt like such a comprehensive character that can offer so many things.
I mean, I definitely think we saw it very occasionally. Blacklist was a team that did pull it out very occasionally, but no one else was really running it like that. And I think just with the current emblem system, with the places that the meta's going right now, we're starting to see it a bit more. Again, it's not like it is pick or ban right now, I don't think, but not a whole lot of heroes are. We're still kind of up in the air. Kind of depends on who's you're facing, what country you're in, you know, things like that.
Yeah.
But definitely interesting to see how a hero like that and how several other heroes as well have come out.
Sure. Another thing I want to talk about is also the emblems. Tonight, I'm really excited to see what kind of emblem combos all this player take out, like especially in different characters. Because those emblems now, because how creative it is, like again before the shell tracks, we're talking about common emblems. It's actually a common emblem now among the players, right? People are actually using them in the competitive scene because the base stats offers, and on top of the fact that you can just mix and match and pick whatever attack modifier that you want. So. Dude, this is such an exciting meta to be casting, to be honest, as casters.
Yeah, I mean, and getting that, you know, speaking of some of those emblems and where some heroes that were already kind of good are now even better, like the Claude, for example, has been very popular over in MPL Indonesia. You're pretty much getting unlimited mana in the early game, something that he kind of suffered from before. But now the faster you move around, the more you're able to be even more agile. It just complements so well with it. And it's just we're seeing so many things that we never thought we were going to see, and I think there's going to be even more barriers broken as we move forward. Now, back to Echo, right? Who do we think we need to watch out for? You know, like gold lane, jungler. I feel like during M4 and kind of in that time period, gold lanes were really kind of carrying. But right now, even taking a look at Echo Proud, we saw that their jungler had one of the highest KDAs on the team, kind of showing where the shift in meta is going currently.
Yeah, but if you look at, I mean, you're on point. Not only that, with the players, I think another thing with Echo Proud that I'm excited to find out tonight is can their roam catch up to Yaoi, right? Because you said who's going to engage. Yaoi, I mean, for Echo's playstyle, because Kartis like to play assassins now, it's mainly going to rely on Yaoi as a main engage, especially when you play Chao. You see how aggressive this guy can play on Kaja. And Yaoi is a player that can also play Franco surprisingly well, right? The landing hook on a really, really high hit rate. Can Outplayed match that kind of playstyle, right? And actually support the goal lane? Because beginning of this cast, we're talking about which goal laner is gonna skill better, skill faster into the late game. I think that's mostly regarding the roam rotation. And that strategy, I want to see like different formations coming out from Echo, right? Are we going to see the exact same playstyle? Because this is the brother teams we're talking about. They scrim against each other all the time. They have the same coach, same support team, same analysts. So are we going to see like a mirror matchup, or are we going to see a completely different identity coming from, you know, a little bit of rebellious kind of playstyle, right? Okay, if you would like to do this, if you like to do team fights, if you like to engage, how about I don't do that? I just completely go split push, right? I play something really powerful on the side lane, and then my entire team just roam toward the side lane, pick up your EXP, go for Sanford, and then find that window of opportunity and go from that side. I'm excited to see that, right? That kind of formation tonight. Are we going to see something different? This is going to be, dude, I can't wait. This is the first time I see tier 1 versus a tier 2 team from Echo. And I don't think many people have that kind of opportunity.
And it's normally something you never see it on, only in events like this, right? Only in some of these third-party events do some of these MDL, as you would say, like tier 2 teams get the opportunity to prove themselves against the big dogs. And I like what you said about identity. I feel like this is a chance for Echo Proud to show that they're not just the little brothers of Echo, to show that they are monsters in their own right. This is their chance to do that tonight. I'm definitely excited for it. I know all of the viewers are excited as well. And just to let you guys know, we are taking our time with this. There is a little bit of a delay, but we're just making sure that both teams have the best opportunity to play at their full potential. Matches should be starting soon.
Make sure to drink your
Until
waters.
then, me and Dave are going to keep on drinking our waters. Stay hydrated.
Very
and
important.
keeping the show going.
Yeah, if you're watching the stream right now, definitely get yourself comfortable because we're solving the backstage issues to get the game on. This is happening all the way in Busan, Korea. Like I said, dude, the food over there are insane. We're actually in a virtual studio inside of Busan somewhere that you will never know.
Yeah, this is a green screen.
But Yeah, this is a green screen behind us. Yeah,
We
it's actually
overnight
really
flighted
exciting.
last night. That's why we both look tired. We took a, you know, it's like a, what was it? How long was it? Like a 22-hour flight took us to get there. No layovers, nothing. We just went straight. Me and Dave studied all night long, the whole flight. It was crazy. But here we are in Busan, South Korea. Never been here before, but I'm definitely loving the food. A little bit spicy for me, but here we go.
Yeah, my favorite Korean movie is actually Train to Busan, to be honest. You know, I don't know if you watched that. That's my favorite apocalypse zombie movie. Dude, it was so good. But hey, back to the game. Tonight, we got to see the teams versus teams. I want to go back to the emblems though, because like there are some possible options that's coming out like for all the teams. My favorite emblems right now is just assassin emblems, because right now literally every single character you can run it, even marksman, because the assassin emblem give you 16 basic penetration to start off, and you can start with something like the rupture, which give you additional 5 adaptive penetration, which means you have 21 to start off. Your auto attack hurts. I've been running all the marksmen with assassin emblems on the side. You have so much lane pressure, because literally starting off the game, I don't know how many people know, but all the marksmen start off the game with less than 20 armor. So if you have over 20 penetration, that means you will do true damage every time you auto attack, right? Because you take away all their armor. So like that's actually so good. Like you will never lose a trade unless they build armor plate right off the bat, which I think everybody does now because it's so important with the assassin emblem. So like I want to see how many pro players running this in a go lane and how many pro players running this in pretty much every lane, to be honest.
I like it. I felt like the meme that has like all the geometrical symbols behind it when you were talking, because I was just like, whoa, whoa. But definitely, I think definitely very, very interesting. Now, so with all of your studying, with all of this in the emblem system, what do we think? I mean, what do we think we're gonna see? Like, from what we've seen, what do we think are gonna be some of the popular emblem picks for what roles? Has the XP lane changed that much? Has gold lane changed that much? For a while, assassin, you know, speaking of jungler, we kind of lost the jungler emblem. We're not seeing it used as much, but hold all that. No more nerding out. No more nerding out at all, because here we go into the first draft of Echo Loud up against Echo Proud. As you can see, the M4 World Championships will be on the blue side here. Echo Proud on the red side.
Oh, right off the bat, different treatment, you know. Echo Loud, I believe. Dude, I get the names confused all the time. Echo Loud, yeah. Echo Loud is a tier 1 team, main team. Verify squad, and Echo Proud seems to be like working on their Verify badge. But we're seeing the first ban coming out. I mean, what do you think it is? Is it gonna be foreign? Because right now everything's on the table, right? Ling!
Run deep.
They truly know each other really well, Trex.
I mean, I think the assassin bans, like I think a Ling right now, the Ling Angela combo has been vicious lately. The Ling counters so much of those poke compositions that a lot of teams want to bring sometimes. So I think what we're doing right now is kind of forcing into the future and setting up for our own composition. There goes the Fredrin ban from the side of Echo Proud. Maybe a little bit of a target toward Carl Teasy, but also taking away a possible flex pick in the early stage of the draft.
True. Fredrin is just such a good pick that can go to any position, right? Like, especially EXP in jungle, the flex. And right now, because there's so many different options, like, I think banning flex, if you're not sure what to ban, is a great choice. But it seems like Echo Loud is targeting, is mainly doing like target bans, right? Because their ban is not so flexy. It's mostly just, I'm gonna ban your lane, I'm gonna ban your quad, because I know you play these characters. And look at the Kaja, right? Like, Kaja is straight up, again, a singular position ban. So we're gonna take that off the map right away. And then with that, we're gonna come back to look at our beautiful faces. Yes, that's Trex right there. I mean,
I was first pick.
Nobody can get...
I was first pick.
Yeah.
We are now in the game. No, yes, we are back to us right now. I'm guessing we're having a few technical difficulties. I'm sure they will be resolved shortly.
Yeah.
But taking a look at the start of those bans, what do you think, Dave?
I think it's pretty... Dude, I missed the second ban from Echo Proud. Yeah, I believe Echo Proud. Yeah, because I saw the Fredrin. Do you see what they banned there? I didn't see the second ban.
Fredrin,
I saw that.
I did. I missed the second ban as well. I know it was Kaja and Claude from the side of Echo.
Okay, so we are getting the direction that they're actually remaking the lobby, but I think the bans might remain the same though. You know, Ling, Claude, and then we also have the Ling, Claude, Kaja outside of Fredrin. I did miss the second ban, unfortunately, mainly looking at the target bans coming up from Echo Loud. It was, again, quite interesting. One is a flex ban, another one is target ban. Because the thing about Fredrin is the choice. I mean, is it really a target ban? I know Cartes is good on all the 10 characters, but his main is actually assassins, right? You got to get back to his root. This guy is Hayabusa god, Lancelot god, you were mentioning right before in the beginning of this cast. So I don't think Fredrin is a target ban per se. It's definitely one of what you said, banning the flags, to be honest.
I'm wondering, you know, a hero that's been on my mind recently that I think might pop up here and there, the Helkurt. The Helkurt was something that was banned in lobbies throughout MSC, throughout a lot of tournaments, throughout the end of NACT. It just wasn't around for a while, and I feel like a lot of us forgot of it. But it was such a good pick against things like the Novaria because of the Dark Knight Falls, because of the ability to jump into the back line and target some of those long-range squishies, as one might say. So I'm wondering if that's possibly something we could see pop up here.
See, another thing about Helkurt is at Objective Secure. Right, because you can kind of create a confusion for the enemy team. Like once the Dark Knight Fall comes out, like everybody's like, "Oh my God, what's going on?" Right? Because you don't know what's going on. And yeah, and also Helkurt has high execution with the skill 2 plus retribution. So it adds together. And we're talking about like different jungler. Why Lancelot become meta such almost instantaneously overnight with especially the tank Lancelot, right? Because the skill 2 damage doesn't really get reduced in the previous meta, right? Even if you build full tank, and then you have such a high execution threshold with the skill 2 or the ultimate plus retribution combo. Either one you can use with it. Helkurt does something similar, right? You have the skill 2 high burst damage plus the retribution that increase your retribution threshold compared to the other side, plus the confusion created by your ultimate. So it's a good character. Now the thing about Helkurt is if you miss your kill window, right? Like in an actual team fight, if you jump in and you don't kill somebody because the marksman popped with the Winter Truncheon at the right time or Wind of Nature at the right time or not, you kind of become a little bit useless because Helkurt is really squishy and you can't really build Helkurt tank. If you build Helkurt tank, you don't do any damage, it jumps in. I mean, like, yeah, you create confusion, but then you just become a support. Then you just be like, oh my Venus, Helkurt. But you're not really blacklisted, so it's just really confusing.
Definitely something that could pop up. Are there any other heroes that you think could possibly pop up into the meta over the next, over this tournament, even in future tournaments, things like that? Anything that maybe could be a hidden gem?
Dude, I want to see Alice, bro. Because you said there are a lot of things that you mentioned in the beginning was just... Should I say spot on, right? Because the common emblem give you a lot of regeneration, like common regeneration. It makes a lot of character that used to have problems sustaining lane all of a sudden become more viable, right? Especially now, even you can build tank emblem and still maintain the important attributes those character needs in a team fight, right? Like, because most of the characters don't need late game, especially late game. They don't need the attributes really. They mostly just need the should I say the attack modifier from the emblems, right? Yeah, the main things, the killing spree that give you the regeneration after you kill, the main passive, exactly. But the attributes helps you with the early game. When you think about the tank emblem, it gives you 550 HP to begin with, just by picking the emblem. I mean, that's a lot of HP. I think early game, if you get hit by a marksman, like that does what, 80 damage for an auto attack, right? Like that's basically says that's what, 7 more auto attacks? Or think about the attack speed every marksman has in early game. It's like pa. I mean, we're talking about really slow auto attack right there, right? Like 7 seconds is insanely long. 7 auto attacks, I mean, it's insanely long in order to execute. So because of the new emblem system, it gets so creative what people can do. The only thing that I'm for competitive scene though, because team is so cautious, so you don't really see that much creativity. But when you go to ranked games, when you go to like lower tier teams, you get to see a lot of creativity, right? And then it becomes really enjoyable to watch. Today is tier 1 versus tier 2, and I want to see what they can bring out. Are they gonna? And then it's more of an in-house game, right? Can they show us something different? So I'm actually really excited. Now we're back. Oh, Eve ban, obviously. Yeah, we're back to the same ban now.
Yeah, I like it, right? And we are jumping into those same bands. We take out the Eve. We also take out the Kadita here, focusing in on to Sanji. We've seen him use the Eve before. We know the Kadita's been a hot pick. So we're taking off a lot of these pressure heroes in a sense. The Kaja and the Ling from the side of Echo Loud, and the Kadita, the Eve, and the Fredrin from the side of Echo Proud. I'm wondering what's gonna be first pick here, because like we've been saying, it's so hard to guess. Everything has changed and there's so many different ways to approach these drafts. So whatever Echo decides to pick here could start setting the pace of how these next 3 days is gonna go.
Oh, Valentina, really nice pick right off the bat. I was just about to say Florin is still on the table, but see the Florin, the thing about it is mainly the ultimate. It's just so strong, right? And you have a Valentina that can copy your ult. It's kind of like just stop you from doing it. And then not only that, Echo can still pick the Florin if they do, choose so. So right now they're in a really good position just with the Valentina first pick. And make you think of maybe Valentina is one of those characters that you must think about as a high priority, right? If you have like a lot of really good ultimates on the table. See, you can see right now, immediately we see that Franco comes out, Farsa comes out, which just kind of silently banned the Florin away from this map.
Yeah, not only that, but if Carl TZ wants to go for something high mobility, something like an assassin, JP has the answer for that. We already have the Bloody Hunt. But in response, because Sanji's going to have this Valentina, they also have that as well. Taking a look, though, at the side of Echo Loud, we're starting to see some CC build up here to kind of deal with the same CC that Echo Proud has had. But both teams definitely finding that very important. Yep. We have the Tyrant's Revenge from Yaoi here on this... I'm having a total mind blank on this Kufra.
Dude, Kufra, yeah, Kufra is definitely a great character. We've seen Kufra being picked so much recently, and also it's like a, should I say, a prediction, looking to the future kind of pick. Because there are Arla on the map, where I was just about to say Arla is also a great character that's heavily prioritized in the current meta, just because how great, not only is this a great assassin, but how great the setup you can do with the Flicker ultimate, right? So right now you have Kufra being picked, it just kind of stops the Arla from being that mobile, kind of stop the dash type of deal, right? And you have a Paquito being a flex pick as well, can go ESP lane, can go jungle. So right now, dude, I gotta say I love the Echo Loud's draft here.
And it looks like Echo Proud is reading that Paquito as a jungle Paquito, because they start banning more into Sanford here. They take out the Trizla, they take out the Yuzong. They think that Paquito is definitely going to the jungle, and they want to try to limit Sanford as much as possible here. So I like it. From the side of Echo Loud, they also fire their second round of bans out very quickly, taking rid of the Wanwan, getting rid of the Joy. So they must already have a plan for the gold lane up their sleeve.
Yeah. See, the thing about being able to see the draft inside the game is you can see people trolling, right? Like showing Alucard, and then and
for just a second I thought it was gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, Alucard, this game is going to be really rough against Kufra, because it's going to, again, it kind of stops your entire passive, which is like really important. Not only does it stop your passive, because right now Alucard relies on using the skill and with the passive dash and then the enhanced auto do the damage, right? The skill does damage, but your enhanced auto is where money is at. But if you have the Kufra skill too, bouncing in your face, not only does it stop the dash, it also just completely cancels the auto attack. So it's actually really devastating. Obviously, I was like, dude, that cannot be real. And it turned out like it wasn't real, so. Now we have Grok and Harith being taken out. What?
I like it.
Trex, walk me through this Harith, yeah.
I mean, the Harith, it's just gold lane, right? And we've seen Benny queued on it before. Yeah. It works. It really does. He's able to pull it off. He played mages in his past. It's something that he thrives on, picking some of these mage picks in the gold lane. But the real thing here is that's what I was waiting for, the swap of that Grok and the Paquito. So it does look like the Paquito's going to go into the jungle, and Sanford's going to rock the Grok on the EXP lane, which will match up well against the EXP side of Echo Proud. The final slash, you're not going to be able to get CC onto this Grok as long as he's close to the wall to get his passive. There's so many ways that this is just going to be able to kind of deal with that in a sense here.
Yeah, I love the Grok pick. It is so nice. Grok, ever since Grok came out with the ultimate flicker, you know, the wall charge into that interacts with a flicker, I've been a fan of Grok. The setup potential, the one-shot potential into the back line, it's something I really can predict. In a lot of ways, it's actually better than most of the other EXP laner because how fast the execution is. You hit a wall, that person is dead. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go, walking to the first game between Echo Loud and Echo Proud. I'm Assassin Dave with the wonderful, the beautiful tracks.
I like the intro. You took it soft. You took it soft. You really just like eased us up into this. We're gonna slowly build up from there, but it does look like outplayed from the side of Echo Proud is already asking for a pause here, but it looks like they're gonna keep this up down on the boss side. Echo Loud being a little bit of aggressive. Overall, maybe it was a miss pause, mistype. I don't know, but it does seem like the match is going to keep going. So taking a look at both these drafts, take us through this, Dave. What do you think some of the win conditions are here?
I think that Echo have the very oh, Sanji got the lethal wonder. So right now it's all about like who, because for the Echo Proud team, it's more of a pick, right? Because they have the high burst damage. If they get a Franco hook with the Fossa burst, the Martis coming in, they can do enough. But with Echo Loud, the blue side is, I mean, I should just call blue Echo and red Echo, to be honest, at this point, so instead of being confusing. The blue Echo, like, they just have Yaoi on the Kufra, right? So it's all about the engage. They have Wombo combo coming in. Paquito into the Kufra, into Valentina burst, and you have the Grok, like, wall charge. This is a full team fight combo. Their split pushing is actually not that great because nobody takes tower that fast. Even if you have Harith use the full ultimate, it's really relying on the Harith ultimate. Harith doesn't have the ultimate. It does not do any damage to tower. If Harith has the ultimate, it's still like a very limited window you can do damage to tower. And even then, it's not that great compared to if you play a Beatrix or something, right? So here, this is really just a wombo combo, team fight combo, a team fight comp. Where the red Echo, there are a lot of picks, a lot of backline assassins. They have the burst damage, right? They have the Arlot, they have the Franco, and then the Farsa. So here we go. The engage tracks.
Speaking of Franco, though, JP in a little bit of trouble here, taking a lot of damage, forced to use a bloody hump, but Yaoi wants to try to get the finish. Zeta comes in, makes enough space, and JP pulls him back in. Zeta able to pick up first blood there. Turtle hasn't even been started yet, but the fight has. Sanford gonna fall next. Sanji pulling out, up in there, strike of his own. Carl Teasy able to pick up Zeta. Right now, we're looking at a 1-for-2 trade so far, but Carl Teasy wants more. Gets a nice left jab on James there, but still, Echo Proud coming out on top.
They are really proud today. You can be loud, but we are definitely definition of proud. That was pretty good. From JMZ. JMZ coming in with a beautiful backline, should I say domination. And then he did a lot of damage. And not only that, I was surprised how JP lived. Oh, here we go, Trax.
We do see James dashing through, looking for something, but wait, the big wild charge. Able to get him knocked up, but James keeps on going. He flickers through, wants to get the finish, and finds it on to Carl Teasy. Wait, the hook, the connection, and Zeta finds another one. That's two down for Echo Loud. Sanji just trying to pick up the pieces here, but Echo Proud has the advantage. The little brothers are taking off in game one.
Oh, you know, there was a saying by Confucius. I don't know if Confucius actually said this, but they said like it's like the younger generation, like the new wave on the sand beach, right? It just flushes the older wave onto the sand and kills the older wave, and that's exactly what's happening right here, right? The younger brother team seem like they're dominating and seem like they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's like kills or really make any plays across the map.
Oh, here we go.
Oh. Y'all look for a play, but the hook pulled in, stops him from the ult. A beautiful play outplayed, picks up the kill. They didn't know he was there, Dave. They didn't know.
Dude, JP is surprising me. JP is making me proud, to be honest. He survived the first dive when Echo Loud used everything on him, right? And now, not only that, just now with the disengage onto Kufra, this guy is absolutely popping off today. He's already 0-0-4, 0 death, where Yaoi is 0-3-0. I mean, like, this is literally very dangerous going back home. We're seeing Echo Proud being prouder than proud tonight. Oh, topside team fights.
Prouder than loud. Prouder than loud. JP down to about 20% health, but Curtizi does drop the feathered airstrike. Yaoi, Benny Cutie, they don't care. Benny tries to get in, can't get the finish. Once again, Curtizi, a little bit of a bad spot, gets a stun onto Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie finally picking up the kill. Yaoi looking for it, but the recall comes back just in time. Echo Loud finally getting another kill on the map, putting them at 2-6. May be able to fight for this turtle, but Zeta and James are here as well. JP coming in on the backside. Zamon's Force does drop, but the final slash pushes Benny Cutie over the side. Big wild charge, knocking up 3 members. Yaoi able to secure the turtle. Sanji takes out James. Yaoi takes out JP, and now Echo Loud is on the prowl. Sanford looking for another one. Yaoi able to pick up outplay there, and Zeta's on the run for the first time in the past 5 minutes. Echo Proud now on the wall.
You know, this is to show you that number advantage never goes wrong, right? Despite the fact that Echo Loud used everything to kill Curtizi and Curtizi as well as JP, getting chase JP low on the top lane just now, but they had 4 people onto the turtle. And even though Echo Proud didn't have, they still had everything, but 2 versus 4 not enough. Top side, one more time, another pick on the JP. So now Echo Loud has now regaining the momentum tracks.
I mean, and then they pick up another one. And this is a time that sometimes Echo does pop off. We see a lot of teams kind of thrive in this mid game. Yes, they can lose a little bit in the first few minutes, but once that 6, 7, 8 minute, once those power spikes start to happen, it becomes huge. And the main player that hasn't taken any deaths here, the main star of Echo Loud a lot of the time is Benny Cutie. 2-0-3 right now, and we're starting to see him pack a punch, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, let's take a look at farm. I'm actually really intrigued by the items at this point, and also the emblems. Hey, if you take a look, Trax, what's interesting is a lot of players are taking the movement speed emblem, right? If you take a look at the emblems, right? Oh, here we go. Another team fight Trax.
A little bit of damage. Carl Teasy gonna be the first to fall here. Zeta looking for another one. Benny Cutie in a little bit of trouble. Able to pop this Mon's Force though. Wild charge comes in. Sanford getting the knockup on Zeta there. Nice hook from Benny Cutie. Able to pull him back. Wait! Tyrant's Rage. Sanford goes down, but Sanji doesn't let him go down for free. JP gonna get taken out next. Wait, Zeta looking for the Hex. Able to find Yaoi, and James finds Sanji as well. Echo Proud taking the advantage. That is a 3 or 4 for 1 trade there. Not only that, they're going to take this mid lane tower and possibly the turtle.
Yo, that's a younger brother, all right. You know, like, that's for sure. When younger brother and bigger brother getting a fight, the younger brothers always have the upper hand. It's just, this is how it is. Unless the bigger brother learns Kung Fu, but that's very rare, right? I mean, in this scenario, that's exactly what's happening. Just when we're talking about Echo Loud might have the chance of regain the momentum, regain the control of the wheel, and then Echo Proud took it back from the very palm of Echo Loud. So this is quite interesting. James has been doing a fantastic job, and Carl Teasy might be diving a little bit too deep, even with big Tyrant Revenge. The Kufra's ultimate. It still doesn't seem like this is the Echo that we know. Oh, Tiger's Rage. It still doesn't seem like this is the Echo Loud that we like and love. The synergy is not there. Maybe like they're also on jet lag.
Yeah, but wait a second, the bouncing ball. Trying to get away, but they're able to find him. Yaoi taking a lot of damage there. Ooh. Zeta able to pick up the killing spree with the decimation, but wait, Echo Proud now very low. James is trying to survive, but gets taken out from Benny Cutie there, but a nice smoke does land onto Sanford. Sanford's gonna be the next to drop. Zeta looking for something else, but very low HP. Sanji just trying to get away here. Zeta finding it, but Outplay picks up the final hit. That's a 3-for-1 trade once again. This could be 4. Benny Cutie drops Mon's Forces in the middle of 4 players. Can he get the Outplay? Can he find something? No, the shutdown. Outplay with the Outplay. This is not an outrage. Echo Proud on the prowl.
Oh my, you can't rest, Trax. Yaoi come back in one more time. I don't think he's finding much. But back to what I was saying. I think both teams are so Echo, right? They play so aggressive, and then nobody's giving an inch to the other side. Like both team, it's just like once you have an opportunity, they go balls deep, and that's absolutely crazy right now. What I'm saying, I was just about to focus on the fact that Sunji copied James' ultimate on Arlott and had a wonderful re-engage, or should I? And find 2 kills from the side of Echo Proud. JP turned the fight around with another hook, and then you saw how the entire Echo Proud was able to gauge the distance and juggle the aggro there, right? When Martis was hanging on 1 HP on Zaida, he was hanging on 1 HP, and he stayed on the side and just used his ultimate to finish off kills because he trusts his teammate to do the damage, to let him finish, let him execute. This is so good, and now they're putting themselves in a position to do this Lord. Oh, here it comes. Conceal
play. Sanford almost gets locked up there. Forced to use a wild charge just to get away. James, though, on the chase. Carl Teasy get a little bit close to the Lord Pit. Sanji, though, able to get a nice bloody hunt on James there. But wait, another hook. Zeta able to take the first Lord of this game. And Carl Teasy gonna go down. This could be bad for Echo Loud. Next is gonna be Yaoi. Sanji will be the third to fall. Make it 4. That's a double kill for Outplayed onto Benny Cutie. Sanford is the last defending man. Echo Proud. I don't know about Echo Loud right now.
Oh my God, Echo Proud, they're trying to do some roster replacement for the next MPLPH. Here we go. They're knocking on the door. They're going to the base. They're not, oh my God, or the passive popped already from the tower and Lord is not even here. Trex, this is too deadly, Echo Proud. I mean, both teams are Echo. The coach gotta be proud right now. This is crazy. The coach are doing a fantastic job.
I mean, and members of Echo Loud are falling shortly. They're locked onto the base. 20% Echo Proud trying to finish game 1, and they will in this best of 3. Echo Proud takes game 1.
Woo. Wow. I mean, we're talking about predictions for today's matches. The younger brother taking on the older brother. I don't think both teams, by the way, have players who are about the same age. So when we say younger brother and older brother, like we actually don't know who's younger, who's older on average age-wise. But we're not talking about age. We're talking about the starting team in the MTL team. Yeah, Omen, we're talking about. Just to clarify, but they're all pretty talented. They're all talented players. Yeah, in order to make it into Echo, you got to be extremely talented. We're talking about Philippines, one of the regions that actually have taken the most amount of championships in the entire world stage for Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, right? So this region produced some crazy players, and in order to make it into Echo, doesn't matter if you're like second team, first team, you have to be talented, you have to be good. And tonight is the reason that you know why Echo first team is so good. They're training with this team all the time, right? Like imagine training with a team that's just equally good but not able to make it, right? Maybe they're not as good looking. No, I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure all the players are equally as good looking. But dude, that was such a great game. James with a backline flank. Oh my God, give me more, James, coming into game 2.
Not only that, but JP, man, I think honestly, really the man of the hour there. So many hooks that, and like you see Franco's that land good hooks, like you see crazy hooks, and JP's hooks weren't wasn't nothing like super crazy, but he landed the perfect hooks starting from the very beginning when he pulled Yaoi out of his Tyrant's Rage. Like he always found the right person at the right time in the middle of those very long team fights.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items. I actually want to see this item for a long time. We got to see him. James with the crazy Thunderbelt, Dominance Ice. I like those 2 items, core items on Arlott. Pretty standard. Martis, I mean, with the helmet as a first item, maybe this is one of the items that, got to build early, some components, but do you think they actually build this item as the first item? I highly doubt it, right? Like, you just don't go Garden Helmet as a first item. And then, but I don't know, I didn't get a chance to take a look at the other side before we come back to us, beautiful face. And then obviously the Trex being incredibly beautiful. We actually color matched, look at our bow ties. Still,
we planned
Trex, what do you think
we
about
actually didn't plan this. Somehow we just ended up here with white t-shirts. I looked at him and I was like, why are you wearing the same thing as me? But here we are in all white.
We're the actual brothers.
Yeah. He's the older brother, I'm the younger brother. And tonight, younger brothers are giving the work, as we saw just now. Echo Proud taking a dominating performance. Yes, it was a good game, and there were some moments where it felt like Echo Loud was going to get the dub. But Echo Proud always seemed to kind of just be the bigger aggressors, able to take those fights. And overall, when it came to like when things got really technical in some of those longer team fights, they were able to make the plays that mattered. Like I said, JP was super pivotal there. And I'm wondering, you know, we saw Echo Loud ban out the Kaja, which means they want to get rid of some suppression there. But then they end up giving up the Franco, so they have no kind of real suppression of their own.
Dude, suppression is so good in the meta right now because there's so many different characters that can dash around, like walk around. And let's say Claude is really popular, right? And then obviously you have the Martis, immune to quad control. Guess who stops that? Suppression, right? So JP definitely did a good job on the suppression character. The only suppression left in the game. You know what? I definitely hope that Sylvana get another suppression. People say there's too much suppression. I think it's not enough. Sylvana's ultimate is really hard to land. If you get that into the game, it might be really good. Who knows? But back to the game, I think you're absolutely, again, Trex, I think you're spot on every single time. Last game, JP popped off. Not only that, every single player, right? I mentioned James because I'm more of a flanky type of guy. I like focus on the EXP laners, right? That guy was definitely really sneaky. Like he was in and out, in and out. Not only is he good in positioning on how to get to the backline, he was good on engaged timers, like when to go in, right? How to kite. He juggled the aggro like a king. He goes in, did a round of damage and walked away, circled through the rock, and find a re-flank opportunity. And that kind of stuff is just really, really good. I mean, it takes a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, and obviously a lot of courage in order to do that. So those two characters, in my opinion, the star players that the last game. But yeah, you're right. Echo Loud, it seemed like they had an opportunity to come back last night, but not last night, last game. And then it didn't pan out.
So I mean, with this, right, we're going to be having a it's a best of 3, right? Short break.
Yes. Yeah. It seems like we're going to a short break for 5 minutes, and we're going to come back for match 2. All right.
This music. I'm
We
loving
are. Yeah. Yo, dude, we're vibing. We're singing in the back with this music tracks, and it's really
Loud
fun.
and proud.
To be honest, like I can see. Yeah, I can sing this all day. Game 1 was definitely a great showing from Echo Proud. Coming to game 2, I was talking about Echo Loud momentum, right? Because in the MSC, it seemed like their momentum, you can feel like in the actual stage where Echo Loud was, they just don't feel like the Echo in M4, right? Or in PL. So now coming to this tournament in WCG, it feel like it's not the same characteristic. It feel like they're off character for a little while. It's like if Echo is like this beautiful movie and all the people are like actors in it, it just feel like they're off character. They were playing, for somehow like the engage were not in sync. I imagine the win condition being the Kufra engage into the Grok ultimate or the Grok engage into Kufra ultimate, and then into the Paquito combo Valentina. That never happened. That never happened. And then it just seems a little bit odd. It's like one off or another. Carl TZ getting caught off way too much. Yaoi was 0-3-0 starting off the game. And then they were not able to pick off Franco in the beginning, right? It's two people, whereas before tracks, we've seen where with Echo playstyle, it's like 3 people onto 1 if they want to engage. So now, I think drastically lack of synergy coming out from Echo Loud tonight.
I think maybe also a little bit of maybe they underestimated their opponents here, because it felt like they kept wanting to be the aggressors. They were never the reactors. It felt like they were starting a lot of those fights, and JP was waiting for that. Right now it feels like Echo Proud kind of has Echo Loud's number a bit. They know how they play. They know what they want to do, and they're just waiting for Echo Loud to make those plays, make those quick movements, and they have the instant counter to it, the instant counter attack in those team fights. So this time I think Echo Loud needs to switch things up a little bit, maybe play all of this a little bit differently.
Oh, here we go. The Franco ban. And it's like a mutual respect Kaja ban, the double suppression ban away from the map. So now it's just engage and disengage, right? So are we gonna see a huge engage pick and then Diggy pick, or it's gonna be a double aggression engage? Again, this is brothers. This team train against each other day in, day out. Oh, one more time, the Eve ban and Fredrin ban. This is the standard bans from the last game, right? With the exception of the Franco. So Echo Proud definitely come in. Even though last game I leaned towards Echo Loud's draft, and then turned out Echo Proud had a plan, and they played with momentum a few times. You can say that JP got lucky. You can just say that or Echo Loud was just like off sync a little bit. It was 2 versus a Franco, and it just barely missed the kill. But nonetheless, I mean, this game, let's see. First pick Claude. What do you think about that, Trex?
I mean, like I said to you, the Claude has been something very, very valuable. Over here in NA, it seems like it hasn't quite caught completely yet, but the Claude has been like the gold laner. It is currently the goal lane, especially with some of the tanky EXP lanes that are popular. The Uranus has gotten popular. A lot of other tankier heroes have gotten even tankier because of the way you can use the emblems now to sustain. So he just works very well. He also has mobility. Pretty much you get all the things you used to have with Claude, but you get a little bit more sustainability in the early game. You're able to move around a bit more, and you don't have to ever go back for mana at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have the standard picks again coming out from Echo Loud. Valentina and Kufra. This is the same draft from last game. Valentina and Kufra, first, second pick. Oh, we're talking about engage on engage, aggression on aggression, violence on violence, momentum on momentum. This is it, Trex. You have Kufra and Minotaur. Now the thing about Minotaur is when Minotaur uses ultimate, he becomes immune to quad control. So it's like it's a good way to counter Kufra, in a sense, right? Because it's just like the Millennium Fury, knock up mini. But now remember, the ultimate can be copied by Valentina. So, and it's big ultimate. So when they pick stuff like this, you gotta, think about what. But Valentina's Valentina, right? There's not too many counters against it, especially on top of the fact that all the suppression are taken away, so you can't really target him. Now this does have really good combos though. You have Minotaur jumping in with a big AOE knockups. With Kadita's combo, right? You don't have to use Petrify anymore. Just go in, big AoE knockup, into a big AoE knockup, into the ultimate, into the rough wave, and it's over. 1-1 being taken out. 1-1 against Claude. I mean, do you think this is this is like one of the OG one-on-ones into the goal lane? But it seems pretty boring because there's not too much going on into the goal lane. But 1-1's gonna have a little bit of advantage because he is gonna take the Inspire.
Yeah, I do feel like, I definitely think Benny Cutie and and this Claude right here are there's not gonna be too much happening in the early stages. Where I think the 1-1 is gonna be crucial here, right? Is the fact that you can nullify the CC, right? So if you can bait out that Minoan's Fury, move around, it could become the perfect target, right? If you can bait out this Kadita to try to dive in, use the rough waves, get a little bit caught too deep, Benny Cutie could be very, very crucial here as long as he plays the 1-1 right.
Right. But seeing as with Minonian Fury, it's a 3-stage knockup. So it's like you can bait it out, but this guy also has a flicker. And remember, the thing about Minotaur that many people are kind of like underestimate is the skill 2. When you're in rage form, your skill 2 will heal you every time you take an auto attack. And guess what? Guess who auto attack really fast? Character like 1-1. Right? So if 1-1 ultimate, and her ultimate counts as an auto attack. So you can use skill 2 and get lots of heal back. So it's actually really good. And then not only that, like I said, he has a 3-stage knockup with the Minonian Fury. So yeah, 1-1 can use a skill to dodge one of them. But like, can you use it to dodge off to the final rage, right? The final knockup. That's gonna be debatable. Oh, here we go. The lock, the Akai, the OG Akai, and the Bane into the game. And obviously Lapu Lapu, the domination, the #1 pick in EXP lane from M4, coming back into Rizla. Trex, what do you think about the draft?
I'm not gonna lie. I like Echo Proud. With that Bane pick, it answers this Terizla with the Deadly Catch. It answers the dive composition that Echo Loud wants to bring. The Deadly Catch is going to be super fearsome. And here's the thing, right? You talked about it before. Is Echo Loud losing some of their momentum that we saw from M4? It feels like they're still picking some of the same picks that we saw back in M4. It feels like they're still picking some of the same picks that we saw in 3 months ago meta, whereas a lot of other teams are willing to experiment, willing to pick up these new things like the Bane, like the Minotaur. And if this works, let me make this very clear. This is match point right here. This is not a best of 5. Yeah. So it does seem like as we jump into match point here, Echo Proud up against Echo Loud. If Echo Proud wins this, they knock Echo Loud down to the lower bracket, the loser's bracket as some might call it. A lot is on the line here, so take us away, Dave.
Whew, dude. I mean, right now, both teams start off with the same strategy. I think many teams are doing this now, with the EXP lane sharing with Mage starting the first wave, and then the support takes the first wave. This will try to guarantee their level 4. But I want to take a moment to follow on the point that you mentioned a little bit earlier, with the big teams missing on the momentum. The thing about that is, like, the established team, the team that's already has success. One thing about that is that there's so much baggage and so much pressure, right? It's okay, we're already winning with this strategy. Are we really gonna change a strategy right now, right? Whereas the lower tier team, like I said, when we see the experiments, it's usually coming from the lower tier teams, because they're not afraid to lose anything, right? There's nothing on the table, not pressure. If they win, it's great. If they lose, it's like, like it's whatever, right? If I win, it's, oh my God, I just beat the tier 1 team. If I lose, there's no pressure. So that's usually those teams who are taking on experiment, trying something new. And because the huge meta shift, the huge meta change, it's frequently those new teams that coming up that's not afraid of to try things gonna have the upper edge. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Every time a meta shifts, a meta changes, it's always creates a new king. We're never seeing like the same team dominates completely different metas in any mobile game, any strategy game, right? Especially something as competitive as Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
So let's take a talk about some of these neutral objectives and how each team has to approach them, right? I feel like some of the big plays here are going to be the heavy spin from Carl Teasy and the deadly catch along with the Minoan's Fury from the side of Echo Proud. Who's going to be able to land these CCs a little bit better? It does look like James in the backside will pop the Raven Spider. Benny Cutie, the offlane takes out Outplay. But aside from that, we're still in the turtle pit. JP able to find Sanford. The deadly catch comes out and Zeta secures the first turtle of this game. The Terrified happens. Zeta goes down to Yaoi and the fight still pursues. JP going to decide to back off, but overall it is a 2-for-1 trade. Echo Loud coming out on top. They do lose the turtle, but it is huge that Benny Cutie gets that kill up in the top side 1v1.
Yeah, and I want to say that right now Echo Proud is still doing pretty good. They secured a turtle. They got a kill, right? Obviously lost the one-on-one trade on the top side. Otherwise it would have been a one-on-one trade and with the turtle kill. So overall it's pretty good. And then, you also see the combo coming up, right? With Zyda, with JP. Right now Echo Proud is definitely doing everything correct in my opinion, right? Like they have the momentum. They're doing all right. James onto Sanford is not afraid. You can see James, there's not a second of doubt. Where a lot of teams, when they go against like, really strong team like Echo, they become kind of not them, right? Like they're afraid to fight. They're afraid to, even in a winning condition, the winning situation, they're still kind of nervous, or should I say, right? Oh, here we go. Outplayed. Actually, outplayed Carl Teasy and went back to the top side. But this might be a dive, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, they're just keeping pressure on keeping Outplay away from that tier 3. They're going to give Benny Cutie as much space as he needs to get more gold plating. Though it doesn't seem like he got a lot, it is still putting him a little bit ahead of Outplayed here, which is important. Now, you talked about combos earlier. If we want to talk about a Wombo combo, Echo Proud definitely has it. You have the Wild Catch, you got the Rough Waves, you got the Minoan's Fury, you got the whole package, the whole meal here, ready to serve to Echo Loud. Echo Loud also kind of has that, but I think a lot of it, once again, is going to rely on Benny Cutie. And here we go, a little bit of damage. The Rough Waves dude comes out, helps JP. He gets him Minoan's Fury. Carl Teasy trying to fight back with Zeta, still finds it with the Crab Claw Cannon.
JP
that
survives.
Is a pick off Echo Proud.
Oh my God, Trex. Why did JP keep on doing this? Right, he survived yet again with Sliver of Health. I mean, but that was a beautiful wombo combo though, right? Like this is the wombo combo that Echo Loud wanted to pull off last game with their engages, But it seemed like Echo Proud is doing it for them. And it's doing a fantastic job. We've seen knockup, upon ultimates. It's like literally 3 knockup at once, right? Curtizy knockup, JP knockup into the Zyda's ultimate knockup. It's just so many knockups. And it looks so beautiful because not a single person, except for Sanji, has a Purify on the side of Echo Loud.
You know, in the very beginning, before all these games started, you mentioned identities, Dave. And Echo Loud has always been, I mean, I feel like their identity has been volatility. It's been aggressive. It's been in your face. We can also play slow. They've mastered so many things, but Echo Proud is right now is a perfect answer to that. I normally don't like teams being reactionary, but Echo Proud has seemed to master that. Like you said, Echo Loud makes this play, but Echo Proud instantly responds as they have the competition to do it. And here they go, trying to do it again. JP will possibly finally go down. He's still up, pops a flicker, outplay finds Benny Cutie, and that is a good trade. JP goes down, but that's okay, because Carl Teasy will fall next, and there it is. They have been reacting perfectly.
Oh, Trax in the mid lane, no. It seemed like the trade-off of skills. On the wait, Trax.
Wait a second, Sanji in a bad spot, forced to steal the Headley catch with the IMU just to get away. Sanford in the midst of things, getting some nice damage on a Curtizi here, trying to get the finish. Can he though? Curtizi able to just escape, but Yawi comes in with the Tyrant's Revenge, able to find it. Sanford goes down anyways though to James. They are back and forth right now, blow for blow, and Yawi almost takes a left hook, able to get away though. Benny Cutie with crossbow tame, able to lock onto James there, but can't get the finish. The shield comes in time. Overall, it's 5-4 at 6.5 minutes. Echo Proud holding about a 1,000 gold lead.
You know, I usually don't talk about mechanics, but just now that was such a beautiful mechanic from Outplayed. Played by Outplayed, right? I mean, Outplayed with the Outplay. When Benny Cutie was getting, when the entire Echo Loud was going on to Echo Proud with Engage on JP, Outplayed immediately jumped in with the ultimate to stop before that Trex.
Wait a second, Jake
huge
still able to get away, responds, gets a knock up to Petrify, the rough waves, and Zeta takes the turtle. Carl Teasy can do nothing but run away with that heavy spin, but they don't want to let it happen. James tries to get the finish, Biawi comes in the nick of time, able to stun him up and allow Carl Teasy to escape with a sliver of health. Sanford coming from the side, but Echo Proud doesn't want to stop. They're going to move on to this tower, finally backing off, but still the aggression is there, Dave.
I mean, there's not too much. Just now, the turtle fight was pretty standard. Echo Proud had a position, and then they played aggressive, but a little bit disconnect, obviously, you know, because they used the Minute and Fury to delay the turtle. And every time you use that, when you have a separation of skills, you're running into a problem, right? You have to do one thing at a time. You either fight, drop the turtle, or you just do the turtle. But just now there was like disconnects. Panda can just use the ultimate Purify and go back in to try to steal the turtle, which resulted in a lot of wasted skills. So back to what I was trying to say was Outplay. You know, here you go, the exact same situation. JP getting caught. Can he save himself this time?
Yeah, but he's not gonna get away this time. Zeta able to pick up the killing spree on Yawi though. The fight still pursues James, looking for Sanford. Double kill into Zeta's hands. Able to find Sanford. The Crab Claw Clan, and with the range is just too much. James trying to lock on to Sanji. Sanji forced to use the IMU just to escape here, and Zeta is relentless on this Bane right now. Carl Teasy can do nothing but run. Sanji coming in, gets terrified, but Zeta pops the recall, showing you that I am not scared.
Oh god, I cannot finish a single analysis. There's too much action going on. And both teams, once they have the momentum, they're not letting it go. But now we have the chance to breathe. Let's recap, you know. First of all, I think this game is such a high mechanically skilled game, right? The outplay on top side, the reason why he took Purify on against 1-1, initially 1-1 would have a little bit of advantage because Inspire does give you so much extra damage. But after Claude finished the core items, right, does have the DHS, he jumped in, did the damage, and then he let 1-1 accumulate the stacks, accumulate the passive, and he used Purify to cancel it when Benny Cutie was about to hit the last prop. It's absolutely insane what he did. The perfect moment Purify to completely clear all the marks from 1-1, and then he wins the trade because 1-1 didn't know what to do anymore. So at this point, I mean, I wouldn't comment too much on macro rotation because both teams are rotating about the same. It's just that Echo Proud is comboing. They're doing everything right with to their win condition, right? They're comboing back to back, except for the last turtle fight because, you know, it seems like Minotaur was jumping in all by himself. Here we go. This might be a big profile engage Rex.
Yeah, a lot's going to be on Betty Q. We haven't seen him get a big crossbow tang off just yet, but JP wants to get one off for himself. It's mayhem in the Lord pit, and the Lord does go to Carl Teasy. It's a beautiful steal. Zeta takes him out, though, and Sanford drops next. Sanji next on the chopping block. That's 4 down in a matter of seconds. Make it 5. Zeta with the triple kill. It's a full team wipeout, and that's not a fair trade in my book for the Lord.
Are they looking to end the game right now? They might be. Facts.
5 seconds till Yahweh comes up. 5 seconds to Carl Teasy, but they got a wave of minions. They're gonna lock on. In comes the deadly catch, and that's it. A 2-0 sweep. Tonight the little brothers brought the heat. Echo Loud will be brought down to the lower bracket, and Echo Proud moves forward.
Woo! Woohoo! That was a fast game. Was that 10 minutes? That wasn't 10 minutes, right? 9 minutes? Oh, you get the Lord, we get your team, we get your base. We got a clean ace outside your base. That was pretty good. Initially, I thought the team fight was a little bit disengaged, but Minotaur quickly came back. The ultimate served the purpose to separate the team fight, in a sense, and he jumped back in. It seemed like a pretty good engage initially from Minotaur, but the ultimate didn't land on too many people. But it does separate the battlefield, and he came back in, and everybody from the side of Echo Proud just dove onto the 2-3 people in the front. I believe it was Yaoi and then as well as Carl Teasy. So they were completely separated. Yes, they got lucky with Retribution in, because we all know that's really just 50-50 at that point with the Battle Wars. It's been like that for quite some time now. But still, 2 versus 5, right? And Echo Proud just dove on them, got a clean ace, and then move on to the base. How they tanked the base, waiting for the minion wave, was absolutely textbook, right? You saw that? How they tanked the high ground tower, and then move on to the base. That was
a lot of tanky force, but that's what allowed Zeta to build a Blade of Despair, and he immediately starts scaling. He's able to spend a lot of money. Sometimes you kind of want to, do we want to risk it on this Blade of Despair so soon? It's such an, at that point, people are just getting sniped left and right.
Trax, I know we're watching the items, but I just can't, but to notice that for the side of Echo Loud, they all had girlfriend pictures. I mean, like, this is so interesting. It's the first time we're gonna see the profiles or ego pictures. I mean, that was interesting. That was definitely pretty good. But Echo Proud's gonna take the series, which means they will proceed to the upper bracket final and dropping Echo Loud into the lower bracket semifinals. Something that few people predicted will happen, but you never actually just underlook the underdogs, right? Especially similar in a lot of scenarios, in a lot of situations. We talk about meta has completely shifted. Right now, who will win the next major tournaments, like this one, WCG, like the upcoming MPL, different regions, NACTs, we don't know. Right, everything's up in the air because the entire meta shifted, and that's what makes this entire season so exciting, Tracks. Because nothing is certain, right? The old kings, right? Who cares? Look at this. Look at the wombo combos, right? Look at the different identities being displayed by Echo Proud. The engage wombo combos, the picks, the hooks, the JP landmark with the hook, with the ultimate, with the disengage onto the Kufra. This has been beautiful. This has been a beautiful series by Echo Proud. And the next series, we want to see some Indonesian action, because Indo will actually play a completely, even a more aggressive identity than Philippines. So I cannot wait for the next series, Tracks.
Yeah, I mean, win or lose, either way, the Echo fans did win today. But until the next matches, which just to let you guys know, it is going to be Onyx Overlord up against Evos Icon. Like Dave said, Indo versus Indo. It's going to be coming soon, but we're going to be taking a quick break before that.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
All right, Dave, we are back. To those that are just joining, this is WCG, the World Cyber Games, coming live from Busan, South Korea. We just watched, I mean, a hell of a match between Echo Proud and Echo Loud, and the underdog team takes a 2-0 sweep against the M4 World Champions. Joined with me is Assassin Dave. How you feeling right now?
I think Trex, once again, nail on the coffin. Echo won last game. What can I say? You know, you said it in game one. Either way, Echo was going to win. And I think you were absolutely right. You know, it turned out Echo did end up winning. It's just that it's Echo Proud who proceeded to the final of winner's bracket. Now, they're going to take on the Indonesian teams. The upcoming match, we're going to have Evil's Icon versus Onyx Overlord. Again, I'm tonight, even though this is like 3 a.m., but I'm excited, bro, because I gotta see some really, really strong line meta from the top players in SEA, right? Like the meta are shifting. We're talking about how the entire meta is shifting. Everything is different now, and we're seeing that firsthand, Trex, in this game. And now we're looking at the roster from Onyx Overlord. Rome is gonna be Oven. We have Luppy, Cesar, Bowie, and D. Cesar.
Now, taking a look at that, though, look at Sassar. KDA 11.2. I think Sassar is definitely going to be a hero we need, or definitely a player we need to keep our eyes on, honing down the mid lane. And this just goes to prove even more of where the meta is right now. We saw in Echo Proud Zeta, right? The jungler was one of the leaders in KDA, but here on this team, it is the mid lane, meaning what kind of mage picks are we going to see? Are we going to see more burst damage? Are we going to see Kadita, the Farza, things like that? Are we going to roam into the Valentina? Or are we going to see something completely different from Onyx Overlord here?
Yeah. Jesus, Onyx Overlord. This is, to be honest, I gotta be transparent, okay? I gotta be real with you guys. I gotta keep it 100 with all of you guys watching.
Keep 100,
this is yeah, keep it 100. This is a pretty new roster to me. I just want to see how they perform tonight. I gotta say the KDA looks pretty exciting. Obviously, the mid lane and the goal lane are gonna have much better KDAs. But interestingly, the mid lane has much better KDA than goal lane. What I'm interested in is where this KDA is captured, right? Like, how does KDA calculated? Is it rank KDA or is it tournament KDA? And if it is tournament KDA, what tournament data are we drafting from? And that's also very, very important when we're looking at data like this, because KDA is a pretty important
group
metric,
stage. I'm pretty sure it all goes from the group stage.
Yeah, but okay, group stage. But is it the most important metric to evaluate a team? Because if you think about like jungler, right now in Mobile Legends Bang Bangs, mostly jungler's objective is mostly secure, like what? Secure objectives, right? Different assassins. Now let's take a look at EVO's Icons roster, Trex.
Yeah, in the roam position, we have Vadenstrong. In the XP lane, we have Veldora and Vadenstrong. We're going to be saying it like that all night. After that, mid lane, we have Krite. The jungler will be Sutsujin, and the gold lane will be Doma. This is the lineup for EVO's Icon tonight. And, you know, Indo versus Indo, EVO's versus Onyx. This is a tale that has been told many, many times. These are two teams, two organizations in general that have battled it out for the past few years. And tonight, though these aren't the main lineups, they aren't the tier ones, as you would like to say, Dave, this is still a major org versus org battle.
Yeah, this is Neo Armstrong we're talking about, right? I was gonna say Neil Armstrong, but this is Neil Armstrong. Dude, I literally don't know
first man to land on the moon, right?
it.
That's the first. That's
Yeah,
the first man to land on the moon, right?
Yeah, he's
Neil Vanstrong.
yeah, exactly. And he's the first. I'm pretty sure Vanstrong is the first roam with 8.0 KDA. Play the Despair Grok, like, or are you playing like one of those one-shot? I don't know, Novaria support, right? Like, what kind of support roam are you playing? No, that could. I mean, to be honest, I'm just saying.
It could be a possibility. It could be, you know, a sniper roam. Also, I mean, it could just show that the way they're focusing on these fights is playing things a little bit safer. You know, not your typical super hyper aggressive team, taking things slow and only making plays when plays need to be made. The difference in this draft, is it going to be a huge difference from the PH counterparts?
Right. And also, like, Minotaur is just so strong. The discoverer, right, for the team. So he's in the front line, you know, in the trenches, getting his feet dirty, getting his hand dirty as well, and getting bamboozled by the entire other side. But with single skill 2 in the rage mode, he's back alive. Imagine the cow does not turn into beef tonight, right? It's just still standing strong as a cow. And that turns into a bull. And that's exactly what Minotaur is now in the current meta. And I'd like to see more Minotaur. But in this game, I mean, I have never actually saw how those two teams play. So this is gonna be quite exciting. EVO's Icon versus Onyx Overlord. Are we gonna see something completely different? Are we gonna see some new meta we're talking about? Tonight we have never seen a single Florin Trex. And Florin has been dominating the entire meta right now with, you know, different combos, right? Fredrin, Florin, or, you know, some other people with Florin, right? Any tank players, any tank junglers would have worked really well with Florin. That heal is absolutely insane. We've seen some Fredrins going in, the 1v5, take a lot of damage, and with a Florin sustain, with the flower, with the passive, with the ultimate, he just doesn't die. And maybe we can see that coming out from Indonesian team tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the last games we saw were definitely two hyper-aggressive compositions, very divey, and it just seemed like Echo Proud brought the perfect counter to the diveness of Echo Loud. So again, are we going to see something different with Onyx Overlord, with Evos Icon? We know on the Indo side, metas have always been slightly different. In the past, they were playing Assassins even when Assassins weren't really popular, right? When almost everyone was running tank jungle, we saw a lot of Indonesian teams and M4s still pick up the Hayabusa, still pick up the Ling, things of that nature. Last game, we saw some of those things get banned. Will we see some of them slip through the cracks here?
Yeah, Ling being first ban, remember that? Echo Proud, they did that, right? They did Ling first ban. I'm pretty sure they did the Kaja second ban. You know, it's pretty target focused. Where Echo Proud is a Fredrin ban and it's Eve ban. Both games in a row. Fredrin, as you correctly pointed out, is a flex pick. Eve, undoubtedly mid, but also really powerful, right? And it's also really good against tank. There's a reason why Eve comes to the front line of the meta, because they're so good against tank, so easy to kite them. And then you can see last game, it wasn't even that tanky. It was like a Martis game 1 for Echo Proud. In the second game, they had a Bane, right? I mean, it's Fighter, which is similar to tanks, because Fighters doesn't really have direct, you know, should I say dash. There's a lot of mobility to get to very mobile mages in the back line. So it makes a lot of sense why they would have banned Eve. A character that can do a lot of damage into the late game and also really annoying into the early game. So obviously, again, that's just Philippines. You also pointed out that Echo was very signature playstyle. Both teams played aggressive. It's aggression on aggression, momentum on momentum, violence on violence, right, for the Minotaur and Kufra. But are we going to see something different coming out from Indo team? Because this is no longer brother teams we're talking about. However, they do come from the same region. So they you know, undoubtedly they will scrim quite frequently against each other in the same region. Right. By the way, for those who do not know, if you go to those regions, they have scrim servers. And it's packed. Every day you get like hundreds of messages in those servers. Oh, looking for scrim, looking for scrim. Teams train hard in Indonesia and Philippines, right? So tonight, I got to see some MDL teams, and I'm really excited.
All right, so if we had to pick right now, which team are you rooting for, Dave? Who are you betting on?
Yeah, Onyx Overlord. I do it for the name, you know. Yeah, I like Evos. Yeah, but Overlord just sounds a little bit more cinematic. You know, you go and you say
I feel like that's you.
Overlord.
You're the Overlord, and for me, it would definitely be the icon, right? I'm the icon. So it makes sense. You know, it's a good fit.
I can do this. You see, if I do this, it looks really cringe. But you do it, actually looks really cute. It looks very kawaii. So it makes sense that you're supporting icon, right? So yeah, but Overlord is definitely like more of a Uncle Dave style. Overlord. Yeah, so
I like
this is
it.
really good.
My man came prepared with the voice changer. I love it. I think some players that we do want to watch out for on Evos Icon is going to be Veldora, Sutsujin in the jungle. I know Sutsujin has had a lot of FaceTime, and not just MDL, but some other tournaments locally, things of that nature. His name has become pretty well known, so I'm excited to see what he brings to the table here. Now, the game should be starting shortly. Again, we're making sure that both teams have the best capabilities and they fight in a very fair environment. So we have a little bit of time to kill. Dave, back to this. Onyx Overlord up against Evos Icon. What do you think some strategies may be as we jump in to this first game?
Oh, God. I mean, Onyx also not well. Yeah, if this is the same Onyx, or if they are brother team of Onyx because they use Onyx. Even though you have different logos, you know, the later game is the Overlord, but the later half, but it's Onyx, right? If they train with the starting roster Onyx, I mean, we're talking about Keyboy, we're talking about, again, a very aggressive playstyle, similar to Yaoi, right? Yaoi and Keyboy, they're very, very similar in how aggressive they like to play. So if that's the way it is, and that's the only possible assumption I can have at this point, a logical assumption. So I would assume that Onyx playstyle, Onyx Overlord tonight is going to be very aggressive. Are we going to see some Chow? Are we going to see some Kufra? You know, like those heavy engages, right? Engage from far away, high mobile engages. From Evil's Icon, that I cannot tell. Evo is such a versatile team. They play everything, and then obviously they were once world champion, and then coming to in MPL, they've never should I say, seized to lose or surprise their fans with all kinds of picks they have. So tonight it's going to be really exciting. I'm just really excited to see hero pool versus hero pool, and then honestly, I don't know how Onyx Evil's icons.
I like it. I like it, and it seems like it seems like we're kind of creeping back into that very hyper aggressive meta in general of just like in your face. We're not wasting any time. We just saw a game end in what was the final time? About 9-10 minutes. That's something that we haven't seen in a while. Games for a minute there were like running to 20-30 minutes sometimes with the tank meta that was in. Are you a fan of where this is going? Do we like heading back into this fast pace?
Oh, absolutely, bro. I'm so proud of what they did in game 2 with the 9-minute game. Slap on the face for Anko Loud was really good, right? The way how they ended the game, it was just beautiful. And again, we talk about this repetitively regarding how the top tier team is really hard for them to adjust to the new meta, because what's already working, why change it, right? Pick is a little bit better now in the current meta, and they have to beat you with it, and that's when you're like, oh, okay, that hurts. You know, that's when you wake up to the moment and then you do some changes. And that's really the only time when competitive teams make the change when new meta shifts. Is you've seen the reason why Philippines have dominated entire Mobile Legends for so long is because the meta has stayed this year. Not only the current meta that we have is just the tip of the iceberg. There are a lot more to come later half of the year before M5. So we're gonna see more and more different strategy comes out. You know, we're gonna see more of a Granger jungler, the Roger jungle, the YSS jungle, all that kind of stuff is gonna resurface back into the meta. And I'm gonna see some new characters like Hanabi and Angela combo with the shield. I don't know. Right, I want to see those, but they never show up. But Trax, I mean, I think that's. What do you think, right? What do you think about Indonesia? You watch MPL Indo all the time. Is there any silhouette of Indo meta into this?
I don't know. I think Indo definitely has a good. They're in a place right now that we haven't seen them be at for a little bit. They've always I feel like PH was very complimented by the last meta. Teams like Blacklist, Carl TZ did very well in some of those tank junglers. And Indo was really hanging on for a bit there, trying to still make some of these assassins work in a time when it didn't work at all. Still make this fast-paced meta work in a time when it just didn't really have a place. And right now, with the volatility that the meta, we're seeing them do so good. Onyx takes home MSC. I mean, definitely just in a place where this could be a spot that they could reign supreme. And as we saw in last game, we saw with Echo Loud, they had a little bit of issues. They're having a little bit of trouble adapting. They're still in the past, you would get punished for trying something like that. You pull out a Minotaur, you're going to get punished. You pull out a Bane, you're going to get punished. But now those possibilities are here. You can try new things. So I'm just excited to see what else are people going to start trying. Are we going to start seeing marksmen come back to the jungle? Are we going to start seeing some of these other picks that we've all missed but have been wanting to see so bad come back?
You see, that's why I'm all about synergy, right? I'm all about groceries and synergy, right? Groceries is important because I need to eat. And synergy is really good because it makes MLBB better, more fun, more enjoyable to watch. Right? Without synergy, it's just really boring. Now with synergy, you have Minotaur and Bane, right? Atlas and Bane, Atlas and Leomord, and stuff like we're talking about Fredrin and Florin. But Fredrin has been here for so long, he's jaded. We don't want to see Fredrin anymore. Let's get some Alice and Florin, right? Put a flower onto the Alice, give 10% magic lifesteal, and get an incredible heal in and make it awesome, Let's see some of those. Let's see some Loi plus Kaja. Let's see some pick comp, right? Let's see some global map teleport, plus a suppression, plus some burst damage on top. Again, you put a nail in the coffin there with Indonesia's loving this, because when we were in MSC, I got a chance to talk to Team Onyx. They were begging for a meta shift, right? They want to see change because they have huge hero pool, and then they really want to see it. All right. It seems like, we are going to see a small break because our backstage is getting the entire tournament set up. So I guess we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
All right, Dave, back again. Back again, and hopefully much, much closer to game one of Onic Overlord up against Evo's Icon. I mean, I feel like we've kind of run out of talking points here. All we want to do is just see how this game goes, keeping the Icons up against the Overlords over there. Dave, Assassin Dave, Mr. Mao, the Overlord.
Big shout out to World Cyber Games for hosting Mobile Legends, because now we have so many tournaments in the entire world of MLBB, giving a lot of teams opportunity to shine. You know, like if it's not for WCG, we will never really see Echo Proud versus Echo Loud, right? You never see a team can take on the main team and do so well. In Trax, now we're walking to the draft between Indonesia versus Indonesia.
Sir, what's your
Evos
command?
will
Your
be
team
on the
is
blue
banned.
side up against Onic here. And first ban, already a little bit of a change up. It's not the Ling, but it still is an assassin. We're going to take out that Fanny.
Yeah. Ban is a good ban. You know, this is one of the target bans. I think the region, they probably scrim a lot, we mentioned. A team usually scrim 3 times a day. And then if you want to go true intense, go 4 times a day. Yo, Trax, what is this? Fanny and Link. You know, like right now, we'll just go full assassin ban.
Target
Are we gonna
boy
see Hundo ban next?
Target boy here. I don't think we're gonna see Hundo ban, Dave. I know, but that, you know what that means though, right? If they don't ban it, they could pick it, Dave. They could pick it. It could happen.
True. 100%.
It could happen.
I mean, that's
I don't know about
why,
100, maybe like
that's why
5% chance, but hey, yeah.
Hey, 5%. I would take a 5% chance more than like it's higher than 4.5%. You know, just saying.
That's true.
Right? They're gonna go ahead. Contraband. We're standard. Franco's still on the table. That means you can still take a suppression. Valentina, very powerful character. We talk about how this character, if you first pick it, you can really just stop the enemy from taking the floor and take a lot of really powerful ultimates. So Valentina's still on the table. Are we gonna ban it? You know, if we ban it, leave Flora on the table that other team can take. Right? Another thing is, right now, with all the assassin bans, leave so many available characters. I'm actually surprised that last series we also did not see a Novaria and Beatrix combo, which has proven to be really successful, especially in the past MSC, right? You've seen the snipe combo, the one-shot double snipe. That literally killed Leslie in MSC. I forgot which game it was. 100-0 in base with a single Navarro and a skill 2 and Beatrix ultimate. So are we going to see something similar? Because we haven't seen Navarro at all. We haven't seen any other synergies. It's mainly just the Echo Proud showing us how it's done with some, you know, standard picks. Well, obviously the Minotaur and Bane wasn't really standard. Oh, here we go, the Valentina ban tracks. I was just talking about that.
Yeah. And I like it. It's going to make things a little bit different than what we saw in the previous games. Now, Kadita's still open. Farza's still open. Still some burst mage possibilities. Evos is on the gun right here. What are they going to pick up from? The Fredrin is open right now. Possible flex pick. Do they want to go into that? Or do they want to pick up something maybe a little bit different? Maybe go for a roam up front, secure a gold lane, something of that nature.
Ooh, here we go. Kadita shows up with the first pick and Petrify. Very, very interesting pick. Kadita first pick, Jesus. I mean, that leaves a lot of character on the table. Fredrin plus Novaria. No, Fredrin plus Florin, right? And are we gonna, I want to see that? Or, I mean, because Fredrin is a flex pick as well. This is a pretty good pick coming out from Monic. Overlord. So far, I'm liking it.
I also like the Kadita though, because it can be flexed, right? Like the Kadita has been known to be played as a roam occasionally. It has been known to be played as mid. So it's not like you're showing all of your cards immediately, and you pick up something that can get to the back line and just has a lot of versatility. I've become a big fan of the Kadita over time, and now with the Fredrin locked in, I was wondering if we were going to see this. The Basha, a hero that has come back majorly. The Tortoise Pusens, the ultimate of the Basha with this Fair now, who also can go roam or mage, so it's going to be their choice to switch between this with the Kadita or the Faramis. You have a lot of mobility on that mid lane and your jungle, and a lot of possible aggression.
Oh, here we go. Novaria tracks, we're talking about the combo. Novaria and you have Beatrix coming out. Now remember, Florin's still on the map. If Novaria is not going to be used as a roam, similar to how Blacklist does it, then you have a double mage mid, right? And we've seen that quite often in the current meta. You have double support, and with hyper carry jungle, that also happened. Now with Florin support, you have a Fredrin who's like a bait, a tank in the front line, so you really don't need a front line anymore. So you can, over here, you can actually run a Florin. Then you have double synergies. Dude, I feel like this is not Mobile Legends Bang Bang 5v5 anymore. This is almost like Magic Chess, right? Because when you create a tournament lobby, you can actually create a 5v5 or Magic Chess. It's like a Magic Chess lobby for the side of Onyx. You know, they were trying to create all kinds of synergies and then to create all these powers, looking pretty good.
Synergy is definitely key now. With this next round of bans coming in, we see the Arlott taken out. We see the Melissa taken out from the side of Onyx. From the side of Evos, they've taken away the Lancelot. I mean, I think they got a feeling that this Fredrin is going to go into the EXP lane possibly, especially depending on what their last ban is going to be. And either way, I'm not against the jungle bans here because it starts to limit if you even want to flex the Fredrin of where you want to put him. So either way, they're playing it safe. They're covering some of their bases here. Now back to that Navaria pick though, right?
Time to drop the beat.
You have this long distance poke. You also have the sniper, the Beatrix. But EVOS does kind of have some answers to that. You have that dive potential with the Kadita. You have some flank potential with the Basha. Like I said, you have a lot of movement, so it's going to be up to Onyx dealing with that and keeping Novaria and Beatrix safe in these team fights.
But you see, Trex, there's also a counter argument for that. The thing about Kadita is you need vision, right? You camp in a bush and wait for the right moment, or somebody engage for you and have the right vision for everybody, and you can make a plan accordingly. Now you gotta understand, Onyx Overlord's comp has Novaria, the queen of all vision, right? We're talking about the vision queen. You know, you can't get better than Novaria's ultimate in terms of discovering potential threats in the upcoming regions that you want to explore. So Novaria with Beatrix can combo really well. And the thing about Novaria and Beatrix, in the late game, yes, it's a deadly machine. It can snipe you, can kill you. But really, the strategy, the overall objective of this overall synergy is to poke, right? Poking in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right now, it really come to prominence with the birth of Novaria. Because now you can poke effectively, and not only can you poke effectively, the thing about poking effectively is you can stop a team fight before it begins. All right, let's say if you land a really good poke on Kadita, and so not Kadita, Faramis, and make Faramis one shot, into one shot, or land a really good poke on enemy jungler with a double skill 2 and Beatrix snipe. Or onto the Brody, get him really low. All of a sudden, they cannot join a team fight anymore. All of a sudden, you have the number advantage, and all of a sudden, you know, they will have to back away, or if they fight, it's kind of dumb, because remember how strong number advantage is in this game. So this is what coming out from Onyx Overlord right now. I like the strategy of the poke because it does so much. And not only that, again, they have the Grok, which is also a flex pick, and then they can decide, do they actually want a floor in the end, or do they want another EXP laner?
I think they definitely want to just continue to build this wall around the Novaria and the Beatrix here. So they have the Grok, they have the Fredrin, you have two really strong frontliners. They could keep the Fredrin in the jungle and pick up something bulky in that EXP. They have that option here. And then you just completely protect your Beatrix, and there it is. Esmeralda instead of the Yuzong. Jungle. Krite's going to pick up the Faramis here. And then Van Strong will be on the roam with the Kadita. So kind of big dive composition up against this impenetrable fortress with Beatrix and Novaria on the backside.
Yeah, and I gotta say the Esmeralda actually makes sense too. Skills into the late game against someone like Paquito, right? Because Paquito is really good at getting shields. And guess who is really good against shield? Esmeralda. And that's the pick they go with. EXP lane is all about having the lane priority, have the lane pressure. And Esmeralda is one of the pick that can actually do well here, and also skills into the late game. So they have the heavy team fights. They have the
with that one, and I like it. So it's game one, and another best of 3. Another thing I want to talk about with that Esmeralda, though, right? She's gonna do so well in the late game, especially since EVOS Icon decided not to go for, you know, like a DHS build marksman. They put Doma on this Brody, which is more burst damage, not something that's gonna be able to shred down the Esmeralda. So if Onyx Overlord can get Lupi to a place where they need him, it's gonna run so well.
Actually really good combo as well, because of a single target CC and into Kadita's knockup, into Kadita's full combo, it can be really good, right? Just really good combo. And then, but just now, Grok canceled it. Oh, here we go. A lot of damage.
Oh boy, wants to find Krite here. The Appraisal's Wrath lands down. First blood over to the side of Onyx Overlord.
Wow. Once Fredrin finds you, you really don't get away, huh? That's what it is, you know? When Fredrin is able to land some CC on you and have a, you know, just over and over again refresh on skill, you don't get away from that. You just sit there and you take it. You just keep on getting CC and you don't move until you die. And that's exactly what's happening. Yeah, you just take it.
Sometimes that's all you can do.
You take it as it is.
You just take it, you know? You take it as it is. You accept it. You accept the wrath of the Appraiser. And boy, right now, gonna start moving on to this turtle now. Susujin also trying to maybe fight for this. Assassin sits in the backside, firing off these meteors. Krite gonna get involved. Use the Shadow Stampede, but here comes Possible take, Suchijin still able to steal it. He got stunned up, he still hits the retro just in time. Boy goes down. Evo's Icon able to bring the snap back. Able to take that turtle there. Oh, in a little bit of trouble here. Wants to try to defend this blue buff, but they will not be able to do that today.
Oh, talking about playing aggressive. Who actually got a blue buff? I think it is boxing. Look at Pito though. Able to find one more kill. Yeah, that's really good actually from the side of Evos. I was actually thinking that Box is gonna get it because I see a pretty chaotic execution coming out from Onyx. You know, they were not Onyx Overlord. I want to make it clear, Onyx Overlord, right? They were not poking. Obviously, right now it's kind of hard for them to poke. Having Esmeralda in the side lane is Esmeralda gonna do well on her own. The biggest thing about Esmeralda is the character doesn't provide too much early game. You know, you can dance quite often on the enemy team, but you're gonna do very to no impact to the entire enemy side. Let alone this Esmeralda wasn't even doing that. You know, it was mainly the rest of the team, the Grok, were trying to harass. Esmeralda wasn't simply onto an enemy jungler, so Boxer got a free run into. And speaking of run into, here we go, one more time.
Oh, Suchijin able to help set up the fight there, but the kill does go over to Von Strong, right onto the jungler of Onyx Overlord, and now boys sitting at 1-2-0. He's already a level behind Suchijin here, and that is only going to keep on scaling more and more. It's going to become a problem for Onyx Overlord when they want to fight for these neutral objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, here we go. This might be punished, Trex. Oh, actually,
should be able to get away
he
from
won't
this.
actually run away. Yeah, here's Pokudo. He's very mobile. You know, they're not too much damage right now. Novara hasn't scaled up yet. Novara needs Lightning Truncheon, needs that Clock of Destiny. Yeah, he just got it. It's 4 minutes. It's actually one of the faster ones. Oh, here we go. Onyx one more time, Trex.
Another fight for the purple buff. Suchijin gonna be able to take that away from Boy there. That is huge, and Doma takes out D up in the top side. A little bit of fight continues. Veldora brought down to about half health. Falling Star Moon does not connect. Veldora able to get the sidestep as the rest of Evo's Icon disengage, and that is a play well played. They take the purple buff, and they're gonna move on to this turtle now.
Sheesh. Wow. Evos, they put their foot down to the metal, pedal to the metal. Just go full force. Invade after first turtle, invade after the second turtle. I mean, not after the second turtle, before the second turtle. They just invade now on command. You know, a lot of teams actually forget about jungle objective is also objective. Invading buff is one of the most important objectives against a lot of teams, especially when you know you have the aggression, you have the capability to do so. And that's exactly what Evos is doing. Once they have the little lead, they capitalize on it and then continue to expand the lead. Because now, not only do they control the river and anything on the left side of the river, they also control the top right quadrant. So they have 3 sides of the map resources going towards the pocket, which is going to make sure that they scale more and faster. Because now, Onyx Overlord, they're only clearing one side, 1/4 of it. And look at Evo's Icon. Look at Boxer making his way into the third quadrant jungle one more time. They're invading into the rest side, but bottom side Tracks.
Yeah, Colt Altar does go off maybe a little bit too early as Onyx Overlord tries to make the snapback. Boy, though, brought very low. Doma picks up the kill, firing off shots from the backside there. Even Loopy on this Esmeralda is forced to run away. Suchijin with the Tortoise Pusins. Gonna try to make another play here. Owen wants to just defend the tower. D's also in the midst of this. Gonna get pulled back with the Shadow Stampede. Stunned down. Pops into Revere's passion, but it's not enough. Krite picks up the kill, and now they're gonna move on to this tier 3 tower.
Wow. Pulled back, stunned up, and beaten down by the team. That's gotta be the status way to go. Just when you say, I'm out, you got pulled back, and it probably, oh, I'm out now. No, you're not. Grok got, you know, another stun from Boxia. Beautiful synergy from Evos, actually. You know, they're pulling their synergy a lot earlier, a lot better. And one of the reasons why this is so successful is because they have a jungle mid synergy, whereas for the side of Onyx Overlord, they have to scale into the late game for the synergy to be effective, right? Because now their synergy is mid lane and the marksman, which usually don't have that much synergy in early game. And then we're seeing that in full force, full display, at least in this scenario. Right, you can see now Boxia working onto the turtle one more time, and he can do it really fast because he have infinite skill 2s. And Onyx already actually close to 4,000 gold behind. It's Evo's game to lose now.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta think about it. All of their eggs were essentially in one basket, and that was the Novaria and the on this Beatrix. Those were their main damage dealers, and right now the Beatrix sitting at 0, 2, and 0, so far behind. It already kind of felt like they had a later game composition, but with the way that Evo's Icon is pushing the envelope right now, Onyx Overlord is getting no time to breathe, no time to scale. They've missed their mid-game spike, and they're just falling behind more and more. Evo's Icon does not want to give this up. Is there an answer for Onyx Overlord here?
I mean, the problem with Pocom is once you're behind, you're really behind. You know, like, because you're mainly relying on poke, but you have to wait until late game for your poke to be effective. Like right now they're 5,000 gold behind. That's like two whole items, right? If you buy cheap items, if you get the 5% discount, the magic worship from, you know, the magic emblem category. So it's one of the things that right now for Onyx Overlord, they really have to wait until after 60 minutes, not even 12 minutes, maybe even like 18 minutes after Lord fully evolves. So it's really delayed, and then I don't know if Abel's gonna give them the chance, because look at how aggressive they are. They're on every buff, the invading blue, invading red. They literally have the river objective under control, and then they're expanding that river objective, as I said, into the enemy jungle objectives. And it's such an effective strategy if you play an aggressive palm like Boxia and Kadita combo.
I mean, they're just choking them out right now. They're cutting each tower, opening up space. Onyx Overlord can barely breathe. Evo's Icon trying to make him go night-night right now, and it's becoming a little bit of a problem. At least Loopy, though, you know, doing a little bit of split pushing here, causing some pressure, pulling Veldora away, trying to just, you know, get that chokehold off their neck any little bit they can.
Whew. He's doing his best. His best might not be enough. You know, this is how the world works, kids. Sometimes you do your best.
So sad,
in the day. 2 days later, you're on the shooting away.
I know how that
But
feels,
just,
man. You know, you do your best, and somehow you just end up a Mobile Legends caster. I don't know, but here we are. We really touched some heartstrings here across the world. No, I love my job. I'm just joking.
This quickly become an inspirational speech, but I gotta say, like, it's pretty interesting so far. Onyx they're not going anywhere, right? Like they're just slowly choking themselves. They're not making any plays. And then I want to see Esmeralda's item. If we're gonna see items right now, I'll be like so grateful, because you're gonna see where Esmeralda is, right? How well it's developed. As you've hit all the 3 core items yet, get a little bit of tanky, get a little bit of shield, get a little bit of cooldown reduction. Now now look at a core win condition, which is going to be going back to Suster, right? Suster and D on the snipe combo, on the poke combo. But so far they're not poking effectively. It seems like they're poking on their own, right? Like Suster has not been using ultimate along with D, and that's something they need to do. They have to poke someone out to make sure they gain the upper hand, especially ideally onto the Birdie and the marksman, and go to the next. But now they're poking on their own. So, I don't know, like Lord is pushing the Taekwondo tower now, and it does seem like Onyx can stop this.
I mean, they do have some wave clear still in their part. Like, is that the saving grace here?
It really isn't, because it's not effective. There's nothing there, right? If there's a wave pushing from the bottom lane, good job from Evo's Icon, right, for what it did. Speaking of good job, Tracks.
Wait a second, Wild Charge comes in, but the Cold Altar able to save the day for the side of Evos. They're gonna find Boy and get out of town. Still haven't lost a single member. Onyx Overlord, though, does continue to defend.
Oh, man. I mean, they're defending pretty well. And again, they need to drag the game to 18 minutes. If they drag the game to 18 minutes, when D's item comes online, Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar, you have maybe even Hunter Strike, you got all those kind of items. Maybe, just maybe, they have a chance, right? Because right now we don't know. But once Beatrix comes online, we know he can shred everybody. Even Boxia with the passive cannot stop the DHS damage from D, from someone like Beatrix, right? Because yes, you have the Cold Order, but if your Cold Order cannot be wasted on someone who is poked low, not poked dead, right? If I can poke, use very low investment to get a really high return to get your ultimate out, right? That's really good. That's a really good deal. It's kind of like, you know, buying stock in the current market, buying an Nvidia at the beginning of this year, right? You'll be seeing a 3-time return at this point in time now.
I lost out again, you know. I tried my best, but I lost out on a lot of those returns. Now, here we are, though. I do feel like we're getting to a stage of this game where Onyx is forcing it to be a little bit slow, which, like you said, is great for them. Wait a second, Zujin gonna come in, the bombs drop on top. Veldor takes out Sasser, though, and Van Strong finds D. 3 members down. Let's make it 4 for the price of 0. That is 1 cheap meal for the side of Evo's Icon. Lutty all alone once again. Can he defend this? They don't have the minions to push on his tower, but they don't care. Lutty gonna fall. The wave of minions coming, and this will be game 1 for Evo's Icon.
Oh Lord. It seems like that for the side of Onyx Overlord, they had an idea of what they wanted to do, but they're not able to execute the early game properly, right? So it's Evo's tracks ready. Evo's Icon time.
Icon time.
Icon time. That was pretty good from Evo's Icon.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but they execute again. It's strategy versus strategy, identity versus identity, right? Which one is more characteristic? Which one has more obvious traits? And in the last game, we saw it. It's Evo's Icon, right? They had a Kadita plus Boxer combo. Not only that, they just worked in unison. You know, you have. The last thing I expect was a pull from someone like Faramis into the Boxia stun and into the kill. That's just so good. It's so beautifully displayed from the side of Evo's Onyx, Evo's Icon. And then look at the item right now, right? It seems like Onyx's successor didn't even hit the power spike, has two items only, and one of them being the book. So it's not even damage item. It's not even a lightning truncheon that we're talking about, right? It's more cooldown reduction. It's going more support out. There's no damage coming out at all. The 2 items coming out, I mean, Beatrice does have some items, but it wasn't syncing with Sasser. So this is a game where it's just Evo's Icon played to their win condition much better, and it panned out to their favorite tracks.
Yeah, I mean, it was just very one-sided, and with the state of the meta right now, I feel like these things can happen very quickly. It's even harder to come back now, I feel like. If you can get that snowball potential early on, it just stacks and stacks, and literally before the end of all of that, I'm sitting in the game and I'm thinking, all right, Icon has bought themselves a bit of time. They defend the Lord push. They defend some of their towers. They're surviving. Make your way out, you know, just try to drag things on. I'm like, all right, maybe we're going to get to a late game here. And then literally in a matter of seconds, everything ends. And that's just how quick the tables or the door can be closed on a team right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, watching this type of games make me feel so excited. It just makes you wonder what type of new strategies the next game is going to show us, right? The next game is going to present to us. Are we going to have a different region showing completely different, strategies? Because remember, the group stage for this tournament has many different countries, right? Even Burn X Flash was in it, but they got taken out by 2 teams that didn't even make it to this stage of the playoff, right? I think I remember Burn X Flash got taken out by Echo Proud, which is not even in this tournament. You have Onyx Prodigy, you have Onyx, obviously Onyx Overlord. So how can I forget about Overlord? But speaking of Overlord, here we go, Trax. The second game draft has now begun.
Yeah, I mean, it's match point already, and that's the thing. That's the big difference between, a best of 3 and a best of 5. You don't have a whole lot of time to adapt. You either, at this point, switch up their draft very much. They went for a very similar style and ended up losing again. So right here, Onyx needs to make that decision, right? Do we bring in the same style and just try to play better, or do we try something completely different?
I think ban the Kadita. Right, if you know you haven't had a problem against it, don't give it the win condition. A lot of times in esports, it's all about breaking momentums. Some momentum you can't understand. Sometimes the team can take out Hanabi and still destroy you. Right, we've seen it in NCT. Right, we've seen in many different tournaments. Hanabi and Alpha winning against the best team in North America. Right, so it's sometimes momentum cannot be explained. It's one of those mythical things that happen only in esports. So one way to counter that is just break the momentum. Right? How do you break the momentum? Ban the character that's winning. It's rarely understood by a lot of teams because teams believe in science. I'm a man of science, but I'm really just a man of groceries in the end. So I like groceries and I like good games. So this is really good games right now, right? Are they gonna ban Kadita? Well, I guess we'll find out.
Well, I mean, it does look like G from the jump. We don't even care what Onyx is thinking about, what they're planning. And I had a feeling the Ling is open now. Is Evos gonna first pick this? They go for the Valentina instead. Is Onyx gonna fire back?
Yo, Trax, did you see what he banned?
Angela.
It's
It's viable right now, Dave. It's viable. I know it's hard to believe.
Yeah. Dude, I'm not denying it. I've seen it, especially with a carry jungle, right? With the hyper carry marksman in the jungle. It happened, you know. Like, I'm not denying it's viable, but dude, this is what I'm trying to say. Is this is what make me so excited about watching the upcoming tournaments for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right? The next meta, next phase of the entire Mobile Legends esports. The landscape has been completely shifted and changed. Angela now on the ban phase. Who would expect Angela being on the ban phase? Like, what kind of changes happen, right? Now Evo's coming out with Barat and Martis. You know, one can go jungle, one go EXP lane. They can either way. They can flex it. Oh, actually take away the Barats. I was like, whoa. It turned out it's gonna be Arlott. Pretty standard picks so far from Evo's icon.
Definitely some good picks, and we go for, you know, we saw this pick before. We know how aggressive it can be in the jungle. Suchijin gonna be on it. We saw Echo Proud completely dominate Echo Loud with it, and it's gonna work well again with this Arlott. So I mean, you just have this hyper aggressive team once again. You have nice CC. Not only that, but the Arlott's gonna pair well with the Terrify from the Valentina. So Onyx this time needs to find an answer to that. And I'm wondering, do you meet that with just as much aggression? Because last game they went for kind of the slow play. So I think this time it might not be a bad idea. Let's try to get in your face a bit more.
I can help.
Your team is banning.
Ooh, Melissa pick in this scenario, I mean, it's decent against Arlott, right? It's really decent against Arlott with the ultimate. But is it such an early pick in this scenario? I don't know. Because I like mid jungle support synergy, right? I like picking those, especially in a scenario where you're gonna take a lot of frontline damage. So what I really want to see more synergy, and so far I'm not seeing it coming out from Onyx Overlord. You know, like what about the Flora and Fredrin combo that most teams are enjoying a lot of success with? You know, coming out on the other side, it's not too much synergy, but it's just meta picks, and then it's good in some sense. We'll see the next two picks, right? Because right now they have not picked their roam yet. And they can also copy Valentina. There are too many great ultimate can copy still. But still, like, that means they're also like, you know, Ana goes up 2 picks. They still haven't picked their roam. So there's a big roam ult you can copy with Valentina. So that's still possible. Oh my god. Even with the Fredrin pick, we're still gonna target the Ling, huh? So they're dead set on the Fredrin going to EXP.
I mean, it's what they did last game too, right? They still banned into the jungle, even knowing that was up. So I think they're possibly forcing Boy here to pick up this Fredrin, right? I think it's kind of what they want. So it's like, no, we're not going to let you swap. We're not going to let you try to pull a fast one on us. You're going to stay on that Fredrin. You're going to sit in the jungle with him. We're going to take advantage of it just like we did last game.
Can they take advantage of it this time? Fredrin's not someone you can just take advantage of very easily, right? Just look at the muscles, the weapons that he has. Right, this guy's gonna stand in front of the gate of the jungle and just be like, "Shoot at me!" and you would just walk away. That type of guy, you know, in the jungle, it's really hard, right? So especially with aggressive, really high damage Kadita with the petrified combo, with the knockade. I want to see Valier, man, to be honest. But Valier in this game might not be so good. But I really just do want to see Valier coming out, or some other different kind of synergies coming out. This game so far, neither team I'm seeing it, right? Unless we see some single target CCs coming out from Onyx Overlord to synergize with the Kadita. So far, it's just pretty meta picks from both sides.
I mean, everything's pretty, yeah, definitely a little bit. I feel like like, don't get me wrong, CC has always been viable. It's always been something you want on your team. But recently what we've been seeing is 3, 4 heroes all just ready to combo things up. And that's why some of these team fights are so devastating at time. But there's the answer. Mr. Von Strong, Neil Von Strong, the first man on the moon, gonna bring out the Diggy, the Starbird, the one and the only, to counteract everything that Onyx is trying to bring here.
Oh my goodness. The standard counter, right? That has never failed us in many scenarios.
Never.
In this case, yeah, I think you mentioned something that's really important, Trex, which is synergy, again, with different combos, right? With Minotaur, if you look at the side of Onyx, the only person that can truly do damage, actually, now with Joy on top, but Joy can do damage on her own. Like, Joy doesn't really need too many people's help in order to be really effective against people. So I think the win condition now for Onyx Overlord is have Joy go and bait out the Diggy's ultimate, right? Somehow go to the back line and do a lot of damage to Beatrix. But this is a Joy jungle, which is interesting because it's going to be kind of squishy. Yeah, so like if you go to Beatrix and Beatrix all attack you, you might be dead. So it's one of those scenarios where I don't know. I feel like there's lack of synergy coming out from the side of Onyx Overlord. And if we were just comparing meta picks, it seemed like Evo's Icon came in more prepared, right? Like you have the meta picks, but they also have the counter picks. I mean, the jungler is immune to quad control. On top of that, you have Diggy's time travel. That's quad control for the immune to quad control for the entire team. And Arlog's gonna do quite a bit. So, and it's a Joy jungle. So, I mean, you're not gonna be that worried against the Joy jungle, to be honest. But ladies and gentlemen, this is match point to the favor of Evo's Icon. Can it walk away with another 2-0 series? Trex, what do you think?
I mean, it could definitely happen here. I love what you were saying about the compositions because I kind of feel the same way. Onyx just feels kind of out there. You have this Minotaur, who everyone's going to really capitalize on kind of being grouped up together. Like if you can jump on and make this big composition work in some of these team fights, whereas Evo's Icon is very straightforward. Everyone can work very well together. No one's ever going to get way ahead of the pack and be on the opposite side of the map. I'm liking what Evo's Icon brought here, and I feel like once the Diggy was picked, Overlord just kind of panicked.
Yeah, because it also does give Onyx Overlord a lot of confusion, you know, because now Minotaur is like, do I go in? Do I not go in? There's just so much trouble, right? Like you have to wait. Who's gonna bait that? It's gonna be Joy. But Joy goes in, early game is okay, but late game, they get one-shotted by Beatrix by a lot of characters. You know, so especially when all the damage comes up. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Sasser already in trouble. Gonna go down. First blood with the decimation. Cool. That's rough.
Interesting. That is really rough. 10 seconds before turtle spawn. That's the last time you want to die right now. I look at the poke coming off from Melissa. That's literally the last time you want to die right now. Because if you die, you're gonna be so behind on levels, and it's gonna give Evo so much more advantage walking to the first turtle. Even with the Minotaur ultimate, who cares? Diggy is level 4. Marta's immune to quad control. You have Crit, who can copy Minotaur's ult and be more effective with it. Oh, he decided to copy Kadita's ult. That's also pretty good, right? You get a confusion going on and you use your Kadita ult with Flicker.
Most definitely not. So Susan's gonna pick up the first turtle. Evo's Icon getting the first neutral objective. Now we're looking on Onyx Overlord, and Owen really wants to hang out in this gold lane. I think once again they need D to scale this time. Last time the reason why they weren't able to output the damage is because their gold laner slacked off. But the weakness of this is they're putting Sasser in a very dangerous spot all alone in the mid side. Evo's Icon more of rotating as a unit, whereas Overlord is split up. So Overlord needs to be careful or they're gonna keep getting picked off like what we just saw.
Yeah, all by himself. It's almost like a music, but it's not music. It's just sadness. Here we go. Evo. Okay, I think one thing we established tonight is we might not choose to other people sing, they ask for money. When Trax sing, he gives you money. It's one of those.
Is that true? Listen, you should be blessed. Be blessed to hear my beautiful voice.
Well, true.
Might be getting some action up in the top side here.
Former rotation
All
tracks
4
on top lane.
members coming up. Yeah, a little bit of something. The bombs drop onto D, bring him down to about half health. But he brings out the muddles, able to poke away. And that's one of the pluses of the Melissa there. You have such good range in this laning phase, even against the sniper. But wait a second, Veldora takes some waves to the face and gets brought down. Boy, gonna pick up the first kill for Onyx Overlord.
I like that. And also, D did get forced out to Inspire. Just now, the reason why they decided not to go on to D was because the Inspire is able to get quite a lifestyle. Here we go, the Flicker comes out. Oh,
Misses the
Valentino does copy Mina's ultimate though.
Stops them from coming under the base. Krite taking a little bit of poke damage there. D doing a wonderful job at defending, and it's making keeping Owen up here all the more worth it. Onyx Overlord definitely hanging in this game a lot better than they were last time. This time it almost feels like they're starting to hit the advantage. And if they can keep this here, they're gonna have a great mid-game spike. Lutfi looking for Veldora. Veldora dashes back in, able to get some health back. Lutfi not able to get the finish. But now there are still 4 members up in the top side. They want D. Sujujin drops it onto Owen. Next decimation comes in, and that's a double kill. Rough waves from Sasser, not able to collect anyone.
This feels for a chaotic fight, to be honest. The both sides has been just back and forth, and not too much system to it. It just feels like Evo's icon is just out damaging, out rotating as a team, right? They're playing more like a team. You can see more of skill sequences coming off from Evo's icon. I wouldn't say they're playing to their win condition, because there's not too much win condition besides this farm, and help. And DK as a marksman, help marksman farm, At the same time, jungler rotated top side, help marksman farm. Right? I guess the win condition you can summarize in one word: gold lane. Okay, that's 2 words: gold. Right? It's money for the gold laner.
D.
The more he has, the better, and that's exactly what they're executing. So they're doing that flawlessly. Meanwhile, for the side of Onyx, they're stuck between a rock and hard place. To be honest, they're not sure what to do. Oh, here we go. They know what to do. Trex.
That's a hard place, all right. Doma just gets picked off, and that, like you said, was a win condition. So Onyx knows it. They target the right person. They find it. And now both gold laners sitting at 1 death.
Ooh, bottom lane, a lot of aggression. Ooh! Trex, beautiful. Nothing gonna happen.
Definitely a beautiful ult. Nothing too much. Might be able to take this tower. No, he's focusing minions on himself. And now Susujin gonna move on to this purple buff. Can Boy contest it?
Whoa.
Did he get that? No, he lost it. He's only got the turtle buff, so Susujin steals the purple.
Team turret has been destroyed.
Wait, he did not? So who got it? Joy?
Susujin. No, Joy did not get it.
Okay,
Joy's sitting with the turtle buff.
Yeah, that's okay. That makes sense. And now Susujin doesn't just want a buff, he wants more. He's going in.
Team turret has been destroyed.
I like it very much.
Not really. He's
Icon just kind of rotating around the way that they're now moving from tower to tower. There's 4 members on the boss side, doing a nice amount of damage. They're gonna back off. Watch the Sasser here. Oh, the damage isn't there yet.
Yeah, not gonna be enough. On top of the fact that crit does have another engage tracks.
The go away comes out. Owen goes down though. This could be bad. Boy goes into the backside and completely gets destroyed. A little bit of self-destruction there. Evos Icon hitting a spike of their own at 7 minutes, and Onyx Overlord can do nothing about it.
Yeah, Onyx Overlord, it seems like they were holding on. But look at that final slash. Every time Veldora come in with the final slash, somebody was in trouble. Right? Somebody got hurt real bad. Every time the final slash come in. This character is definitely the playmaker, Veldora, in this entire series. He has done so many good final slashes. The last thing I want to see is maybe a final slash plus flicker. Here we go. Is gonna be it. He's looking for the angle. Can't quite get it. Good job from Owen to make sure he gets himself away. But nonetheless, we're slowly creeping up to a 4,000 gold differential. Oh, here we go, the old flicker. Look at that.
Oh my god. Krite just used the rough waves against Sassar and did more damage than Sassar did to Krite earlier. But there's your final slash. D taking out Doma, picking up the kill. Owen gonna be next. Will fall along with the tower. Evos Icon finding their groove. They've now got a 5,000 gold lead, Dave.
Looks like we're getting off work early tonight. Evos is definitely showing that their domination, right? Coming up from the group stage, Evil's Icon also had a pretty dominating performance in the group. You know, like they had a straight wins every single team they win against, and all the way to the first place of the group 2. And now you're knowing why, right? The way they play really aggressive and we're in sync. And the first game with the combo, the second game, we don't even have to play combo. We'll just tell you, it's not the combo that we have that makes us different. It's the players that we have that makes us different. They're syncing always. You know, the way how they play with the final slash into the combo, into obviously having Diggy as a counter pick to Minotaur. It's not really like syncing skills. It's more of a just, having right rotations and taking the right team fights at the right place at the right time. So they definitely know how to navigate a neighborhood tracks. I think they're doing everything.
So it does seem like we have a quick pause for now, trying to figure things out. I do think, it's match point, Dave. An Onyx Overlord is on a very bad side. I don't know if it's going to be easy for them. Evo's just rotating so cleanly right now.
Yeah. Onyx, man, hang on to their dear life. The last game, the poke strategy did not work out. This game, I don't even know. When the enemy team have the strategy like that, like Valentina, all that, if you have a Fredrin with a really strong front line, I think Florin's not bad. Even the enemy team has Valentina because you can stay far back. The thing about Florin is your skill is so far reach, right? Like, there's no requirement for you to stay in the range of Valentina for her to copy your ult. So you can really just stay in the back, throw a skill back away, throw a skill back away. On top of the fact that your ultimate is global, right? You don't even have to be in front of the team fight. Like, a lot of times, I see support mage players, they like to stay in the middle of the team fights and throw auto attacks. That's the last thing you want to do, right? What's your auto attack going to do? Like 20 damage to a tank? It's a waste of time. You'd rather stay in a safe range, and whenever your skill come off cooldown, you throw it. It's like when you play Valier, you don't auto attack. You just wait until you have skill 1. You ready? You throw it. Ready? You throw it, right? And that's what you do. Same thing with Florin sometimes. But this game, I feel like maybe they're tired. Maybe they're jet lag tracks. I feel like I can't understand it. I'm trying to understand Onyx strategy, but this game, I don't see the pattern of the strategy. I don't even see a strategy, to be honest. I mean, again, we talk about Minotaur and Krita, that's a good combo, but it didn't work out this game because of the existence of Diggy.
Well, I think a lot of teams are like so heavily focusing on their gold lane. They send Owen up to the gold side to protect D, and what did Evos do? They've just been snowballing around the map. You have your jungler, your mid, and your roamer. They're sticking together. They're finding a target, and they're executing it perfectly every time. The last target that they found was tier 2 on the bottom side. They get D, they get Owen, and they're just really just slicing and dicing through Onyx Overlord right now. And I think what Onyx Overlord needs to do is maybe enclose a little bit, come together as a group.
Yeah.
Even if you have to sacrifice a tower or two, even if you have to lose to some split push here and there, you need to start meeting Evos on their terms a little bit more, because right now you can't just stay spread out across the map, or else they're going to keep picking you apart.
Yeah, absolutely. But to be honest, late game, for the side of Team Onyx Overlord, they still have a chance. Melissa is one of the strongest marksmen going to late game, right? If you get Melissa farmed up with the core items, with attack speed, with Inspire activated, there's chance she might get a Savage in one try. We've seen it many times in ranked games. But obviously this is competitive, this is WCG, so it's a little bit different. But still, the potential is there, and that's all we need. Hang on to a potential. And that's why, that's how you jump in Bitcoin at $60,000. It's all hang on.
Most definitely. I mean, the Melissa is definitely solid, and it should work against the enemy composition in a sense, like if it can stale, because you get that spread damage, right? You're able to hit multiple targets at once, and what Evos wants to do is group up. So I get the strategy, but until they get there, there's a major problem, and you can't get D there if D cannot scale, and the only way they're going to get D to scale is if she doesn't die, which means she has to stay with the team, or they have to send a couple more people to protect D. Because right now, like you said, that is kind of their only saving grace in the end game. But the way that most games have gone tonight, there isn't going to be an end game.
Yeah, it doesn't die is definitely not enough. I think Trex one more time, you hit a nail on the coffin, right? You just continues to do that. I'm surprised how you keep on doing this, right? This is actually really good. Because for Melissa to scale, she needs to farm. But so far, she's not been farming. So they send Owen to the top lane to help Melissa to farm. But okay, if you send 2, we're going to send 4. And that's what we saw last game, right? Sometimes when we see on the top lane, it's a 4v3 situation. It's the entire team of the side of Evo's icon, their top side, versus 3 people. Pressure one time, didn't work. All right, we're going to back away. You activate Inspire, clear the lane. All right, you win this round. We're going to back out, wait until you start Inspire right now. And we're going to come back in when you least expect it. You're like, oh, they probably backed away. They're probably not going to stay here. But little did you know, kaboom, kapow, bam. Next thing you know, that's a Martis on your face with the ultimate, with the ultimatum. And the next thing you know, you're back in the black and white screen and back in the base. So it's just one of those scenarios. Like, I feel like Evo's icon has a clear strategy of what they want to do. Let's focus on goal lane. We talk about this throughout the entire game. Their one condition is to make sure their Beatrix farmed. And they've been doing that the entire game. Diggy just been sitting top lane, babysitting just like Owen did. But obviously Diggy being the dominant one in that situation. The much longer reach with skills, much better poke, and a much better protection. Whereas the other side, it's really hard because you constantly get harassed by an egg. Well, a little chicken. Right, that sometimes turns into an egg. So it's just like a really rough situation for a side of Evo's, Evo's Onyx Overlord to be in at this point. I mean, I really don't know what they can do because I can't figure out a draft. Yeah. I can't figure out the win condition, and Melissa needs skill, but so far Evo's are not giving them the opportunity tracks.
Yeah, I mean, because even with the scaling effect of Melissa, Evos has late game as well. In the early game, the decimation just becomes more and more. The pressure becomes more and more. Then they also have the counter pick with the Diggy. It felt like from the draft until now, Evos has been a few steps ahead. And we saw the Joy jungle pick. We questioned it. We were a little worried about it. And now we're seeing where it's faltering because even when it does get into the back line, they just destroy it. We saw him instantly get annihilated. But here we go, back into the game. Enough talking guesses because the facts are about to happen.
Yes, I mean, Joy is definitely falling short. I was worried about Joy pick as a jungler since the beginning. Right? I was like, okay, maybe you join the XP lane and you try to go into bait and you have Vengeance. Because Joy against Beatrix is actually so good. Beatrix likes to use a BB gun, which does a lot of damage late game. And you have Joy, who comes in with the Vengeance. Sometimes you don't have to use a skill, right? On top of the fact you have your ultimate, have your shield, have all the damage. If Beatrix start auto-attacking you one time when you activate Vengeance, it's literally suicide, right? In other words, he's murdering herself, which is really, really difficult for Beatrix to deal with. And at the same time, you can use the opportunity with Vengeance to bait out the skills, bait out the ultimate, because Diggy will then have to use the ultimate to protect the jungler, to protect the marksman. And then after that all runs out, after time journey runs out, Minotaur can go in with a huge Millennium Fury with confidence. That's the most important thing, doing it, because of the existence of Diggy.
Yeah, looks like we're having a few issues with Sasser here. He's staying back at the base. Don't know exactly what's going on with that. Evos Icon are going to be able to take the Lord here. Onyx Overlord still on the back foot. And what we just saw was very reminiscent to Game 1, how the way they choke out that tier 2 in the top side, move on to the mid. And right now, everything is just going to Evos Icon's pace.
Yeah, Game 1 they played aggressive, they invaded. Now they have not only 3 side jungles, they control 4 quadrants of the entire map. Top jungle, top side jungle, bottom side jungle on the enemy side. That's on their side. On their side is guarantee theirs, and he's going to their enemy side jungle for more farm. So we'll quickly jump into catapulting ourselves to an 8,000 gold differential to the favor of Evils, and then they perfectly match the wave. Well, not imperfectly, but very close. Now bottom lane, 2 humongous waves of the Lord is coming to tracks.
Yeah, Lord is about to crash. Bottom inhibitor down to about half health. Veldora dives in, tries to go for the finish, looking for Luppy. Owen wants to use Owen's Fury. Pops it a little bit too early, doesn't get a whole lot out of it, but boy, in the backside will instantly get destroyed again. Not able to find Doma. Instead gets taken by Doma. Snipe shot on it deep, brings him down to about 10%. This could be it. Evo's Icon onto the base. Sutsujin wants to get the finish, and that will be a clean sweep in a best of 3. Evo's Icon will move on to face against Echo Proud.
Wow, what a clean finish. I mean, it's a 5v4 finish, but it's a clean finish nonetheless. So we have our winners bracket finalists, Echo Proud versus Evo's Icon. I'm actually really excited to see those two teams. Actually, it's not what we expected, right? A lot of people expected, obviously, Evo Loud to be in the grand finals, but it's going to be Echo Proud, not Evo's Loud. Echo Proud versus Evo's Icon into the winners bracket final. And on the loser bracket semifinal, we're going to have Echo Loud versus Onyx Overlord. I mean, tomorrow is going to be also very exciting, but the next match, wow, I'm excited for that. Let's take a look at items, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the items once again, Evo's Icon is just so far ahead. Look at Van Strong. We were questioning about the KDA, right? Well, there it is. Once again, Van Strong goes with a perfectly clean KDA, able to just support his team and not die at all. But I think the real star today has to be Suchijin. I mean, just smashing through their opponent.
Upper bracket, not grand final of everything, just upper bracket final. They're gonna face none other than Echo Proud, who plays more aggressive, who execute team fights better than Echo Loud apparently in the last game, who has a clear idea of exactly what they're doing. This is now strong identity versus strong identity. This is the game to watch. I'm really excited to see who execute better, which tank player is going to show off and then be the different one, right? Are we going to see outplayed, or are we going to see something different? Outplayed is actually the marksman, JP, right? Are we going to see JP, or are we going to see something like One Strong, right? One Strong is more of a support player. Yeah, One Strong coming into this game, feel like he just fit the team, provide the team of everything the team needs. He's a provider, he's a supporter. Whereas Franco, at the ultimate, he leads a macro rotation. So chances leans, in my opinion, leans more towards Echo Proud. But hey, what do I know, right? This is a meta of underdogs and the meta of that's drastically shifting. Maybe next game we'll see something different from Evo's Icon that will take all of us by surprise.
All right, well, everyone, until we see this next matchup, Echo Proud up against Evo's Icon, we are going to be taking a quick break. So as Dave likes to say, grab your popcorn, get ready, use the bathroom, do whatever you got to do. We'll see you guys soon. All right, we are back for the final match of day one. So far, we've had some big, or maybe even small, 2-0 sweeps. And now we're going to see the winner of both those teams. This is going to be Echo Proud up against Evo's Icon. Join with me once again as Assassin Dave, and my name is Trex, bringing this cast to you in the World Cyber Games in South Korea, Busan.
Yes, welcome to Busan, South Korea, where the barbecue are super tasty. If you want to come here to watch the event offline, make sure to go ahead and join us. You're definitely going to meet us here in Busan. We're hiding a secret studio. You have to talk to the production team to get special access. Yes, yes. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're walking into the final game of the night. The winner bracket grand final, the winner bracket final, featuring Echo Proud and Evo's Icon. The two signature team of the entire series. The two teams have definitely stood out and showed us something different. Showed us they have what it takes. They have their own unique play style. They have their own way of representing their region. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look off the rosters of Team Echo Proud.
Yeah, so we got Echo Proud. Once again, JP will be in the roaming position. James in the EXP. Kurt Teasy on the mid side with a 15.5 KDA. Zeta as the jungler and Outplayed as the gold lane. Now, this was a team that was so perfectly reactionary up against Echo Loud, but will they be able to do the same thing against Evo's Icon? Take us through the team, Dave.
Oh, Trax, it's gonna be hard. Anyone, when they see a name, it's gonna be hard for anyone when they take a look at a name like Went Strong, the first printer step onto the moon, as well as Veldora, Krite, Sujin, Doma. I mean, when you look at a team that you can't even pronounce names, that shows you the power, that shows you the strength, the speed, the momentum, the destruction that lies ahead. I cannot wait to see who is a better roamer. Is it gonna be Went Strong, or isn't it be JP? Because JP is a person I definitely have my eyes on too. I mean, last game, not only do you see synergy coming out from the side of Echo Proud, they also have individual mechanics, right? Like I said, I rarely talk about mechanics on cast, but Outplayed actually showed us something very different, right? With the Purify play against 1-1, it might be standard to a lot of pro player, but if you understand that, that took a lot of execution. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna walk into the first game draft right away.
Yeah, we're wasting no time at all, and I'm loving it. We're jumping right into this. Evos will be on the blue side, Echo on the red side. Now, there was one major talking point I want to talk about between these two teams, and that is the fact that Echo was so perfectly reactionary to Echo in their series, and Evos was just the ultimate aggressor in their series against Onyx. So Evos kind of similar to Echo Loud. The question is will Echo Proud be able to play as well against the aggression of Evos here?
Okay, hold on a second there, Tiger. I mean, Trax. I wouldn't say Echo Proud is that reactionary, right? Like, yes, Echo Loud seemed like they had a comeback, right, in game one. But it wasn't like Echo Proud wasn't making the play. They just, that game one, it was very different because JP was on a Franco. And without a Franco, you heavily rely on the hooks. Once he gets in the groove, once he gets in the, the right mindset and the hooks start to land, oh my God, I see one after another, play after play, those ultimate interruptions. I mean, I think this team also sets plays. It's just that they have to play at their own speed, right? We've seen in the game two when they win against Echo with the Minotaur. They definitely had a wombo combo ready, right? The Minotaur ultimate into the Bane ultimate. It was really scary for Echo Loud. So this game, similar bands coming out actually. Ling, Fanny from Evos. This is the same band they did in the last series. And they're doing it again against Echo right now, Trex.
I mean, they don't want to let those heroes through. And right now, Ling, we haven't seen the light of day from him yet. Echo also pulling off some of the same bands that they pulled off against Echo Loud. So overall, I mean, and these have just been typical in general. I feel like the Kaja, the Ling, the Fredrin and the Fanny have kind of swapped in and out so far, but still nothing too crazy. I know that Evos, though, they're going to need to watch out for JP on that Franco. It can definitely be a hot pick for him as we move through this draft.
And the thing about it is Franco is not really a first pick. You don't have to ban it. Right? If you don't ban it, Evo's chance of taking it is not going to be very high. So you can leave it even for the second round pick, to be honest, for side of Echo, right? So they definitely have it under control. And let's take a look at what's available. Valentina and Kaja all been taken away. This might be the chance when we see Florin combo, right? But Florin combo was who?
You really want that Florin.
Oh, I really do. I love this dude. After you've seen what I've seen, how disgusting this character have done to Land of Dawn, how much, I mean, it's supposed to be a character of love and peace that brings justice to all, but instead, all he did is bring, make people, throw up. So it's a character that's really disgusting right now. Really strong. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have Claude coming out first. Are we gonna have Eve? That's like picking into the counter.
Finally? I mean, you think the Eve is countered by the Claude? Like, yes, he escapes out of it, but still, the way the teams have been
it's not escaping out of it. It's more of a Claude can go into queue. Yeah,
but still, I don't know. There's so much more that you get out of it as well. Like, yes, it's one hero, but the Eve is just.
Yeah, true.
I'm just saying the teams have been valuing it. They've been banning it every single time. So I mean, they gotta pick it, right? I mean, if you ban it all the time,
you can see they're struggling. Yeah, you can see like right now what's going through like Echo Proud's coach Trevor's head. They're just struggling. They're like, what do? We want this guy, but like also, yeah. So they decided to take out a Franco. All right, if you have the Claw that might try to counter our Eve, we're gonna take out a Franco. One of the JP's signature pick, number one. Number two, Franco is probably one of the best choice against someone like Claude because you can straight up stop the Claude from doing the dancing duet, all that kind of great stuff. You can stop him right in the track and just destroy him.
We're back again. Just smile. Looks like we're gonna be redrafting that up. Had to be a slight technical difficulty, and once again, we try to give everyone a fair chance here at WCG. So here we go. Back to it. I'm guessing just like the first series of today, the bans will.
Oh, I like it. Just when we say that we have one counter that it's like a triangle love relationship, right? Love triangle. It's like A loves B, but also B doesn't love A. B only has eye on C, but C is like, okay, I'm gonna get A. So it's like one of those very interesting relationship between those three, right?
Yeah.
Franco can do really well against Claude because of the ultimate, the suppression, and Eve doesn't really do well against Claude, but Eve is really useful, really powerful. The list go on and on. Eve is just one of those universally good character. So you take, and by the way, even if it's straight up counter with Claude against Eve, it's not like you always win, because if sometimes you snowball too hard as an Eve, there's so much opportunity for you to build items that counter. Winter Truncheon, or if a Claude comes in, if the entire team is farmed, what's coming out from Echo? Can they pull it off this time? We shall find out after the rematch start.
Yeah, I'm excited to see JP on the Franco again. We saw him pull off some serious hooks, and just having, you mentioned the Franco can be picked late, but when you have a good Franco player, I think if you pick it up early, it definitely puts the fear of Franco into your enemy. They have to now think about this. They have to decide, okay, what do we want to go for? How do we want to deal with this? We have to really play around the Franco, play around the hooks, and there's just the constant pressure. And as long as JP can continuously be a threat throughout the game, it's just going to slowly add more and more fear into Evo's Icon.
True. You're putting the fear into the enemy's heart and also putting a smile on the caster's face, right? Because when we see the Franco, it does make you smile a little bit. Okay, what kind of hook are we going to see this game? All right, is it going to be as crazy as last game, or it's going to be a little bit different? So it's just really exciting to get to see Franco pick this early. It shows confidence, it shows power, it shows momentum, it shows speed. I like that. So even though Franco is actually a very interesting character. It's not, from the figure, you wouldn't expect Franco to run that fast, but it's actually one of the fastest characters in the entire game. I don't know. Maybe he's sliding.
He's sliding? Possible. Claude picked up. We really don't know what's going to be next for the side of Evos here. They could lock in EXP lane. The R lot is still open. We know that Veldora likes to run the R lot. He's played very well on it so far, so that could definitely be a possibility for them.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're an R lot. That's one of the characters for Veldora. A name that I have a hard time pronouncing. Veldora, actually, that sounds really sexy, to be honest. Yeah. Wait, it's a dragon?
It's Thunder Dragon. It's from a show, yeah.
Oh.
You don't know. You're not a weeb like me. Yeah, Veldora, the Thunder Dragon. Slime.
I try to be a weeb.
I'll tell you after the stream.
Community.
I'll tell you after the stream.
Yeah, I wasn't weeb looking enough. But there are actually a lot of other characters available as well. And speaking of characters being available, here we go, coming to the game. Was Faramis banned? I don't think it was, right?
What's your command?
No, Faramis wasn't banned. Maybe, no, I don't think so. We're gonna find out in just a second, Dave. We'll find out in just a second.
Yeah, we're gonna find out just in a second.
Faramis was banned.
There's so many different
characters
right
there, I guess.
Oh yeah, it was banned. Yeah, it was banned. It cannot be let out. So sure enough, it was banned. And then right now, from the side of Evo's Icon, we're only seeing one pick, which was the Claude. So with Franco being taken out, there's so many choices you can take. And now you can play more aggressive against the Franco. You can take out, for example, Grok to completely block it, or absorb the hook, right, with the skill 1. Or you can take Kufra, just engage better, engage greater. And that's also an option. We've seen that from the first game when the Echo Loud took it out, but obviously did not work to their favor. However, it doesn't mean like their pick was bad. It's still a viable choice. Oh. Hold up, why is Evo's taking their time first picking? Are we saying that first pick, Claude, wasn't invalid?
It looks like it's going to be their first pick, so they're just taking their time.
Oh, still.
That's all. They're letting us wait on it. They're letting us cook on it. You might as well. And now it gives them a bit more time, too, to plan about their strategy. That could be it, too. It's like, let's buy a little bit of time, think about how we want to deal with this Franco and this Eve, etc., etc.
True. You are sitting on a train to Busan, right? So you gotta relax, gotta chill, gotta enjoy your sake while having a good time.
Busan's a nice place. I love it here.
Oh, wait, hold up. And now Kaj is let out. That's even better because it has a bigger range onto Claude, and it will punish Claude better. But like, this is gonna be interesting, Trax. What do you think about this?
I mean, I'm not against that. Kaja now needs to decide which one he's going to go for. Does he want to go for the Farza? Does he want to go for the Claude? And then Doma is going to lock in this Basha, which we've already seen how well and how aggressive the Basha can be, jumping in the back line. Not only that, the Tortoise Poisons to try to help melt down any tanky members that Echo wants to bring.
True. This time it's a Farsa. Now, Farsa is mobile, but not really mobile in the middle of the team fight because ultimate is stationary. And then, so you can easily get hooked and then, or just get dove. So Farsa might not have a consistent output for burst, even if Boxer goes in full engage. Now, gets Farsa, gets Farsa. If it gets Claude, it gets Claude. And see, the thing about Kaja is you can engage if your team is ahead, or you can disengage. You can peel if somebody is trying to dive your backline. You can do many things. If Kaja never engages, it effectively makes the Claude kind of useless, right? Because as long as Kaja protects the character that matters, the Eve, the Brody, Claude can't really jump in. If he jumps in, he knows what's waiting for him, the Kadrol, the divine judgment. It's not just any judgment, but divine judgment. So it's one of those things that it's very versatile. That's why Kadra is so popular in the suppression community. And here we go, Angela one more time being banned away, Trex. Am I missing something? I know it's a popular character, but is it...
It has become meta. It really has. It's become meta. It's been like, it gets picked all the time now. Not something that works well now with the current emblem system. I don't know all the technicalities behind it because I am not an analysis caster. And also, I haven't been as up to date recently. This is something though, but I mean, it's something that worked in the past. It was a very popular combo in the past. We had Angela and Ling comboed up probably around like a little after M3 era. So again, it's not something that's unheard of. And now it's just kind of come back in hard. But here we are back again. But
Trex,
this is our fault. This is our fault, Dave. Remember, we were so happy that the game started fast. And now the MLBB gods are punishing us. They want us to watch as many drafts as possible so we can learn as much as possible. And here we are.
It's karma. That's what it is. But to be honest, I think you might be right with the Angela, right? The hard guard is really powerful. It can synergize a lot of characters. But, I mean, also it's really just a great support. You know, it can work with Claude, you mentioned. It can work with a frontline tank like Boxia. But there is obviously a Kadrol that can lock you down. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there is a technical issue that our event organizer are solving immediately. So with that being said, we're going to take a short 3-minute break. Don't go anywhere. This is the time for you to relax and get ready. Share the stream with your friends. Like, subscribe, turn the bell on to all notification bells. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
here we are. Once again, Dave, me and you, you and me, and hopefully we can jump into this draft properly. You like all those rhymes, Dave?
Oh my god, that was freestyle, Trax. Yo, that was good. For those who do not know, my boy Trax here is actually a professional rapper before. I mean, I think he's still a professional rapper. He can make some dope music. I've been listening to his, when he goes on live stream, he has been like making just crazy raps. And it's quite insane. If you don't listen to him, you gotta follow this guy. This dude is like just off the chart. You know, that's why he's good at casting, because he rhymes like that, you know? Like the only thing I know how to rhyme with rhyme is rhyme. Like I don't know how to rhyme at all. But when you listen to him, it's just like, whoa, is that even English? Jeez, that's crazy.
I'm sure you can rhyme. It just takes time. Bars. Anyways, we're going to be jumping into the draft here shortly, I'm sure. But until then, me and Dave will be filling your ears with our gracious, luxurious voices. Here we go. I guess we don't have to drown this out anymore because we're going to finally be jumping into this. I'm guessing everything will be up the same until a certain point once again. Last time it seems like the Franco was the mispick, and this time hopefully things are similar and maybe it's nothing too huge.
Still swords run deep.
True. All right. Hopefully this time it's the final round of the draft. Let's see, the same draft happening over and once again, I believe. Freshman banned, and then I think the Faramis will be banned, and then it's gonna be Fanny, right? From the side of Evo's icon. It's the same ban.
Dave,
and then
wait.
Wait.
You ever watch the movie
Groundhog
Day, Dave? You know what the movie Groundhog Day is?
No.
It's where there's I think it's Tom Hanks, someone like that. He has to live the same day over and over and over, and occasionally some things change, and that's what's happening here. We're going through this draft a few times, but this time is the big change, right? This time Claude is gonna get banned out first.
I am the power of
Kaja also getting banned here. So now we're in a whole different timeline now. We're in a whole different universe this time, whole different metaverse. We got something the Yve band. Everything has been scrapped. We're starting from scratch here.
Yeah, this has been quite different, to be honest. I didn't expect this, to be honest. When you mentioned the movie, I immediately understood what you're referencing. I think the movie that I watched similar to that is called Edge of Tomorrow by Tom Cruise. Do you watch that?
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's another.
Dude, we gotta get one of the movie nights in Busan, to be honest. Like, this is such a beautiful city here, and then we're watching an amazing tournament. Now Valentina's gonna get first picked instead of banned, because I'm pretty sure it was banned. Now it's Faramis plus Kata being banned. For the side of Echo, though, they're still gonna go with JP on a Franco, and they're gonna take out the Kadita this time to combo. It's decent, because if you Franco flicker ult, lock somebody down, then he's not gonna get away, he's dead, right? Or if you land a hook, that person's still dead. So either way, there's window of opportunity for the side of Echo to lock somebody down no matter what, and have high burst damage to make sure that person that Franco locks down is dead for sure. And obviously, if you lock somebody down, you want to make sure that person really, truly is dead. So here we go. The Hanzo shows up, but it seems like it's just a pass-through. And then it got flushed away. You got flushed away, Trex.
Doma locking in the Fanny. Yes, there is a Franco on the field, so there's still a lot to be careful for, but still, we haven't gotten to see an assassin get picked yet tonight.
I mean, here we go. But the thing about Franco coming in, sorry, not Franco, Fanny coming in, Franco just have to save his ultimate, right? You just have to spam the button. You see Fanny coming in, spam the ultimate, and you might just catch Fanny. If you catch Fanny, like, he's dead. Anybody you catch, like, there's only one word to describe their situation: dead. Kadita jumps in, simple burst damage. Brody jumps in, simple burst damage. The entire side of Echo's comp right now, it's all about burst, lockdown, and burst, right? Franco locks somebody down, either hook or ultimate. Even Grok cannot escape from this type of burst damage. Kadita can easily one-shot a Grok if Kadita snowballed it correctly, plus the Brody's damage on top. Sheesh. We're looking at some serious damage right now. Now, what Echo needs is obviously someone who can check the bush, a stronger front line with a jungler. So Because right now they don't have Franco is not a true. It's not a real tank. It's more of a support type of character. Have to stay in the back, land the hook. If you miss the hook, ultimately the character becomes kind of useless except for the ultimate. That means he's more of a pure character rather than engage. Unless you just like camouflage, mask with the flicker ult play. That's but you can only do that once every 2 minutes. It's not very frequent. So right now, Echo's draft seems pretty like their directive, their objective seems pretty clear. Whereas side of Evo's, I don't know if they're trying to pick just for the pick, because Fanny's a character that's like 100 to 0, right? Either a hero or a 0. So can they pull it off, Trex? I'm not so sure.
I mean, I think the possibilities are definitely there, right? It just kind of depends on how skilled you are with the Fanny. We've seen Fannies that have a lot of counters on the enemy field still pop off. I think something important for Echo here is to not give Fanny too many targets. We already know target number 1 right now is going to be outplayed on this Brody. I think they need to put something kind of bulky in the jungle. This could be a Joy that stays in the jungle. It could be EXP lane. Very flexible still. I know it's sitting with the Retribution right now, but still very, very flexible. I think it would be better in the EXP lane most likely. But yeah, like I was saying, I think if they put something too squishy in the jungle, then Fanny now has 2 targets and JP has a lot more ground to cover in the laning phase. They need to make sure that they need to pretty much essentially make sure that JP can just protect Brody here, right? And not have to worry about everyone else too much. And if JP has to choose between 2 or 3 different squishies, then Doma has plenty of space to move.
Your team is
But let's take a look at what other options are good. So far, there doesn't seem like too many. Oh, Edith! It's about the qual control tracks. If you're able to lock them down, lock the Fanny down once with any CCs, with the recent changes on Fanny, if you get CC'd halfway, mid-flying, you don't go to the destination anymore. You are going to directly destination fooked, right? You're getting like destroyed right there and then. You're not going anywhere, you're not flying away. So this is, it's an interesting pick. We don't see the character that much anymore, Edith, but it's definitely being show up for the first time in WCG, and I gotta say, Trax,
I think we're gonna jump into the game. I'm pretty sure we're gonna jump into the game after this. I think this is just a quick shot to us, and then we're gonna go into the game. But yeah, Edith up against Echo Proud, and I am proud to be here right now. I'm loud to be here right now. I'm happy to be here right now. Take us through these objections right here.
I think the word looking for is objective. Oh, here we go. I mean, good job from One Strong, looking around to make sure that he discovered where the Franco was. It's quite interesting that he knew Franco would be hiding in that bush. Like, what's the point of that, right? Like, why was Franco there to begin with? Just so that he can do that? Just so why do you think that is, Trex? I'm actually trying to figure it out. Why Franco have to choose that bush? So deep.
I mean,
there we go.
He was just trying to buy some time. Maybe he was just trying to, you know, get vision, buy time. They need to make sure that Zeta has as much space as possible. JP about to take another one, though. Sutsujin picking it up on the Fanny. This is a bad start for Echo Proud.
Yes. I mean, we don't see too many of this type of, like, infinite cables anymore, especially this early. And now we're seeing it. This is actually like so surprising, to be honest. You know, I didn't think Sutsujin is gonna do so well on the Fanny, but obviously I know very little about Evo's Icon, besides the fact that they destroyed their opposition in the previous series. And now it seems like they're gonna be doing so well. I think Echo Proud is gonna make you proud. Here we go.
I mean, Sutsujin's been known. He did play an MP. He's been in the NDL, but still, you can see the skill where it is. Echo Proud knowing they need to slow things down here a little bit. They need to try to stop the pace that Evo's Icon is setting. And Veldora wants to set it again. In comes Sutsujin looking for the finish here. Finds it with the cutthroat. JP goes down. That is now 0, 3, and 0 for him. Krite gonna put a little bit of damage on Zeta here, but still, I don't think he can test this turtle. James in a little bit of trouble here. Will get the way of the dragon, kick to the face, and taking out Veldora, picking up the kill.
Hey, remember how lucky JP was in the first game against the Echo main team? It seemed like the luck has run out. In this game, he was not able to survive with 1 HP anymore. And then it seems like the entire side of Evo's Icon just took advantage of that. 0-3-0, not the end of the world, but definitely not the best either. And Zyda is going to take the opportunity to take the turtle, despite the fact they're 4-1 behind on KDA. So far, the game is totally even. I wouldn't say each team, like, any team is so far ahead, but I like the fact that one strong is playing really strong in this game right now. The engage is really decisive, it's really clear. Besides the one little getaway on the bottom side with the flicker from James, every other engage is being on point. So this is, we talked about before the series started, it's a contest of the tanks, right? Who's going to play more aggressive? Who's going to define the landscape of the game? It seemed like so
much trouble for Outplayed. Make it more trouble for Curtizi as Krite gets some nice damage. He will get his health back, though. They're able to find Doma. It's very good for the side of Echo Proud. They're trying to even out the playing field, and luckily they're still not too far behind. Suchijin, though, Cable and N, getting some nice damage on Zeta and Curtizi there. Finally going to back off.
Also, Evil's Icon's running an interesting strategy, right? They have Bane go lane. Very different from traditional go lane, but so far you can't argue with their results, right? I mean, not Doma on the Bane, obviously, is 0-2. But the Fanny and Valentina is definitely be doing a lot of work. Here we go, one strong.
Oh. Gone. Deleted.
Decisive engage. Deleted. Evaporated. Just disappeared from Land of Dawn. Let's take a look at items, ladies and gentlemen. Guac is going for the full damage. Already have one single damage item. And then this is gonna scale really fast. Same as Fanny, going full damage. And let's take a look at Joy. Genius one already, so we're gonna have a lot of burst damage right away. You can see the effect on the Valentina. And Valentina did here, Trex.
I mean, with Turtle coming down, and like you said, Zeta. Zeta's one of the few players that hasn't taken a death on the team so far. The only player that hasn't taken a death on the team so far. So Zeta could become the clutch pick here. Neutral objective here. Another hook lands on a Van Strong.
Bane.
Doma goes down as well. Krite in a little bit of trouble. Zeta comes in, dashing through town. Out comes the electrifying beats, looking for the finish on Van Strong there. Outplayed, gonna be able to pick it up. A nice response for Echo Proud there. They're gonna get the turtle too, now putting them in the lead with gold. Now gonna try to come in. Veldora though gets the knock up. Is in between all 4 members. Now might be in a little bit of trouble.
Flip.
Primal Wrath. Oh, good play from the side of Echo Proud.
Wow. You know, more than Joy doing anything too substantial, right? It's this game again. The focus heavily on to JP and Curtizi's combo. Right? We talk about when they were doing the draft. When you have a Franco Kadita, you lock somebody down, that guy is dead. Right? Similar can go for Kaja either way. Because the ult does the exact same thing, except for Franco Kaja, you have more flexibility with your ult. And then speaking of flexibility, it doesn't seem like James gonna have any flexibility but to die. So Echo is more of a pick. They have to get a kill and then leave. They cannot sustain a sustained team fight because they don't have they don't have the right equipment, the right set, right combo in order to sustain a team fight. And they've been doing a pretty composed engage so far, right? Getting a kill and then kiting away. So we gotta get some credit here. But top side, Suiciden is getting the rep off and get himself away from the fight.
I mean, this can still be anyone's game for sure. Gold at practically a dead even. Echo Proud only holding about 1,000 lead, but Evo's Icon still taking towers, still, moving around the map as a unit, but Echo Proud doing the same thing, and they're waiting for the moment that JP can catch a hook. They're waiting for the moment that they're gonna be a nice Petrify from Curtizi. Anything to strike. But Evo's Icon with the same kind of strategy here. They want that Way of the Dragon. They want the big wild charge. That way Suchijin can come in. Blue buff gonna be able to get taken by Suchijin still, but Echo Proud being relentless with the pressure.
Oh, here we go. Franco's hook's gonna go wide. Lord just spawned, and the goal is dead even. Wow. I mean, like, this is... Look at One Strong being strong right now. 1v4. Try to stop the rotation from the bottom side. But Franco comes in.
Oh!
The beautiful...
Walks right into JP.
Canceled.
Wait a second. Nice Way of the Dragon. Does stop it.
There we go.
Curtizi able to pick up. Von Strong goes down. James looking for something, but Krite and Doma force it back off. But wait, the flicker. Outplay comes in, finds Krite there. Outplay goes down to Susujin though. A nice unstoppable kill. It's 2 for 1 currently. Echo Proud still holding the lead in terms of kills, but James in a bad spot. Doma wants to try to come in. James getting lower. Kurtizi forced to use a dash, try to get away. Sujujin is here though, has some cables, looking for a possible angle, but knows JP is there. Finally finds it, gets the monster kill. The cutthroat, Kurtizi goes down.
Nice follow-up from Sujin. 6-0-1. This is what I mean, man. Tracks recognize Sujin. Gangster recognized gangster style. Know that he's good, and sure enough, he's representing. Single-handedly putting the entire team on his back, flying back and forth, getting killed left and right. Meanwhile, Echo, here we go. James looking to engage. This player has been doing a lot of work in the previous series with our lot, with all that kind of stuff, with the flank, with the engages. This game, you can do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, and it's definitely, you know, you bring out this off-brand pick, but it's not doing horribly. Like you said, even more CC. Echo Proud still not always being the aggressors here. Really waiting for either James or JP to set something up and then attacking. And there it is. Speak of the devil. Petrify, Wild Waves, and Outplay picks up the kill. The perfect person to give that to.
Oh, one more.
Brody sitting at 5-2 right now. James taking a little bit of damage. Forced to use the Primal Wrath to try to get away. Vanstrong going to use away the Dragon onto Zeta. Zeta still able to escape from that. In comes Sujujin though. James goes down, and you never know when he's coming. He always gets there at the right point to pick up the kill.
And then he's going to top lane to get more tower. That means the Lord might be potentially free for the side of Echo. Joy is throwing everything at it, knowing the enemy's side doesn't have Virtue, and he does. And he can be completely immune to quad control.
Right, able to take it, steal it. Not only that, but take out 3 members. How did they lose that? Zeta taken out in the nick of time, stunned up, terrified, and Christ steals the Lord.
Wow. Wow, how did that even happen? Jungler wasn't even there. I think Zeta just panicked. They hit a panic button and dipped. Didn't get the Lord, ended up dying, so that was really, really hard. This is gonna be a just sad defeat in that lore fight, obviously, because they could have easily snatched that win and get a Lord pushing towards the opposite side instead of, you know, current situation that they're in. So Franco getting to the point where he can't really land hooks anymore. I mean, hook comes and goes, right? Sometimes you land some, you're getting the trenches. Sometimes they don't get some. Here we go. He is afraid to engage as well, because if you miss a hook and you try to engage on somebody's face and when the entire enemy teams are missing, it's not a good idea. And he took the proper decision. Here we go. Engage.
Way of the Dragon. Deadly catch. Von Strong goes down though, maybe a little bit too deep. But wait a second, it's not over. Echo Proud want to push their limits. Krite goes down next. JP able to escape with just a sliver of health. Hook comes out. Goes a little wide, but James in the middle of this along with Zeta. Doma on the run, but wait. Susujin coming around with the cable, looking for a target. But these are the targets you want. You're not outputting the damage, and there's too many members there, too much CC. Echo Proud able to respond after their big loss. The game is still neck and neck.
Wow. Slightly to favor Evil's Icon, which is, I mean, I don't know how to describe this. Zeta solo invading. He's gonna get this red. It just feels like this game compared to the previous game. But by the way, I want to verify something I said earlier, right? We talk about Echo's strategy. They have very much lived to their identity of the game, which is like they know their win condition, they know how to execute it, and follow up Franco's engage and follow up nice. And that's exactly what they did, right? Every time Franco engaged. Speaking of engage tracks, here we go. One more fight.
Damage on a James there. James taken out immediately. Evo's Icon, still 44 seconds till the next Lord, but right here, that's going to give them another little bit of a gold advantage and map advantage in this game.
How much gold advantage is that? Let's take a look. Right now we're at a 1,000 gold differential 13 minutes into the game. I mean, that's like average of 100 gold and less, right? Like 700 gold per minute. Wow, that is, I mean, what 70 gold, sorry, my bad. It's not too much gold difference at all, so here we go. That's not even a half an item. I don't even know what is that, right? Here we go, Lording Hands. Major fight incoming. What do you think about Edis? Do you think Edis is a good pick here? Do you think Edis has done much effective things in this particular game?
I mean, it's definitely been a holder of the front line, able to kind of stop flanks from happening and be another engager other than JP, or at least kind of set things up to where JP doesn't have to hold the front side. You mentioned earlier they need some sort of bush check other than JP because you want the Franco to sit in the back. But wait a second, Von Strong going for the Edith right now. All 4 members, and watch for Suchijin too, just hiding out in this bush, waiting for his moment to come in as well. Zeta gonna dash through, wait for the electrifying beat. There it is, able to find Christ. Suchijin decides not to go in. Veldora gonna go down to those torn apart memories. JP with the flank as well, and now the Lord could fall into the hands of Echo Proud. The flip, the knock-up. Von Strong forced to back off, but Doma and Suchijin don't want to let this happen too easily. They're still holding down next to the Lord pit. It is 3 versus 5 currently, but Evo's icon is not backing off. Suchijin looking for a target, not able to connect. Outplay, maybe getting the finish. Torn apart memories, takes out Suchijin. Doma goes down as well. All that's left is Van Strong, and he's got barely any health. Echo Proud will be able to take this Lord unscathed.
Wow. What a crazy fight. And think about Echo set this all up. The bottom lane had a humongous wave pushing towards the base. Just now I saw Joy moving towards mid. I thought he was actually noticing this and try to go back to bottom and just end the game, which he totally could, knowing that the entire set of Evo's icon was distracted. But obviously, you don't have the God of You to know what the minion waves are. It will be completely in the blind spot there. Nonetheless, right now with 1 Lord, we're instantly jumping to a 4,000 gold lead. And after Lord spawns, start taking everything, every gold, every tower. We're only expecting Echo Proud to have an even much bigger lead going a little bit.
I mean, this could be the shot for them right here. They could try to end this right here, right now. They've got a nice advantage. But watch for Suchijin up in the top side. Gonna clear that wave. Maybe try to go for something here. I think he needs to get back to base, though. He's gonna recall because the Lord has encroached, almost touching in, but Echo Proud still taking things slow. They want to go for another inhibitor instead of trying to force down the boss side. They're gonna move on to the mid. They're able to take it, and then they back off. They're playing it patient. But wait, no, JP.
Oh, here we go, Franco.
Pops the ultimate, able to get the Bloody Hunt. Curtizi moves in as well, but still no finish. James pops the Primal Wrath. Able to clear waves a little bit. Echo needs to back off, though. James in a bad spot. Watch for Zeta hiding out in the bush, but still at a stalemate.
Wow. But at least you get like 2 high ground towers. Was that, you know, I would say singular push because the previous bottom tower was just pure Winions, and it happened right around the Lord fight. So you can call that like 2 high ground towers. That's pretty nice. 2 defense towers for the favor of Echo Proud. Now they're gonna have permanent pressure towards mid and bottom. Well, I didn't expect Joy does so much stinky damage. You saw how much damage he did to the backline. Like, here we go.
Nice engage. Van Strong going deep once again and getting knocked up from the Edith. Veldora hits a wild charge. Able to knock out Curtizi there, but he's still up. Torn apart memories goes off, but Suchijin finds Curtizi into the backside. They want to trade up because Van Strong goes down next. Zeta does pop the immortality, still on the field. Krike goes down to outplay. It's 3 for 1 currently. Echo Proud closing in, but Suchijin still on the map, still a deadly threat. Doma here as well. Zeta with the immortality was able to survive that last team fight as Doma clears the wave with the deadly cat. Suchijin takes a big shot to the face from Outplay. The damage is there, but can they get the finish? Outplay finds it. Doma goes down. Suchijin with the last to fall, and now they've moved on to the base. This will be game 1 for Echo Proud.
Echo Proud coming in, showing us they're proud still. All right, they're proud. Nonetheless, despite all the challenges they went through in the early game, they come together, they're a clear objective. We saw Franco flicker out to Grok with Kadita's one shot. Kadita's combo is just gone. Right, that's exactly what predicted their game plan was, executed that many times in the entire game. I think probably 4 or 5 times, which is beautifully done. But the only time when they're having trouble, because Evil's Icon is also a team that never gonna give you slack, right? They're not gonna do that. They're gonna give you everything they got, and that's exactly what we saw in last game. It's not an even game, it's more of a back and forth, 50-50. And that's what belongs on this stage as we take a look at the first game items.
Dave, you take us through these items. You're the analysis man. You take us through these items.
I will take you through these items. Let's take a look at Echo Outplayed. You have Hunter Strike, you have the Malefic Roar, you have the Wind of Nature, and last but not the least, you have the Blade of Half the Seas, one of the burst damage items. He has a lot of damage, one-shotting the entire enemy side. That's why he's doing damage. Now, Kadita, you can just build whatever you want. You build whatever way you want, you always have damage, and that's exactly, obviously, a Kadita we saw from last game. He's doing so much damage with, even on a Grok, right, surprisingly. Every time they set their eyes on somebody, every time they had a target, they goes in, you know, the ultimate Franco, ultimate Kadita GGWPs. Next game, we're going to see something similar, right? Are we going to have JP's Franco banned away? Because again, we need to break that code. We need to break the momentum. The only way to do that is take it away, or you pick it yourself. You can't just keep on giving to this guy. This guy's a monster on Franco. You know, even though they're losing late game, I believe losing early game, he will find a way to snack your back, right? Break your back and ult on your face, and you're dead. So don't give it to him anymore.
Well, you know, in the very beginning of that game, remember JP had a very rough time, right? And we were wondering what exactly the plan was, and I kind of said it. You know, Zeta, though, was able to just go deathless for the longest time, and Zeta on the Joy Jungle, which we saw not do well in some previous games. Zeta really kind of picked up the pieces there when was needed and was able to really harass, split up Evo's Icon during some of those major fights and help Outplay have his space to be able to pop off when he needed to.
And I was surprised by that, to be honest. You know, considering a very squishy Joy going jungle, he's getting a decent amount of farm, and every time he goes in, there's tremendous amount of risk because there's so much damage coming out from the side of Evo's Icon, right? It's not like Joy is just going to be going in and getting a free ride. Evo's Icon still have Fanny, who can go to your back line, will do a lot of burst damage, you can fly around. Talking about mobility, both of them are really mobile, but Fanny is more global. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that will conclude for the first game of this best out of 3 series. We're going to take a short 3-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, will this be the final game of the night, Dave? We're at match point already. Echo Proud up against Evos Icon. Evos Icon just took a bad loss. Echo Proud able to withstand the late game and make it to where they can take the win.
Whew. Evos Icon definitely showed us that they can, you know, withhold the pressure, right? In fact, not only withhold the pressure, they were doing quite well. So this game, are we going to see a game 3? Is it going to be only game 3 of the entire evening? Or is it going to be a 2-0? Because now JP has momentum. History has always have the, should I say, the habit of repeating itself. In Series 1, when Echo Proud was going against Echo Loud, it was a similar situation, right? Echo Loud was almost coming back, grabbing the handle of the wheel, and that's when Echo Proud snatched it back into their own control, and then put the pedal to the metal and just took off. This game, are we going to see something similar?
I don't know. We might see something similar. I mean, Echo will have blue side. They will have first pick, first ban. The Eve taken out. I mean, overall, the bans look very similar, but with Echo having first pick, do they want to switch it up? Do they just want to lock in the Franco again, or do they want to go for something like the Valentina that's been really popular in the first pick?
Wow. Let's see. Faram has been banned away again. Frederick being banned away. Pretty popular bans, standard bans. Eve, Ling. One thing I don't get it is why Ling 100% banned this entire evening, Drex. It's a character that can be largely countered even at its peak. Even at its peak, there were many characters that can counter Ling really well. And now, I know Ling has been, jungle has been adjusted, but this amount of aggression on banning Ling, like, how to justify that?
I think it's a really hot pick right now, and it's like one of the assassins. I think now though, after seeing the Fanny lose to the Franco, there's definitely we know there's some leeway. Like with every hero now, there is a counter possibility, but Evos, maybe it's just something they don't want to have to deal with. They want to play it safe, so we get rid of it, just like we do the Eve, just like we do the Claude. I mean, a lot of these picks can be countered in a sense, but it's, do you want to have to pick the counter? You know, do you want to be forced into something where you're forced to counter it? Or do you already have a strategy coming into this? It does look like JP is going to pick up the Kaja here as the first pick, very strong. And Evos is probably going to fire back with the Valentina.
I harness it.
Really good pick, both sides. Right, Kaja just give you the guarantee lockdown. And now JP has initiative or have a reason to target the Valentina no matter what. You know, if you take this character out, she cannot copy ultimates, including Kaja's. It'll be a huge headache remover. And it's like taking NyQuil before going to sleep for the side of Echo. They're gonna be doing pretty well. So, especially when you call a code. Like right now, are we gonna see the Boxia again, right? Now with Valentina, yes we are, Trex.
I mean, I like it. It's definitely different from the Fanny. And then the side of Echo picking up the Brody once again, which outplayed even after taking some deaths, which Brody can fall off so quick if you don't play him right, if you don't scale. They were still able to get outplayed to a point where he was just doing insane damage at the right point of the game when they need it. Not only that, they're stacking even more burst damage on top of it with this Farza.
Ooh, high burst damage. Good combos. I want to see what to do with Kaja now as a roam. So what do you pick to combo that as a jungler, right? There are many different options. Actually, you don't really need any. You really just need a bait. Someone in the front to get vision for Kaja, so Kaja doesn't take a lot of poke when he goes in, or simply get Valentina ulted, which is also the Kaja ult. So with that in mind, there are quite a few jungle options. Frederick being bent away. Martis is available, and Martis and Kaja works really well. Martis, Kaja, Farsa, and Brody. Is that gonna be banned away, or are we gonna see Martis being picked for the side of Echo Proud? All right, let's take a look at ban right now. Fanny ban. This ban is I mean, yeah, there are not too many counters, but Valentina can still copy Kaip's ultimate to straight up lock down Fanny. And then who else is going to target? They target some other jungle options, or are they going to go for EXP, knowing that you have someone like? There are not too many EXP options, aren't they?
I mean, there's still Arlot's open. The Edith is still a possibility. We saw Echo run it. We questioned it, but it worked. I don't think Echo. I think Echo could put plenty of things definitely in front of the Kaja. The Chorizo's already locked in for Evos. The Joy is now going to get banned out, so we're really kind of honing into Zeta here as much as possible. But I think Echo, after seeing the Edith from Echo, I think they feel pretty comfortable with plenty of EXP options.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Last band is gonna be the Melissa, who does give Brody a hard time, I suppose, because you jump on Melissa, Melissa's gonna inspire, and you're just gonna be dead. And Brody doesn't usually have a lot of mobility except for the skill 2, but if you use skill 2, you're using it forward aggressively, and you can't really reach Melissa if you walk up to her. So it's a decent ban. And let's take a look at what Evo's Icon's gonna pick now as a second round first pick. They do have mid, jungle, and EXP. They decided to go with Beatrix. It's a character that's gonna get bullied with Kat and Farsa, to be honest. Now, especially with Martin still on the table, and Echo can easily take it out.
I mean, if Van Strong can utilize the sniper and just kind of play the range game, there's definitely some possibilities there. But yes, Van Strong is like the prime target for JP and the Farsa and all of that. And now James possibly going to lock in this Uranus, which there's your answer right there. You're wondering what they were going to put in the XP, what could kind of hold down the front side and give JP space because he is more of a support roam.
Yeah.
He's not going to always be up front. Well, Uranus is the perfect answer to that. He's definitely been a nuisance for many teams in the EXP lane with some of the current emblems. He is just practically unkillable. I mean, with the way that some of the emblems are now, I've heard that he doesn't even need to buy book first. His mana regen is enough.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see if he's going to skip that item like I've heard about it.
Oh, the legendary. I want to see that. I want to see the hype. I want to see what the fuzz is all about. Okay, is it just because of skin, or is it the the hype is actually real? Let show me something. Show me the difference, Captain Van Strong. Right? Meanwhile, Echo did end up picking Martis, and you're absolutely right on the Uranus. Right? Uranus is going to be staying in the front line. And the thing about the side of the entire Echo is, Evo's Icons, they don't really have someone who can lock it down, especially the very last pick you choose was someone like Angela. Now you're really missing CC. The only CC you have is what? Terra's Ultimate, which is not going to waste on Uranus. You have someone like Boxia, who's a single stun that's not going to be very long, 1.5 second max, even if you land the jump. So... And Uranus is really slippery, right? It's a big figure that's really slippery. It's because of the floating in the air. It's actually light as the cloud, light as the feather. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to walk into the match point for Echo Proud as he's taking on Evo's Icon in the best of the 3 winners bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of this will be moving on to the grand finals. So we definitely got to hype it up a little bit more, Dave. Echo Proud with match point. If they take this, they're that much closer to a nice little chunk of change for first place.
Yes. I mean, dude, just the fact that you're going to go to grand finals if you win this, it feels so surreal, right? Because I feel like the journey is so easy, but we all know it's not that easy at all. Oh, here we go. Speaking of the journey, Trex.
Taking the dive in, but wait a second, we're going to be restarting. Maybe it was a miss pause. Definitely going to be a weird spot. JP in a very bad spot, forced to use the flicker. Does get away though, so that is good. Zeta going to get stunned up from Van Strong. Come back with the coils. Everyone disengages. We're still at 0-0.
Are you saying Angela is this strong? I remember Angela used to be strong in Magic Chess. Isn't Magic Chess all over again? Here we go.
Gonna be able to keep the distance, do some nice poking. Van Strong behind Suchijin, trying to get the heal, but now Suchijin in a lot of trouble. JP comes in, picks up the first blood, but Curtizi goes down as well. Van Strong might just be next. Double kill for Krite. JP picking up a double kill onto Van Strong. That's 2-2 on the map. Outplayed with some nice range. JP goes back in, needs to be careful here, but will be able to get away.
Dude, I don't even notice the details. When Strong on Angela actually never runs out of mana. He was spamming skill 1 the whole time. Look, look, watch this detail. Aww. So every time he like spams skill 1, it feels like he's dropping mana, but then a second later it's back to full. Like, that just seems so odd, but yet so awesome.
Emblem go butter. Emblem go bird.
Yeah, this is truly the emblem diff, I think. Here we go.
Looks like a little bit of trouble up by the turtle pit. Suchijin gonna pop the tortoise Busan. Zeta still able to pick up the turtle. But now the Heart Guard is on to Veldora. He drops the penalty zone. Trying to look for the stun onto Zeta here. Will be able to land it. Zeta goes down. Krite picking up the kill with that stolen feathered airstrike. Veldora now going to try to move on to another target here, but JP and Curtizi aren't going to fall for it.
Ooh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Very tanky Veldora in the front line with the Heart Guard. Just now coming off from winter. Look at his mana. You see that? He throws. Look at the Regis.
It literally looks like it goes up. Looks like it goes up when he
I've never seen Regis be like this. Is this supposed to happen? Is this why? Because you have infinite mana, you can just throw skills.
Yeah, it has to do with the movement. Hold on a second. Krite gonna go down to a feathered airstrike, and since Angela gets the speed up after using her skill, it just pairs so well. It's similar to the Claude, how his passive makes him faster, and the more you move, the more mana you're gonna get back. So essentially, yeah, you just have infinite mana. Outplay, able to get the kickoff on Adoma there. It's 4-3 currently at 3.5 minutes. Gold at just about a standstill. Echo Proud only holding about 1,000.
Wow. Well, moving give you mana back on Angela? I was not aware.
With one of the emblems. I want to say it's the common.
Yeah. Yeah, yo, that's why. Dude, I gotta keep it above 1,000 with you guys, okay? This took me by surprise. Mobile Legends, now new meta. Not only does it have different meta, it also have different kind of mechanics, okay? This is definitely interesting, the fact that you can have infinite mana. Doesn't mean you can run it on Alice. But obviously, you know, it's Angela. It doesn't use that much mana to begin with. Kind of does have all here though tracks.
A little bit of trouble. Suchijin in a bad spot. Will get the Heart Guard. Won't be able to get away though. Outplay picking up the killing spree. Snipe shot into Outplayed's face, but Doma not able to get the finish. Turtle still up. Zeta trying to make his move, create a little bit of space, but keep her eyes on Veldora and Krite here coming to that side. There goes the penalty zone. Locked in along with the feathered airstrike. Zeta in a little bit of trouble. Veldora takes the turtle and Zeta as well. It's a 2-for-0 trade along with the turtle. Evos Icon taking the lead.
Trax, isn't the forced panic retreat we're seeing tonight now? Like people where the enemy jungler is dead, you don't jungler retreat and then you don't get it because you panic. Oh, here we go. Bottom side.
A little bit of, ooh, Curtizi picked off from Doma, but Outplay goes down as well. Evos Icon fighting in strong here. They're going to take a tower, and this could put them at a very nice spot for the mid game.
Oh, nice spot it is. Now Susujin is at, let's take a look at that gold, 2,800 gold. Compared to Marta's 27, it's not too much difference, but marksman wise, 37-41. Brody converted Beatrix, respectively speaking. The biggest difference exists probably around the May. Valentina has 3,200 gold, and Farsa is only hanging out at 25. It does have the 2 death, and Krite has 3-1-4, 3 kills and only 1 death. So, the money's at where it needs to be. But so far, I still haven't seen Angela doing much except for the first Heart Guard towards the, the blue side, the Echo side's blue jungle. Oh, here we go.
Nice Divine Judgment. Vanstrong goes down to the decimation. Good play by Echo, able to try to balance things out. Not falling too far behind in gold here. Game still essentially at a standstill. Echo has lost a tower in the bot side, but they're still keeping the pressure up.
Oh, look at Uranus. Doing the typical Uranus thing, right? Cutting a wave in the base, eating up 2 lanes. That's why nobody likes him. He's wondering why nobody likes him. And there you go. So annoying. You see? He's eating up the farm. The strategy is interesting, right? Because I think it's only effective if you want to push certain towers, or if you... I I think most effective is when you try to push some towers and you try to like just make sure the lane, their enemy lane doesn't leave their base. But some of the times it's not working, right? It's not helpful to do it. And sure enough, you saw just now, except for the fact when Dora got engaged and get himself killed. So on that, Uranus can go back and do his Uranus things.
Yeah, and Evo's Icon take another turtle here. Now it creates a lot of space staying in the base like that and cutting those lanes. It kind of helped Echo Proud get some of the map back, but still Evo's Icon able to still secure that objective, and they are now into their just full as a group rotating mode, a Ube strategy of their own, and now they're going for James. Can they get the finish? He tries to use the consecration, but he still will go down. Suchijin picking up the kill up in the top side. Echo Proud though, fighting back, looking for that tier 2 in the gold lane.
Ooh, it almost become a base race, but it turned out it didn't. But Beatrix still staying bottom lane though. Look at Beatrix's position. He hanging out, trying to get a tier 2 tower, no matter what. Meanwhile, the rest side jungle is completely empty. We do have a call answer from Farsa. We're calling back and going to the bottom lane. And the entire Echo seems like they want to go with more of a flanking position. Let's check this out.
Yeah, they're literally just like on the opposite sides. But here we go.
Here we
JP finds a Divine Judgment. Heartguard does come in. Will be enough to save Doma. No, it won't. Zeta looking for another finish here. Maybe trying to lock on to Sutsujin. Did get the speed up, but does not have another decimation to pop. James now in a bad spot. Will get taken out. Van Strom picking up that kill. It's 9-8 on the map. Gold at a dead even right now. The game could still go either way.
Definitely this, right? If you take a look at the item one more time, I'm pretty sure Brody's sitting at 3-1. He's doing okay. But Doma, even though 2-4, I think his gold is not that bad either. He just about to cut their ultimate and go in for the side of Evo's Icon. And for Echo Proud, Echo Proud is doing a lot of good things right now. Right? I feel like Kaja's engaging properly, and then everybody's following up. They're doing damage in unison. The only problem I would say is somehow I feel like they're lacking damage. I don't know why. They have Farsight and Brody. There should never be a time when this guy's missing damage. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, Cry with the IMU steals the Divine Judgment, looking for JP. They find it. Doma takes him out. Now Zeta though wants to re-engage, takes out Cry, outplayed, picks up the kill. James holding down the front side as well as Outplay continues to clear the wave. Echo Proud finding the trade 1-for-1.
Outplay is definitely shining quite a bit. This is one of the marksmen that can actually carry his team on his back. Outplay is doing that, right? Like usually marksmen are not the center of the game, except for a few exceptions, such as Benny QT. But you got FMVP in M4. So this time it's going to be a little bit of different. Oh, here we go. Another low fight tracks. It seems like Boxia is not taking damage at all with the Angela. Is this the combo they're going with?
This is the combo they're going with, and as you can see, it does work, right? Evo's Icon able to withstand the damage that Echo Proud is outputting right now. And I think that's part of it. It's not exactly that Echo Proud doesn't have a lot of damage. It's that Evo's Icon also has a lot of sustain, but JP finds it. Nice Divine Judgment on a Suijin. Heartguard comes out. Can Suijin get away from this? Decimation doesn't get the finish. Now Zeta in a bad spot. Doma picking it up. Krite also finding Zeta. It's 2-for-0 trade. They finally found Veldora. James in the midst of 4 members along with Outplay looking for the finish. Krite goes down. Outplay slays him. James now becoming a force of nature here. Finally getting bulky enough to just stand in the middle of several members. Echo Proud were in a lost situation, but now taking back the map.
Cool. Only still 2 seconds on Martis, but James are taking a lot of damage, executing. He does have an anti-heal on him. That means his ultimate is not that effective. I feel like Florian would work better with Uranus, right? You make your heal like unreductible, right? I think that's pretty cool. Oh, here we go. Another possible engage from Suijin here. Rolling around, trying to be a boss. Lord is already at 50%. Let's see the formation here. 5v5 straight up. Here we go.
Able to find Suijin there, and comes the penalty zone. Veldora on top of several members. James goes down first. Next is going to be JP. Suijin with the Heartguard, able to stay in it all, but Zeta finds him, but only for his own life. This Lord will go to the side of Evo's Icon. And while this is happening, a huge wave is crashing down the bot.
But it's not an enhanced Lord, right? It's not 12 minutes. So I wonder if Evo should have waited for like 30 seconds to do it. Actually, there's no time. Right now, just trying to get back as much advantage as possible and then regain control. And they're doing exactly just that. They're back to 2,000 gold, over 2,000 gold lead, and now pushing out to the high ground.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
I mean, look at Van Strong,
Blue team turret has
2,
been
2, and
destroyed.
12. We were worried about the possibility of them not having that much CC, but right now they don't need it because they have the sustainability and they're able to last while Doma unloads damage on the backside. And even Van Strong and Veldora outputting a decent amount of damage. And though it's not really burst damage from everybody, it is just a slow whittle onto the team of Echo Proud.
Ooh. Echo, can he do it? Can Kaja find the crucial engage into Valentina or Beatrix? Here we go. Oh, here comes the camouflage play.
A lot of damage on Doma. Doma goes down first. James in the backside able to find it. Krite trying to flicker in. Can't find the finish. Outplay gets the outplay. That's 2 members down, all for the price of Curtisi. It's a good trade for Echo Proud. They're going to move on to this Lord, clear it up, and try to reclaim this map.
Nice. And beautifully executed defense for Farstar getting killed. But when you see the match, you know something bad is about to happen. And now Echo is trying to fight back. I've seen this many times again. When you try to push a Lord without the proper setup, preparation, the results are devastating. And here we go. They just want to have some lead, now it's all gone, right? With the tower gone, 1 more shot, yeah, it's all gone. Now look at the gold. Echo Proud is back in the lead. It was 200 gold ahead. It's not that much.
I mean, James is there at this point, right? Like, James is so bulky right now. In the very beginning, he was having a little bit of trouble, but at this point, he can really just hang out between 3, 4, 5 members. JP in a little bit of trouble, though, taking a lot of damage. Immortality pops. Don't think there's a way to escape that one. That's going to give Evos Icon a little bit of an advantage here as the Lord comes up in 45 seconds.
Ooh. I want to see the items right now. I want to see what Beatrix has and see if it's enough to take out James. But James right now is not that tanky against Beatrix anymore. Oh, here we go. Mid tower hanging on a little bit of HP.
Yeah, Zeta maybe a little bit too deep. The Nubir's Passion chips him down. Evos Icon trying to push the envelope here. Keep as much pressure, keep Echo Proud inside of their base as long as they can. Make sure they have a little bit of a wave advantage here when this Lord comes up.
Ooh, look at Sujin invading. Like, he's basically giving. Oh, this is so Evil's playstyle, right? Like every single game when they played, they have been invading the jungle of the opposition. And now they're doing it again, all thanks to Boxia. And Boxia is strong on the game, but it's that strong for the invade. I mean, you gotta not miss skill 2 at all in order for that to work. Here we go. Another little fight. It's like this siege will go to the favor.
Zeta's going for it, looking for it, not able to get it though. Suchijin still keeps it, and now Echo Proud in a bad spot. They lose James, and they're forced to back off. Evos Icon gonna have a nice advantage with James gone for 30 seconds here.
Evos Icon decided it's not time for us to get off work. It's time for us to have actual work. I like that spirit. You know, always fighting for actual work for the casters. Love it. And now there's gonna be a huge wave coming in. And with the proper wave management, which is exactly what Evos Icon are doing, that much basics. And now they're gonna shove into the base, bring the base of Echo Proud. Whew, this is gonna be really rough. Echo Proud,
most definitely
gonna do
forward, coming onto the mid side. Will get the crash here and take it down quickly. Evos Icon moving down to the bottom inhibitor, looking for the finish, trying to take as much as they can away from Echo Proud and wait for the possible mistake. Just patrolling the walls, not pushing in too deep, not wanting to give themselves over and not wanting to give themselves up. They are able to take the 1 inhibitor. I was hoping, or I was thinking that maybe they could get 2 out of this. More waves still coming though. Suchijin, Veldora, watch out for the penalty zone. It could be coming soon. A nice feathered airstrike from Krite doing a lot of damage, and there's a penalty zone. Zeta taking a lot of damage. Veldora gets the finish. No Doma picks up the kill. And that's going to be an inhibitor and a nice trade for the side of Evos Icon.
Cool. Solid defense here. Losing 1 high ground tower at a time. 3,000 gold differential, 16 minutes in. That's not even qualify for a gold difference, right? Like that's like 200 gold per minute. Oh, here we go, Boxia. They're forcing their way in. Twizzler.
Veldor comes in. Nice. Big hit. Another tower goes down. James gonna get shot down from Krite though. Heartguard does come up on a Suchijin. I think they want to try to end this here. They have the bulkiness, they have the tankiness, they have the damage. Suchijin into the backside. Can they lock onto the base? JP goes down next. Zaida back on the map as well, but more waves are crashing in. Krite around the backside, able to find outplay. Minions just need to get a little bit closer. They lock onto the base. That's 20% of the base. May go down. They can't get the finish, but there it is. Evo's Icon tie it up 1-1.
Whoa, what a well-deserved game 3 right there. You know, they grabbed the helmet of victory and took it to the enemy side's base. I think it started, dude, Angela is really a must ban, huh, Trex? Like, I thought Kaja is gonna do very well against Angela, but what I didn't know is this guy no longer costs mana. He can just spam skills all game long and there's nothing you can do about it. Right? I don't think Angela was like this before. This is a crazy amount of mana, a crazy amount of spam that went strong now become a van spam on Angela.
I mean, here's the thing, right? If you look at Angela too, you're building some damage in there. You have the slow, you pick up your cooldown, and then you have just a little bit of tankiness with the brute force breastplate. But it's like you turn something that would normally be your tank, which wouldn't do any damage, into something that can also apply damage. And there you have it. Yes, you lack a little bit of CC, but you are just this overwhelming force that can pile drive over your enemies.
Whew. Wow. What's the solution for the Angela? That you can have use infinite mana. It must be an emblem. It must be something, right? Like you can do about it. I thought Kaja's the way. I thought they had Brody that burst damage, that Farce that burst damage. Like anyone they pull, they can burst. But you know, the Heart Guard was a little bit hard because you can buy enough time for the rest of the team, rest of the support to come in, and they will chip you down. So, I'm still thinking about the right corner for Angela. Maybe ban, just like you said. Yeah, that's the only solution. But banning Angela just doesn't feel right, man. Like, why are you banning Angela? It's 2023.
This is 2023, man. I mean, every hero deserves a comeback, and right now we're seeing Angela in her prime. That little girl is causing havoc in the land of Dawn right now, and finally you can see it. And it works so well with heroes like the Basha. It works well with heroes like the Lin, some of those like the Link, some of those dive heroes that want to just get in your face. So definitely excited to see what else people will pair with as we move on through future games. But the major thing to talk about is we have our first game 3 tonight. So far, it's been 2-0 sweeps.
Yeah.
But these games right here have gone the distance, both of them, close to 20 minutes each one. So excited to see how game 3 goes.
Yes, I'm actually really excited. This is truly the game point now. No more do-overs, hopefully, right? This game 3 will determine who will proceed to the grand finals, which is competing for $40,000. I think that's the first place, right? Total prize money is $60,000. First place, 40. Second place, 10. I think the third place was 6,000 and last place 4. And that's how it goes. I mean, so it's a lot of money on the line. You win this, you literally go to 5 digits, no matter what, right? 5 digits. It matters 40 or 10, but obviously you're one of the 40 because that's a lot of money.
Run deep.
Jeez. Imagine giving so much money to younger kids.
Well, we are going to be jumping into the final draft of the night now. Still some very similar bans. Echo will be on the blue side, taking out the Fredrin, and the Ling gets taken out from Evos. Again,
I need to learn about the Ling meta, right? Fredrin, understandable. The qual control, work with a lot of characters. Works with Eric's Angela, works with Florin, works with a lot of characters. Fredrin is Fredrin. Fredrin is a bit different. The CC, the mobility, the tankiness, right? But Ling, it's a Ling. You know, I'm missing something. It's like how I'm missing Angela. I think I'm the same way I'm probably missing Ling. There's probably some minor adjustments that's behind the scene. But now, yeah, From has been banned. We're standard banned throughout the entire tournament so far. That leaves Eve's still on the table. Claude being banned away. Kaja's still there. So we're gonna see some Kaja ban and take Eve. Is that the plan? Angela. Forget about this
Ban
jam
out the
right
Angela.
here, Trex.
We got to get rid of it. I mean, after the last game, and Echo doesn't seem to want to play it themselves, so we're just gonna. And I feel like when you have first pick like this, it's like, yes, the Angela's good, but maybe not first pickable good. And it kind of shows your cards very quickly. I think it's much better on the red side where you kind of have some response time and you can pair it up with something else immediately, right? So Echo, knowing their position, they're just gonna ban it out.
Whew. Interesting bans right here. Nice, Angela. Kadita being banned away.
My domain.
Wow. Wow,
Valentina's still
what a
open.
new meta they're in. Valentina's still open for sure. Kaida's still open for sure. So Valentina's definitely the more superior pick, right? Because you can copy Kaida's ultimate and you use it better. All right? You have Kaida's cooldown and you can use it better. Because you have 2 dashes plus flicker, right? Where Kaja just have the slow dash. But instead it goes Kaja now again. Ping Kaja is okay because as long as you lock down the enemy Valentina, did not work out last game. Let's see if it's gonna pan out this game.
I mean, JP did play the Kaja well. I don't think that was exactly the issue. I think the Angela definitely had a huge part of the last match, but it does look like Evos could pick up the Eve here if they wanted to. That's open. Definitely taking their time with their choices. But yeah, I think the Kaja's valid. The Kaja's definitely very, very valid. And if JP plays it to the level that he did before, then they should do well. It's just everyone else needs to work around it a little bit better.
Oh, Kaja is such a good pick. Now, even if you give the Valentina, you still have the Eve to use. So, right? So, because imagine if you pick Valentina, you're giving Kaja away, but you can't, they're also going to take Eve. So, instead, they decided to take Kaja, and now give Valentina away, but now they can still take Eve, which is pretty good, especially against Evo's icon. But I like to play a character like Baxia on that because you can kite Baxia out to infinity. Make sure Baxia, maybe not that much damage because of Baxia's passive, but you can kite this character out to make sure he doesn't move. You know, instead of a rolling wheel, it's more of a problematic rolling wheel. And here we go. You've been taken out with Beatrix, the high burst damage late game. Kaja Beatrix is one of the most deadliest combo in the late game because the BB gun that Beatrix has with Kaja's ultimate can one-shot anyone on the map. Has been one of the most successful combo since the characters come out and now still used in the game.
I mean, not only that, but with the Kaja and the Eve and the Beatrix, you already have some really nice combos, right? You have the World Manipulation, you have the Nabira's Passion, you have lots of AoE ultimates coming from Beatrix here, and then you have a Kaja who can pull people back into that World Manipulation. So you have your control set down. Now they just need some, major engagers, some people to kind of be the backbone of the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly the EXP laner, right? Who does well against Arla? Arla early game is just so strong. And trying to compete against Beyonce and sing is almost impossible. So coming out with Fanny though, the Fanny pick is kind of, sus, right? It's caught in his old Fanny mid-flight. It'll be taken out by Beatrix. It's not like you can jump on too many characters now, but when you have Fanny, the early game is going to be really, really aggressive. So if you can pick characters for Evo side, if I would be Evos, I would trade to get enemy low and Fanny come in clean up. Mid lane, side lane, any lane you're in, trade and give Fanny the opportunity to come in and harvest, right? Meanwhile, for Echo side, like you correctly pointed out, they need someone that can stay in the front line and soak up the damage, get direction, knowing where people are, and then to get a character that can do all that while surviving against Martis and Valentina. I think we might see Martis. Oh, Martis being banned. I was just saying, not Martis, Arlot. Just say Martis is a great pick, and yet Martis got taken away.
Yeah, I mean the Fanny. They were able to beat They were able to beat the Fanny in game 1. They had the Franco and the Edith, but this time they have the Kaja, so still very similar. So I don't like the Fanny's good, but we've seen them deal with it. We've seen them make it work against it. So I'm not doubting that they can now. Kurt Teasy could have a little bit more trouble here, just because there's going to be some points where he is just completely immobile and is literally a perfect target for Krite. So JP really needs to kind of hang out with Kurt Teasy, I feel like, this game, but also needs to worry about outplayed. So for Sutsujin to really take advantage of this Fanny, like a major win condition for this Fanny, is to try to know where JP is at and go for the opposite squishy that he's not protecting.
Yeah. See, the thing about Fanny is it's so mobile, right? After realizing where Kaja is, can easily go to the other side within seconds. That the speed that Kaja can only dream of. Even though Kaja has wings, but the wings is only for decoration. See here, Bane get banned away, Martis get banned away, heavily targeting jungle. We're talking about Martis being one of the premium pick here for Team Echo, and then Evos realized that, banning it away. And for set of Echo, they decided to ban with Chow and Harith. You know, when people pick Harith against Beatrix tracks, it always makes me really think, right? Why is Harith such a good pick against Beatrix? What do you think?
I mean, the movement, the slow, really, I think, yeah, well, I think the Harith is just like, you have nice poke in the laning phase. That first skill, that, you know, it has a lot more range than a lot of people give it for, so you can just kind of, you can sit in the laning phase and not get too bullied.
Yeah. Ooh, Terizla. Oh, Evils love their Terizla. Now, provided that Veldora is actually nasty on Terizla. I've seen it many times. You always get 3-4 man ultimate flicker combos. It's really good. And if you pull, and this time it actually has synergy on top. If you pull somebody and Fanny fly through, that somebody's gonna be dead somebody, right? So this is a good combo. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Team Echo. Which jungler are they gonna go with, right? Being all this character taken away. Edith EXP lane one more time against Arla. Enjoy.
Very similar to game one. Very similar to game one. Zeta gonna pick up the Joy again. They put Edith on the James, which is gonna be helpful to stop Sutsujin on this Fanny once again. So it's looking very reminiscent of what we saw before and what Echo made work against the composition of Evos. But this time, Evos has the Arlot. They have a few more choices. I'm wondering where this Arlot's gonna go. Is it gonna be a Roam Arlot or a Roam Terizla? It's gotta be one of the two here.
Roam Arlot, Roam Terizla, let's take a look. Yeah. Because right now it's a little bit intriguing. Van Strong is on Arlot, so it's Roam Arlot. Yeah. I mean, we've seen Keyboard do it, right? All the time. Yeah. So, especially Arlot, if you think about it, the core item is Thunderbelt, and then you start building tanky, right? You start building Dominance Eyes on a kind of item. So this character builds tanky to begin with, right? And then we talk about EXP lane playing Arla, the set potential, right? With the final slash, the 90-degree angle to get everybody on your side and dash through a stun. That thing can be deadly, and he builds tanky and it still does damage. So Arla's tank is not bad. It's just that you think about like core engages, right? His core engage is just one skill. If you use that skill, well, I mean, there's not too much you can do about it. Here we go.
Yeah, well, here we are going into game 3. Echo Proud versus Evos Icon. The winner of this will move on to the grand finals, and the loser will go down to the lower bracket to play tomorrow. Which one's it going to be, Dave?
Ooh, I gotta say, my vote still goes to Echo Proud. You know, Echo Proud has been doing so well the entire evening, and there's no reason for them to not do so well, and changing, do some micro adjustments based on what they did, but here we go. The invade comes in.
Already being very aggressive. Maybe in a bad spot. Goes down, though. First blood. Over to Kurt Teasy there. James trying to make his way around. JP forced to run away, but still Echo Proud comes out on top as long as they don't lose anyone here. But Van Strong here, try to make that happen. Can't quite do it, though. Echo Proud with a huge dub in the first minute.
Sheesh. Fanny, I mean, I think it's really good from Zyda's part, realizing that Fanny was gonna come. So he hid himself in a bush, right? And eventually did stuff at the right moment. Here we go. Went strong.
Zayda could be able to get away there, so I mean that's a plus. And the fact that Evos Icon can't force it right now. The gold is still at an even standstill, but it's huge to have a kill onto Fanny this early in the game.
Oh, Fanny level 4. This is not good. Outplay is already traded low. Where's the medium wave pushed in? And then, oh, he's looking for it, Trax. He's looking for it. There we go.
Oh, going on Outplay. Outplay uses a flicker.
Oh!
Is he gonna go? Oh, he finds it. Sujin goes down again. And Doma isn't even able to get outplayed there.
Outplay was outplay. But now Benchon's topside though. And this is gonna be a free turtle.
I mean, I think that's a great trade. Yes, you lose outplay there, but you get a turtle. You get Sujin twice now. I still think Echo Proud has the advantage here.
Outplay. Definitely well-picked name for this player. I mean, he has done so many outplays just this evening. So this is a man of culture, man of mechanics. I like this guy quite a bit. Here we go. Bottom side, Fanny invading one more time. Oh, but this time he's gonna catch his prey. Securing a kill. This is the first time Fanny got a kill, actually.
I mean, I feel like the fact that Sujin has taken 2 deaths and is still being this aggressive, still picking up kills, just shows how threatening the Fanny can be. Still a level ahead of Zayda right now. So, I mean, it's kind of huge. The fact that Sujin has died twice and is still holding a lead over Echo Proud's jungler just speaks volumes.
Yeah, speaking volume, all right. Let's take a look of everybody's items. We can take a look at items. Dude, I just don't understand. I understand Joy does some damage through our late game with the whole burst. But overall, here we go.
A lot of damage on Sujin there. Krite able to drop the road manipulation. Doma maybe looking for more. JP there as well. The Muddles comes out. JP taking a lot of damage. Will they get finished? No, they can't. Able to just get away with a silver
JP! The lucky boy. Oh my goodness, Trex. This guy has been walking away how many times tonight with a sliver of health? He does not die. He does not perish. He just stay in the front, tank everything, soak up everything, be the center of hatred, and then walk away. Wow. And that's the real difference right there.
JP, the lucky boy. Wait a second, Final Slash comes in onto Carl TZ, but the rest of Echo Proud are here as well. JP doesn't have the Divine Judgment, so he can't pull anyone in, but still helps his team out. Echo Proud able to disengage.
And this time, James even give up a wave, if you've noticed, right? Like, he give up bottom lane, the whole EXP lane. Now he's about to give up the second EXP lane to move to Turtle. That's dedication right there, right? Now, Joy obviously cannot do that. He's not as fast as Fanny. Look at Fanny now, waiting for the minute to come to the tower so he can get gold plating. He's gonna get a lot of gold here. I think he's probably gonna get the whole, like, yeah, look at that tower.
Notice how JP and Zayda are just like staying together. They're always within a line of each other. Wait a second, Kurtizi taking a little bit of damage. In trouble. The penalty zone comes in. James pops the final wrath, but it's still not enough. That's going to be a big hit onto the side of Echo Proud. Kurtizi and James both down, as Evo's Icon should be able to now take this turtle unscathed.
Whew. Not only that, they're taking the tower. Evo's Icon. Wow. Oh, here we go. Trex.
JP in a little bit of trouble. Use the Divine Judgment, though. Van Strong still in the midst of it, though. Finally goes down, but so does JP. Outplayed will be next. Doma picking up the kill. That's a turtle and 2 for the price of 1 in Evo's Icon pocket.
Ooh, Evo's Icon. They're the one who's catching momentum right now. It's not like picks like Edis. I mean, the CC was good, but early game damage was missing. And then their heavy damage burst is relying on Eve. And I hate to say this, Joy's early game damage is okay, but this is such a late game draft. And I echo that if any team can come back, Echo is the team to do it, right? Like, they have what it takes. They came back from their bigger brother, the many-time champions of the entire world of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So if we're talking about coming back, look at this team. They don't feel a thread of remorse, not remorse, that's a bad word. A threat of scares, right? They're not scared at all. They're in a disadvantaged situation, but they kept on making plays. They kept on find the angles to get objectives. And yet, even though they're behind, they were still behind, but they would have find objectives ahead of their opponents.
Yeah, they still find the first tower of the game, essentially. They're still making plays across the map, which is huge when you're at a disadvantage like this. You don't want to let it just push you into a corner. You want to make sure you keep on keeping your tempo, and that's what they're doing. And even though they're 1,000 gold behind, it still feels like this is a draw game, and nobody's really controlling completely. Both teams making plays of their own across the map.
Whew, 1,000 gold differential. This is literally like every game of this series, huh? True grand final of the winners bracket. Oh, here we go. Royal inflation.
They will be able to take that tower too, but Evo's Icon just kind of hit and run.
Yeah, very decent, very disciplined play coming out from Evos, right? They used the ultimate, the real manipulation out of RW. Oh, here we go. Before that,
takes a lot of damage. Veldor goes down. Good play by the side of Echo. Wait a second, the final slash, James taken out of existence. JP might just be next, but Outplay's looking for Van Strong. Van Strong will go down finally. Azaida's in the backside with electrifying beats. That is a 4-man wipe for Evo's Icon. Echo proud. Where did that come from?
Oh, the silent tiger finally woken up and give us a fight to stay up for. That was really cool. I mean, the engage is coming out. Even though I gotta say, you gotta give Van Strong credit, right? That angle of the ultimate. It seems like he did like a diagonal flicker with the ultimate, just to make sure he slashed everybody at the right angle and then get him back. Nonetheless, did not work out for them. And JP is playing very, very aggressive this entire game. So, like his engage is being like, he's looking for people to ult. And that's something I think as a Kaja player should do. Every single Kaja player should learn from this kind of attitude. The can-do attitude. Whenever you have the blue dot, you look for things to happen. Looking for things, here we go one more time.
Oh my God, he walks right into a Van Strong as a first to drop. Susurgen tries to come in to help out, but it's just not enough. Veldor will go down. Echo proud. Now starting to take a little bit of a lead here. It's 10-7 at 9 minutes in.
Ooh. This is interesting. 9 minutes in.
Well, now it's
101. 9 minutes in, and then 1,800 gold differential. Compared to 2,000 gold differential. It's about like very little, you know, 25. There's almost no difference at this point. So it's all about who engages first, right? Who engages better. Can Kaja maintain the momentum and do a JP play? Oh, that was a nice snipe. Almost getting a blue there. Unfortunately, he miscalculated, obviously knowing that you can't really see the buff. Oh, Fanny. Look at Fanny's angle, though. Look at him. He's waiting. He's
going to come for Outplay.
Oh.
Outplay gets cutthroat and finds it. A good play from Susurgen there, and this is what you were talking about. Like, even when one team is behind a little bit in gold, they're still making plays happen, Dave, and that's exactly how you have to play this game. Try to constantly keep your tempo.
Oh, to constantly make things happen. Here we go. Did he get Kaida's ultimate? Yes, he did. Oh, the suppression.
Good play on a James there. The world manipulation does come out, but so does go away from Doma. Doma taking a little bit of damage, though. Zaida into the backside, able to get the killing spree. But wait a second, his own team is dropping 2. Evos find 3, and all they get is Doma for it.
Cool. Whoa, Evo's Icon definitely popping off in a way that nobody expected him to pop off. That was, I mean, at this point, all of a sudden, they shrink the gold differential from 2,000 gold to less than 1,000 if they get us Lord here, going for kills before Lord. Very well done, very well executed decision making from Evos. You can feel that they are feeling it. That's how much they're feeling it. Because they're feeling it so much, even the audience can feel it across the screen. Doesn't matter where you are across, you know, on the planet. That was just like good engage and good syncing and good everything, right? Especially Veldora. I mean, this guy is so underrated. His ultimate is always getting 3 or 4 people on one catch. That's really good.
Definitely really good. Lord is going to be coming soon, though. They should definitely get this tier 2 on the top side, but Echo doesn't want to give it up too easily, or at least just not too much space. They want to try to make this Lord as cheap as a loss as possible. JP in a little bit of a bad spot. Forced to use a flicker to get away, but it comes to penalty zone. Van Strong looking for the possible hit, able to find JP there. Nice play, out comes World Manipulation. James pops Primal Wrath, trying to get a little bit of chip damage onto Doma there. But wait to terrify Curtizi in a bad spot. Will go down, Van Strong with double kill. Lord finally drops. Zaida in the backside, pops Electrify and be able to find Doma, but now he will go down as well. James now play though, in the midst of it, find Krite and Doma. Veldora has to try to get out of town quick, but Outplayed doesn't want to let it happen. He wants to cut him off. Veldora under the tower, gonna get flipped up, knocked up. Immortality pops, but Outplay should be able to get the finish. Penalty zone comes out. Veldora trying to survive, but he just can't.
Ooh, despite the winning of the team fight for Echo side, it's a good morale boost, but they can't get any objectives out of it, right? There's nothing you can gain out of it from that kill. Nonetheless, it was a good attempt. Articulate items. Beatrix, Blade of Despair, Livid War, working on his way to Hunter Strike. That's all I saw.
I like it. I like it. A little bit more damage. Gold still at literally a dead even. You know, we saw sweeps all night. This best of 3, every game has been neck and neck. Either team could take it, and right now where I'm watching this, I still feel that way. Do you think any team clearly has an advantage though as we move into the late game, Dave?
No, really don't, right? The way how both teams are approaching these fights, it's so back and forth, right? Kata can get a kill, then grab somebody, but immediately it's either Van Strong or Melissa to turn the entire, or Terizla. Those two engage, turn the entire fight around. You know, Terizla has been landing ultimates, gaming changing ultimates the entire game, the penalty zone. And then you have obviously Van Strong over there, which is making plays after another. And we're dealing with, for the side of entire Evil's icon, they have Fanny they have to worry. You have the Fanny on their side, which means they're gonna split push, come back, do it again. Oh, look at Kaja, Beatrix top lane. Oh, what?
They're trying. Here comes a concealed play from Van Strong though.
Here we go.
Watch out. He pushes Zaida back. Sutsujin moving through. Here comes the penalty zone. Van Strong will go down though. James able to pick up the kill. World Manipulation does come out. Doma down as well, and 5 members still up for the side of Echo Proud. Make it a triple. That is huge for Echo Proud.
Wow. Again, this fight is not going to turn to much objectives. Oh, here we go. Oh my god.
Nice.
That's disgusting, Trex. Now we're gonna lose Lord because Fanny doesn't have retry, but they don't know that.
It looks like they're gonna fight for it here though. They're starting it up. Fanny doesn't have retry, you're right. They know that Fanny's out of it, but still it's a dangerous spot. They do have Outplayed though, which outputs a lot of damage. They're gonna go for this. They're gonna take it. They want to challenge it. JP takes it. Suchijin goes down too. Krite will be next. Echo Proud making a split decision there and doing it right.
Ooh, here we go. 14 minutes. Lord push. This might be what they need. Let's see if he can conjure and grab somebody. He does have the ultimate coming out very, very soon. This is a decisive play, right? Here they have the burst damage from Joy, that burst damage from Beatrix. And all they need to do is conjure grab. They're waiting for the cooldown. Once it come off, decisive play coming in. This time JP also have the flicker. So it's a flicker all we're talking about, right? So it's gonna be very fast and short and painless. Okay, Joy split pushing.
Definitely be the opportunity to try to finish this. Joy just harassing Suchijin right now. The Lord will get the crash. It is enhanced, bringing it immediately down to 50%. James with the flip up, looking for Van Strong. Curtizi drops the World Manipulation. They're trying to get the finish here. Lord still up, Van Strong low, but Doma fires back. Shots in. Echo Proud forced to back off here. Suchijin looking for Zaida, but still they find 2 inhibitors, which is huge for the side of Echo Proud.
Not only that, JP still maintains the ultimate. He's waiting for the right moment. He's temping next to Outplayed. Very, very patient now coming out from Echo. Dude, this entire ties of this game turned around many, many times. I think this is the 4th time it went back and forth, right? Now, we're back to Echo again in the lead for not so far. 4,000 gold, 60 minutes in is almost nothing. Here comes the conceal play. They will get discovered by this thing though.
They get discovered, but they do at least gain a little bit of space. I think that's a major thing right now. They are a bit behind. They went from a 2K to now 4K, which at this point, when we're closing to the end, can be a possible game changer. Lord up in about 60 seconds. I know it's not a huge amount of gold over time, but still it's an item or two. And as people are closing out their items, it could make the difference, right? 4K gold?
See, the thing
about
is,
2 items.
Is this, oh, Tracks, here we go.
JP gonna come. Oh, hold on. Nice one to Truncheon. Able to stop the ult, but it doesn't matter. Outplay. Still trying to get finished. Doma gonna find JP there, but Zeta finds Suchijin. Doma on the chopping block next. It's a bloodbath. 4 for 3, but Outplay keeps it going. Full team wipe, and with 30-second death counters, this should be it. Echo moving towards the crystal, a wave of minions to defend. I don't think they're going to be able to do this, Dave. This should be it. Echo, proud, will be going to the grand finals.
Oh my goodness. That last fight is so back and forth, neck and neck, right? But it seems like the one's more decisive. The Kaja, played by JP, is going to lead the way for the team's victory, right? We're good engaged. And then Arlot didn't really do much, just died. Immortality came back up, died again, and good positioning because a little threshold over there at the blue buff is a perfect position for Beatrix to use the ultimate, right? And that's what he did. Everybody died almost simultaneously, and that was insane. Good position, good team fight location for the side of Echo. Well-deserved victory, and a long-drawn victory, hard-fought victory as well, going to the grand finals, now fighting for the championship.
Yeah, I feel like all 3 of those games came down to just decisive moments in those team fights. They were so neck and neck every time. It just depended on who made the better play at the right time. But let's take us through these items.
Ooh. Zyda, look at Genius One, and you have Holy Crystal, you have the Blood Wings, he has the full decked out damage, and look at Outplayed, right? The Hunter Strike, the Blade of Despair, the Malefic Roar, his guy is decked out too. I think those 3 items, as long as you get those, that's the power spike for someone like Beatrix. You can one-shot at anyone. You saw the damage this guy was shredding through the entire Evo's HP bar. Meanwhile, Evo's, this is where the marksman damage, the marksman has everything, but it just wasn't enough, it feels like. It doesn't have the crucial Winter Truncheon to dodge the damage from someone like Beatrix, right? The BB gun one-on-one wise, Melissa does a lot of damage, but it's going to be enough comparing to Beatrix with Malefic Roar. Let's take a look at the final match result, Trex.
I mean, it was a win for each team down all the way to match 3. What a great way to finish the night. But in the end, Echo Proud comes out on top, securing their spot in the grand finals. Now, this isn't the last we saw of Evo's Icon. They're going to go down to the lower bracket, and they will face the winner of Echo Loud and Onyx Overlord tomorrow night. So definitely excited to see how that one turns out, Dave.
Yes, absolutely. We'll only have 2 series tomorrow. Today we finish the winner bracket, the upper bracket, should I say, and tomorrow we will finish the lower bracket to decide the grand finalists. And the grand final will be carried on day 3 of the World Cyber Game Mobile Legends event. So make sure to mark on your calendar to join us daily to see which team will come off on top. I would definitely say the entire meta has took me by a lot of surprise. I wouldn't say total surprise, but I would say like a tiny surprise, you know, like a pleasant surprise, you know, very interesting that Angela is getting to the position that she is. I would definitely say this underrated e-girl has gotten to the position where she, you know, she worked hard for it, fought hard, and now the sheer amount of contribution she's providing for the team is getting recognized. So big shout out to Angela for getting to where she is. Let's take a look at the final bracket tracks.
So, as we see on the bracket, I think we're having a little bit of a mix-up here. Echo Proud was the winner of that last match. They are moving on to the grand finals, and Evo's Icon are going down to the lower side. Definitely a great way to finish off the night in what we like to call a rubber band match, all the way down to the line there. What I'm really excited about tomorrow, though, is that Echo Loud versus Onyx Overlord, and then the winner of that facing against Evo's Icon, because Evo's Icon put on a great show, and I think it could be possible to see a rematch of them in the finals. Dave, any last words from you?